We are able to sing just to get people to be aware that we're about to start. Is this not better for you? Hi, Limo. The challenge will be as and when a speaker comes in, you know, and it might cause even those. Is it okay, Hi, Limo? Because now I can always get lower than where you are now.
Because I wanted to stand in the middle. Oh, on. Is it
I
on?
hope so. Yep.
Good morning, colleagues.
No.
Yeah?
Also drive.
Colleagues, esteemed guests, good morning. Good morning, everyone, colleagues, esteemed guests. We're about to start. How are you this morning? I hope you're well. I hope you're all ready for the festive season. All right, colleagues, esteemed guests, welcome to the 2022 CCMA Indaba. I hope all of you are nice and relaxed for this prestigious event, and we are ready for the conversation that is going to happen in these sessions, as is traditionally the norm. Before we start, and I hope everybody's seated at this point, we would like to deal with the health and safety issues first, and then thereafter we will go formally into our program. And there I go, forgetting to introduce myself. I'm assuming that everybody knows me. My name is Bitumelo Mokwena. I'm one of you. I'm one of the CCMA commissioners, colleagues, and I'm pleased to be before you today and to be taking you and steering you through this prestigious event.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say, maybe because of the time at which we're starting, I'll use the all protocol observed, the tagline director, because Iskat is not on our side. My name is Mandle Nkosi, surname is Zwane. Much about myself is in the little booklet that you have in front of you there. So I will not really go at length to speak as to who I am and why I'm here, but we are going to be directing the program together with my colleague Tracy. Buitumelo Mokwena. And I just wish to draw the delegates' attention to the director tag that I'm wearing today. Yes. And so we're just hoping at this point that everybody is seated. If there's still anybody outside, delegates, please come inside. The program is about to start. But the first thing that we are just going to give opportunity to now is for Michael from the Birchwood Hotel to come and address us on health and safety protocols and issues. And thereafter, we are going to go through to the singing of the national anthem.
Morning, everybody. My name is Michael Serfontein. I'm the Health and Safety Manager for Birchwood Hotel. First of all, welcome to Birchwood Hotel and OR Tambo Conference Centre. We hope you have a fantastic and productive time with us today and tomorrow. I'm going to run through the health and safety aspects of our establishment, which should take about 5 minutes. First of all our venues are non-smoking venues, so if you do need to enjoy a cigarette, please make your way out of OR Tambo's facility, and in the courtyard, in the grass area, there are ashtrays available for you to have a cigarette that side. The toilets are located, if you exit OR Tambo to your right-hand side, you turn to your right, facing Adelaide Tambo Boardroom, and the toilets on the left-hand side, males, females, and disabled toilets as well on the left-hand side over there. Your coffee will be served outside in the OR Tambo foyer section. There are coffee stations over there for you to enjoy some coffee. Your lunch today will be in our Clover's Green restaurant, which is right next door on the left-hand side in OR Tambo reception, or the OR Tambo foyer. So if you exit those doors over there, you turn to your left and you'll see a sign that says Clover's Green restaurant. We do not have any planned fire drills for today, so if you do hear a fire alarm going off, please evacuate the venue in an orderly fashion. I have got 4 evacuation points on the left-hand side over there. You'll exit into the main reception or the OR Tambo reception area. You'll then go through into the courtyard and then through main reception, where on the left-hand side there's the emergency evacuation point where you can all gather. Sidwell today is your occupational health and safety representative from CCMA, so if you do need anything, you can contact him directly. We do have paramedics on site for you today. They are in Adelaide Tambo Boardroom, which is in the foyer of OR Tambo. So if you exit out of these doors and turn to your right, Adelaide Tambo will be straight ahead of you where the paramedics will be based today. We do have Wi-Fi. I'm not too sure if the management are too happy about me saying this, but it is free, it is uncapped. There is no guests, there is no password for it, so you can just log on to guest access and you can access your emails and hopefully not YouTube while you're in conference. We do have 10 generators on site, so my whole property does run off generator. We don't have any planned load shedding schedules for today, as it has been suspended. But if there is a power failure from council's side, we will lose power totally within the venue. And my generators kick in automatically. It takes anything from 20 seconds to 2 minutes for the power to resume. And then obviously once the power gets restored back from council again, there will be a complete shutdown of power again. And then anything from 20 seconds to 2 minutes for the power to be restored automatically. All right, enjoy your day and thanks very much.
All right, Siyabonga, Michael. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we would wish to request that the House will stand for the singing of the national anthem. And I believe our team from the audiovisual are ready, ATC, to assist us with the backtrack that will be leading us in the singing of the national anthem. So can everybody stand and we sing the national anthem. Africa, maluphakanyiso ponolwayo, izwa imithandazo yethu, Nkosi sikelela thi nalo sapho lwayo, morena boloka setšhaba sa Yesu, fedise dintwa le matshwenye o se boloke setšhaba sa Yesu, setšhaba sa South Africa, South Africa. Etiplomfa non se yemel, deep defa non sie oronsie das van die Grenze aanvoer sounds the call to come together and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for in South Africa. Thank you very much. You may be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Although there is the conspicuous absence of the vuvuzela after the national anthem, but we can bear with that. Now, at this point in time, we are just going to acknowledge our dignitaries that are with us in the house this morning. I think for those colleagues who do or have attended the Indaba before, you would know that we are joined by literally the entire CCMA family, including, you know, the board and other stakeholders and our partners as well that are working together with the CCMA. So mine is going to just go through the dignitaries from the CCMA's governing body. And what we requested this time is that because we aren't 100% certain that everybody that we're going to go through is with us, and also that we have been advised of those who are either late or might not be coming at all, we're going to request that, humbly, as we call the name of a particular dignitary, you just, with a very slight stand or a wave of the hand, where indicate to us that you are with us in the room, and we are able then to acknowledge that not only are you an invited dignitary, but you are present in the house as we speak. Now, from the governing body, then I would firstly want to acknowledge and appreciate the presence of the chairperson, or Professor Enos Nguchane, if he's with us. Thank you so much, Prof. And there should also be Mr. Begi Nchali from Organized Labor. Seems like not yet with us. And there is Miss Rifda Ajam, not yet in the house. And there is a Miss Ntswaki Mama Shela. And then we have Mr. Tembinkosi Mkhalipi, not yet with us as well. And Miss Koni Mamecha. Thank you so much. And we have Miss Sioban Leiden. Thank you so much, she's with us. And Mr. Keiza Moyane, not yet here. And Mr. Linda Nene from the ARC, he's with us, he's waving on my right there. Thank you so much. And Miss Yetwa Mjiako from the ARC, thank you so much for being present with us. That is our governing body, ladies and gentlemen, of the CCMA current. And now I'm going to hand over to Ms. Boitumelo to deal with the dignitaries from our external stakeholders.
Okay, colleagues, as you can see, we're gonna have to be adjusting the mic throughout the day. On my part, it is for me to introduce the other honorable guests that would be gracing us with their presence throughout the conference. Just to note, first, Judge President Bashir would not be able to join us at the anticipated time. He's been called to attend to an urgent matter at the court. However, in his absence, we will acknowledge him as one of the dignitaries that are honoring us with their presence in the conference. And we would also be, we are also joined by Professor Elmarie Fori. Thank you, ma'am, and welcome. We also have Professor Evans Kalula. Not yet here. And then we also have Miss Lisa Seftal. Okay, not yet with us either. Then we have an apology from the ESC chairperson, Advocate Luvuyo Bono. He could not join us due to unforeseen circumstances. We then also have Mr. Rio Noluchunga. Not yet here as well. Then we have Ms. Tabia Nkabinde. It seems she's also not here yet. And we have the dignitaries that are honoring us with their presence on behalf of the Staff Association, which is the CSA. May I ask that those colleagues of ours who have honored the call to come and represent the CSA in this conference, may I ask that you please stand up so that we can see that you're here? Thank you and welcome. Amandla. Colleagues, the idea is that, you know, even though it's a formal event, it's our event. So we need to enjoy it, we need to feel free, we need to relax. So therefore, on that note, I think it's only proper that we do things the right way. May I ask, and my apologies to our esteemed guests and dignitaries, from our colleagues, ladies, can I have a round of applause for my colleague, Mr. Zwane? Just to acknowledge, you know, you have to. You have to, you can, we have to acknowledge.
I see exactly what Trace is playing into. My apologies for not doing this. Doesn't she look stunning, ladies and gentlemen? This is exactly what it's about. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's important that we just address the following, just housekeeping issues. You would take it that by now we don't need to announce it, but you never know. And we don't want to hear those interesting, ringtones that we've got as, on our phones. So the humble request is that let's have our phones on silent, please, as we go through the proceedings, so that we never get these disturbances that sometimes occur when you receive a call. And secondly, we are going to request that the Indaba is, as Tracy said, it's our event and it's about engagement as well. So it's not the CCMA lecture or the CCMA, sermon by different, we're not here to be sermonized, but it's about, in fact, if I'm not mistaken, it's part of our professional development program of the CCMA. And hence we come here to, engage and be engaged by our presenters. So what is going to be important, therefore, is the following. You've been given a booklet with the pack that you received. And that booklet would be for you to then, make notes of issues or questions that you may want to ask in relation to some of the speakers that we are going to be going through. You will notice that some of the sessions are intended to have yourselves as colleagues be able to engage with the topic and the presenter who will be presenting, before us. And of course, I think one thing that is important for us to also mention is that we are not sitting here in a room filled with persons who are, if I may use that term, of a lesser, so to say, caliber in terms of knowledge, qualifications, background, and experience. Some of you are far way better than some of us who will ever be standing in this podium. And it is not our intention to suppress that excellence that you've got in terms of some of the issues we'll be dealing with. So we are interested keenly to be able to have you involved in part of the proceedings. So I am going to request that the purpose then for that beautiful booklet and that beautiful green pen is so that as we go through the sessions, especially those for which there will be Q&As, you are able to, jot down your what could be a question or even an important note that a speaker makes. Please capture those notes as to then allow us that at the time of the engagements, you are able to meaningfully participate. So it is very important that we actually do that with our program, that it's our program together, and it is by no means intended that it becomes lectures. Now, at this point in time, without much further ado, I am going to be calling our first speaker for the day, who is the chairperson of the governing body of the CCMA, Professor Anos Ngujane. I am, again, in the interest of time, going to direct the House to his profile as per the booklet that has been given to us so that we can avoid me having to read through it, throughout. It's there, it's before you, who he is and what his achievements are and all of that. But I also forgot at this point that we must acknowledge before I bring to the fore the chairperson of the governing body, the management of the CCMA, family at large. I'm talking to the PSCs that are before us here. I acknowledge you, gentlemen and ladies, Siyabonga kakhulu for your leadership, and other senior managers who are joining us. And I am aware that we are also joined, particularly for the celebration of the long service to the CCMA, because, by the way, it's also our 26th year being in existence as an organization, and I say this is a milestone to be celebrated by anybody who cares to look at what happens with organizations. Not many survive past their first 5 years. And some of them, even when they do, they become a shell or a shadow of their former selves. We do know of certain government institutions as we speak that are battling to survive. But the CCMA for the last 26 years now, going for 27, has not only been a thriving organization, but it becomes one that is still very healthy and celebrated by the country and the world. And that is an occasion that we must mark and be proud of, in style. So for the presenters, those who have presentations that they've prepared and handed over to our ITC, an important housekeeping issue I must just let you off is that we've got a remote on the podium that you can use to go through your slides, so that it is easy for you to make your presentation, having to see your presentation on the monitors as well. Now, with those announcements being done, at this point in time, I'm going to call upon the Honorable Professor Anos Ngujane, who really filled me with envy during the Labour conference when he addressed one of the delegates in their mother tongue. I think it was Portuguese. and you just killed it, you know, didn't have the so that was quite an impressive thing to observe. And at this point in time, I would like us, with a very warm round of applause, to bring Professor Ngutjane to the stage.
Mandla said so that throughout the day we'll keep on, adjusting the mic. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It gives me pleasure, give me a lot of gratitude to be here with you this morning. I was listening to Mandla earlier on, one of the program directors, who used the term protocol observed. I remember in one of the meetings where I was also invited, I only mentioned the ministers and their deputies, and also used the term all protocol observed. But one of the speakers who was there, who's our ambassador in the Great Lakes, stood up and cautioned me and said, "Mr. Ngutjane, you are too lazy." So since then, Mandla, I've learned not to use all protocol observed. Thanks, everybody. It's so nice to be here. You all look good. You all look fresh this morning. Thank you very much. Now, let's go through the protocol itself, Mandla, which I think is important. Let's start with our Honorable Judge President of the Labour Court and Labour Appeals Court, Judge President Bashir Wengley. The Chairperson of the Committee on Freedom of Association at the International Labour Organization, Professor Evans Kalula. Director of Decent Work team situated in the Eastern and Southern Africa and representing the International Labour Organization, Dr. Johnny Musabayana. Let's also welcome the CCMA governing body, committee members who are here with us this morning. We also welcome the CCMA director, Professor Advocate Cameron Silo Morajane, our seasoned CCMA commissioners who are also in the program this morning, our distinguished guest, our strategic partners and stakeholders who are joining us this morning, representatives from the Department of Employment and Labor who are here with us. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome the CCMA senior management, Commission Staff Association, the entire CCMA family that is gathered here, and those who are watching online. Program directors, thank you very much for having started the program so well. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades, good morning. It is my utmost pleasure an honor for me to welcome all of you to our 2022 edition of the CCMA Indaba. As you might be aware that we've had a break of 2 years, a break that was imposed on us by COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, for the past 2 years, the pandemic has made it impossible for us to stage this event for in-person attendance and also to be able to interact as it has been a norm since December 1997. If you remember, we then had our first CCMA Indaba. That was called the CCMA's National Commissioner Convention. I know that for the past 2 years, we have been largely resorting to virtual platforms to deliver some of our objectives, more especially of this annual gathering, such as the Service Excellence Awards and the taking of oath by our esteemed commissioners. Ladies and gentlemen, Indaba remains one of the significant events in the CCMA annual corporate calendar. And this gathering it presents us with an opportunity to bring together under one roof CCMA commissioners, key role players and seasoned professionals in the labor market in order for us to jointly reflect on the CCMA's work and achievement throughout the year. It is an opportunity, therefore, for us to share ideas and engage in discourse that is directed to us confronting the current and emergent challenges in our labor market. Last year, 2021, marked exactly 25 years since the establishment of the CCMA and the enactment of the Labor Relations Act. At the 14th Annual Labor Conference held this year in September with our key national stakeholders and international guests in attendance, we celebrated and reflected on the 25th anniversary of the CCMA as well as the Labor Court. Jointly with our stakeholders, we assessed how all the dispute resolution institutions as brought into existence by the Labor Relations Act have performed. Varying submissions were made about our 25th year's journey as a CCMA, wherein several successes, shortcomings, and challenges were highlighted. Of course, what was encouraging was that there was a sense of pride and a shared acknowledgement of the CCMA's noble impact over the years. Some of the highlights were on expeditious dispute resolution, fostering labor peace, and overall encouragement of the established job security in the labor market. We have been commended as a CCMA for championing social justice. However, despite these positive sentiments, our journey has not been without challenges. It is those challenges, ladies and gentlemen, or shortcomings, that we ought to speedily find solutions for in order for us to maintain our world-class dispute resolution status. Ladies and gentlemen, it is in this spirit of self-introspection and a desire akin to an athlete who always looks for an opportunity to beat his or her personal record that we are assembled here for these 2 days to reflect, revive, and rejuvenate our spirits. Therefore, the theme for this year's Indaba is Imvuselelo, reflections on the past 25 years of social justice, rebuilding together in post-COVID-19 pandemic. The theme also demonstrates broadly the value we have and continue to place on social dialogue as an institution. We thrive on collective and collaborative approaches for us to drive our solutions through continuous dialogue on multi-stakeholder level as entrenched in our tripartite institution. The proverb that says two heads are better finds resonance in this context. I believe, therefore, reflections and insights shared in September and those that will be shared here over the next 2 days will certainly shape our influence in the strategic path in the coming years. I trust that everyone will be engaged, but most importantly, I hope everyone takes the wealth of knowledge that will be exchanged in pursuit of social justice, labor peace, and improve service delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, we can all agree that appreciation is one of life's greatest motivators. Now, more than ever in these trying times. Our employees deserve recognition for their invaluable contribution and excellent effort they continue to invest day in, day out, as they continue to unpack their irrespective duties. I'd like to remind you that in September at the annual labor conference, with clear conscience and pride from my side, I spoke about the high level of commitment and shared dedication shown by our CCMA employees, from top management to support staff. Today, as I'm standing here, I'm pleased to say that time has been reserved in the 2 days of Indaba to recognize the very commitment and dedication I proudly boasted about during our annual labor conference in September. I trust that you'll have a productive and a rewarding Indaba as you have joined us here this morning. I'd like to take this opportunity, therefore, to welcome all of you and hope that you will enjoy the program and enjoy the socializing with your colleagues during the 2 days that we are going to be together here. I thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Prof. And I've now been given permission to preach. So, ladies and gentlemen, we wish to now, before I hand over to my colleague, firstly acknowledge the presence now in the house with us of Professor Kalula from the International Labour Organization, particularly collective bargaining. Thank you, sir. Unknown to Prof, my research proposal when I was at varsity was based on some of the articles that he read, he wrote about on casualization. So my conceptual framework was informed mainly by some of your contributions to that subject, and I appreciate you for that. And such is the blessing of working for the CCMA. you get to see and have certain names as being distant figures at a certain point in your life. Then at some point later, they are before you, either as guests in an event or for commissioners sitting in the room. You would know from time to time you are surprised to see a certain person that might be in the public sphere, be it a dignitary, a celebrity, and now they are before you and they are a party. You don't even want to admit that, hey, those likes you see on Facebook, it's me, but there you deal with them in your process to say, hey, listen, I'm the commissioner here. Section 138 says, my process. So it is quite an honor to be in the presence of such giants. We also have with ourselves, Mr. Njali Njali, he is now with us in the house. We want to also again acknowledge and appreciate your presence, and to Mr. Moyani as well as also now made it into the house, and we appreciate you, members of the board. And so I'm going to give over to my colleague now to introduce the next item in the agenda.
Thank you, Mandla. Thank you. Esteemed guests, colleagues, we also have our colleagues joining us online. So I would like to welcome them as well as part of this event. Before I introduce our next speaker, commissioners, are you here? You know, traditionally, the Indaba was known to be the CCMA commissioners Indaba. So, commissioners, are we here? Yes, and the reason why I'm particularly looking for that confirmation from your side is because our next speaker, before he became the CCMA director, and I think even up to this moment, he's a commissioner first and foremost. Being a commissioner is something that runs in our blood. It's a calling. It is not something that you do because you're merely looking for career prospects that you can pursue. They say leaders are called and not appointed, and leaders are defined by the times and the moments through which they steer the teams that they lead through the challenges that they face. And I think with that being said, we can all comfortably say that in terms of what has defined the leader that has led us through the difficult times that we found ourselves in, we found ourselves challenged by the COVID-19 pandemic, and by the very nature of that global challenge, all of us, what we needed was decisive leadership. And in terms of our leader, Mr. Cameron Morajani, he stepped up in terms of showing that he was one of the decisive leaders during one of the most difficult times that the world faced in the periods that we were in, around about 2019, and maybe even now, seeing that we're still dealing with the consequences or the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. So, colleagues, I think without any further delay, may I please call to the stage Advocate Cameron Morajani to come and address us on the state of the organization, as well as to set the scene for this Indaba. And keeping in mind, colleagues, that our theme is about celebrating the achievements that we've had, as well as reviving and looking for the way ahead in terms of further challenges that may be facing us. Right.
Apologies in part. My apologies to the director. As a director myself, I just need to make 2 comments. But the first one is it's a formal one. Ms. Lukosi Makakula from the CCMA in Eswatini, is also with us in the house. In layman terms, she's from the CCMA of Eswatini. So can you please just arise and we acknowledge you as well. Thank you so much. And yeah, the last thing, Director, as far as time is concerned, I was advised that you know the allocated time. But however, if for any reason you go beyond the allocated time, for every minute that you take, 0.05% on the bonus that is expected sometime soon. Thank you.
In that case, I must have my phone with me. Thank you. How much time do I have? Okay. I'm going to time myself, because now the CCMA staff is very serious and disciplined. Okay, I don't want to waste time. You'll assist me with time. I will be disciplined on time. Good afternoon, morning, CCMA family. Can we show some life, man? It's been 2 years since we've had Indaba. Good morning, CCMA family. Yeah, that's better. That's much better. That's much better. And you got paid, so you should be more happy. Otherwise, I'll recall I have the power to say that there's been an error in payment. The PFMA says, you know that thing. Yeah, I'm going to, Professor Nguchane, I'm going to do the lazy thing of the protocols observed, despite the warning. You know, before I start, there was some kind of a grievance lodged yesterday by some provinces saying that we said that the dress code is smart casual. And then Mpumelelo and others said, Director, we've Googled and the commissioners are now debating and arguing about what does smart casual mean. And I'm told that some of the commissioners said, maybe the best way to do, let's ask others. They went to the wrong person. They went to Ronnie Brax. Ronnie Brax always wears suits every day, including in 3-piece, when it does proper processes. So they go there for source to ask, what does, smart casual mean? And then he said, well, it's those who look like me. And then but you look formal. I said, yeah, it's formal when I'm wearing a 3-piece. So when it's smart casual, it's 2-piece. So you use the wrong source to find what does smart casual. But anyway, everybody looks good. You look compliant. I can declare that. Thank you very much. You can give yourself a round of applause. And the very reason why we do so is not only because you're in the presence of very dignified people with you, but it's because you're commissioners of the CCMA. And that is important, that we look dignified in front of parties and also in front of our board members, our guests, so that we are always taken seriously, because the job that we do is a very serious job. And of course, yesterday, my team, Unolfefe, says that everybody was allocated rooms properly, everything, we believed everything runs very smoothly, and we were happy. However, then things changed. So one commissioner said, no, we can see the rooms we've allocated. Those are our prima facie rooms. And after that, there's been amendments, and movements. I will not take it any further. Prima facie rooms. And I remember that during the time of Assign, advocate, we had this deemed provision. You remember the famous deemed provision in the section 198A and section 198B of the LRA. Now, James is going to be talking about Assign, and also some of our colleagues will be talking about that. I remember at that time when we had friends at the CCMA, and people started saying, well, you're not my friend, you are my deemed friend. And I said, I love being a commissioner of the CCMA, Now, colleagues, thank you very much. This is somebody said to me, And unfortunately, I have not found a single commissioner who disagrees with it. They say that coming to Birchwood for Indaba, we have downgraded. They are thinking about Zimbabwe. I did not understand what they meant with downgraded until they said, no, you know, when you're doing employment equity, there's that thing called the equal pay for equal value. And to do so, you must have a comparator. And the comparator in this regard was Birchwood versus Zimbabwe. So I understood the context. Colleagues, thank you very much. I'm not going to repeat our dignified guests who are here, and that has been done. One of the things that I thought I will do, they are very important announcement because this is a state of the organization address, which includes setting the scene on the items that you find in the agenda on why we chose those specific topics. Now, one of the things that we thought we will do is to just go back a little bit about some of the things that we said we'll do and promised in the previous Indaba. And it gives me comfort that, in fact, we have complied in some one or two of those projects that we said we'll do. That's Zimbabwe, that is, that we'll continue to do them. They're very important innovations that we're coming with, and this is the perfect time to introduce them, and some of which are still going to be debated at the board level, so that we try to do things different compared to the way we used to do things in the past. We must evolve with time, and all of us must adapt and adjust. It can only be better. It's not going backwards. So you see, when it comes to COVID-19, it changed the course of time. It changed how we do things. It changed how our attitude in terms of how we do work, in terms of how we do our cases. And some of those things that have happened because of COVID are things that were planned in the future, but future came to us, so we must evolve and adapt to that change. You will recall that in the previous Indaba, we have, in fact, made certain undertakings. I'll just take the key ones which we had planned to do. One of them is that we're going to make sure that our users remain a priority in the service that we give. Program directors, you are correct. When it comes to our users, when it comes to the board appointing commissioners, especially when I'm in the interview, more than just the minimum requirements that the commissioner must have to become a commissioner, you've got to display this thing in you that being commissioner, it's not a job, it is a calling. Some of us don't sleep peacefully until justice is done. Some of us, when you see a user in front of you, you get consumed because you know you exist because of them. As CCMA, I'm happy to confirm that that commitment that we made at the time, that our users will remain a priority, they do remain a priority. And they shall continue to remain to be a priority until kingdom come. I don't want to say until Jesus come, because they could then bring other things. Now, that's very important. And therefore, in our appointing process, in our renewal of contract processes, we've got to demonstrate that important principle, that you will put users at the center of what we do. I don't know if you do recall why we introduced this principle of ensuring that if there's a postponement in a case, you don't just postpone, you engage with the leadership. It is not because of interference of power into the exercise of powers of the commission. It's not about that. It is about ensuring that when matters are postponed, they are postponed because they need to be postponed. Not because you're double booked, you want to go to the bargaining council. You postpone the case for that reason. We don't do that. Because we've acknowledged that the parties that come to the CCMA, some of them, they are without income. Some of them have been without income for months. Some don't go into taxis and come to the hearing. They walk to the CCMA, and they walk to the CCMA with the hope that they find you will care and service them. The last thing they want to hear is postponement, especially for bad reasons. We do not do that. We are an institution of statutory creation, which is born out of the belly of our South African Constitution, led by the values of our Constitution. We live those values. That's why we did that. That's what we mean when we say our users are at the center. During COVID, many institutions, including public institutions, closed down People sat at home and got paid, especially in the public service. But what CCMA do? We stepped up instead. It was one of those times where your leadership skill is tested. You're afraid of dying. You're afraid to hear that your colleagues are dying. You're afraid to hear that actually your staff is dying because of COVID. And they did die. Some of you sitting here today, some I've met, I keep asking, are you still okay? I'm asking because I know those who were infected by COVID, they are not fully healed from COVID. I was talking to Ravi yesterday and said, Ravi, are you okay? I said, I still have fatigue, I still have all of those things. It's because COVID still lives there, it's there. But we survived, we're standing here. And we serviced our people during the time of COVID. We stood the test of time, and we are here, and will continue to do so. When the minimum wage was introduced, it was not just a National Minimum Wage Act. What it did, it was a statement that when it comes to Chapter 1 of the LRA, when we're talking about economic development, when you study Chapter 1 of the LRA, it talks about the economic development. Introducing the national minimum wage is exactly the execution of that obligation, that we must ensure that national minimum wage is enforced. It's very important. I'm very happy that we invited Professor Elmarie to talk about domestic workers because she's very passionate about that. In the context of that national minimum wage, we ask ourselves, how many employers, because many of you sitting here are employers of domestic workers. At some point, there's a risk, stroke good thing that the domestic worker will apply and say, actually, we feel that we are an essential service. Because when a domestic worker is not around, there's serious chaos in the house. I know. When she says, well, I'm not doing anything today, then there's chaos. I don't know where the chaos comes from. But then you realize that she's the center that holds your house. So when you are then having such an employee that takes care of your children, that takes care of your house, that takes care of your dogs, that takes care of your food, your clothes, your ironing. When your kids are sick, that's the first person who knows. When they wake up in the morning, usually, that's the first person they meet. When they come back from school, that's the person they meet. Why do you then violate this important statutory provision that says, pay her a minimum wage and more? This is very important. So, national minimum wage in that context, that's what it means, right? One of the things that we wanted to deal was the arbitration guidelines. I'm sure you've noted that our arbitration guidelines have not been amended for quite some time. We have, just when we were about to complete that, then COVID hit, right? So we're back in that. We will complete the amendment of the arbitration guidelines. Having said so, and colleagues, when we get into interviews, I don't want us to talk about those kind of things. We spoke about the tendency of us when we write awards. We say, I have had a look at the following guidelines. I have had a look of the following, when you did not do so. That quotation thing. Can we stop doing that? When you say, I have had a look at the arbitration guidelines, say so because you did, and you understand the impact of what you read. And what you read is seen in the outcome that you write. Some of you, when you say so, and then we pick an award randomly, when we take you on and ask you, so show me how this influenced your award. Some fail to show that. It's just a quotation. We're doing a disservice. You've seen some of the judgments where the Labour Court says the commissioner failed to have regard to the following codes. We are mature, we've grown, we are the celebrities, we lead. So let's show that it can be done well. So we will do that. And we have been doing that. We were interrupted by COVID. The importance of collaboration, I'll talk about that when you're talking about the specific projects that we're involved in, which you'll find interest in. The importance of language and culture. Part of my studies in my doctorate is the impact of language and culture in dispute resolution. I'm sure as commissioners, and we have this commitment that you are updated into the new case law. That's why we've got James to talk about case law, right? You've seen the judgment that was done yesterday, 2 days ago, that was published, that was done Kasisotu. You saw that judgment. It's been on social media also. I've seen many comments. When I saw that, the moment it was fresh, I got it from, actually, I think someone who sent me that, I'll remember now. When we looked at that judgment, I called Judge President. I said, Judge President, thank you very much. We see that the Labour Court has now evolved. We've got a judgment which is done Kasisutu out of 11 languages. Right? It's not the first judgment. You remember the Supreme Court of Appeal judgment at the UNISA case, the Solidarity case. That judgment, the SCA judgment that was done in Xhosa. You remember that judgment. We have not grown other than those two that we talk about. The key question that we're asking ourselves is, and I'm going to pose a challenge to our commissioners sitting here today. Make time, read that judgment, right? Read that judgment and see. Actually, I spoke to the commissioner. I asked Wasanda to call him to be present in Indaba because the commissioner did the award, because there's a context in that judgment that we need to talk about. The critical issue and the challenge I want to make is, how many of you, when you do conciliation, when you speak isiSotho, the parties before you speak isiSotho, but you switch to English? Why is that? Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? When I was, at the International Agencies Forum, the United States delegate said to me, one of the reasons why we thrive in many things that we do, including dispute resolution, is because we do dispute in our language. The parties understand the dispute better in their language. And as a commissioner, not only is it showing respect, but it's also going to the heart and mind of the party by speaking in the language of their choice, untranslated. Untranslated. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm still talking conciliation, including pre-conciliations. If you're going to talk to Madam and Eve or our domestic cases, it's not about English. You switch to Sesotho and isiZulu because they understand you better when you speak to them in that language, and they understand the dispute better. In fact, they articulate their dispute better in their own language than in English. Some don't articulate their dispute better not because they don't understand it. It's because the language is foreign to them. And therefore there's issue of ego that comes with it. Let's unlock it, let's unleash it, that we exercise our 11 languages. Then you will see the change in dispute resolution patterns. The bigger challenge comes with arbitrations, because this is where it matters. One of the things that blocks us from doing so, and this is a block self-created, is that, if I do it in isiXhosa, when I get reviewed, then what happens with my transcript? What happens at the Labour Court? Well, the Labour Court has set the standard that they can do it in isiSotho, they can do it in isiXhosa. So why can't we? Because we can't continue to undermine our constitutionally protected right in the Constitution to use our language. The language board is supposed to promote languages. It's supposed to promote even our dispute resolution, even our courts, that the dispute is not articulated better in English and Afrikaans only. It can be in other languages as well. Here's my challenge. In all provinces, in all languages, who is prepared to raise their hand that next year, when we come to Indaba, we shall have an award in all those languages? I'm not seeing any hand. I can hear sound. I'm not sure what it means, but I can hear the sound. I can hear the sound, right? So while you are thinking about it, as Unkosi taught me, as you are thinking about DM me that you are raising your hand. What lang DM, ane? Lang DM or bona. I get it to lang DM, right? And say, I will do man isiXhosa, I will do man Kasipedi, I will do now Kachivenda, and all of that. Then let's prepare the route, because for as long we use convenience and cost as a reason not to do it, these languages will never be used where they matter. It's a challenge. We have not achieved the challenge that we spoke about in the previous Indaba. Now, the other important part, this comes to and in relation to our role in pre-bargaining processes. This we've done, but it's not enough. A dispute does not start in the hearing room. It starts long before that. Our products that we have of pre-bargaining, during bargaining, post-bargaining are very important, because the successes that we made out of the collective bargaining process must be maintained. Signing a settlement and walk away is not enough. We sign the settlement, we maintain the relationship moving forward. Shall we do that? But there's an important, challenging requirement I am intending to introduce here. How many of us arbitrators that after doing an award, you forget about the award that you made? I've signed it, it's done, so that's it. Is my award enforced? Some don't care. Some don't realize that you still have a responsibility to make sure that your award is done. What I intend doing is we collate the number of awards you do every year. And we test also how many reviews you have and why you are being reviewed. Because a review is not a threat, it's natural, right? We don't have a problem with that. That's not an issue to be reviewed. It's why you are being reviewed. That matters, right? But besides that, there's something called closing the deal. It means the following. When workers come to us and say, I have an award, it is our responsibility to give meaning to that success. Save the award issue. There has to be value in the award we issue. Imagine if the awards we issue are being ignored. What would the whole purpose of us doing the arbitrations? Because there's no point in it. Some of our commissioners, even when there's an error in your award, we call you to come and rectify your award. We have to pull teeth to get you to come back to correct your award. In the process, the award is not being executed. In some cases, people apply for variation, but people don't show up and say, did we get a variation? What's the issue? No, you wrote 10,000, but you're supposed to write 10,000 and put words in it because there's a dispute because you missed a zero in that 10,000. Your award says 10,000, but the numbers say it's 1,000. Can you please vary your award? You take 3 weeks to do it. Why? Why? It's a variation. It's not a new process. If you understand the principle of social justice and closing the deal, the moment you hear that, you jump and you correct it, then the award gets executed. That's what we mean by closing the deal. Why is it some of our commissioners, when you get reviewed, you don't even read what the review is about? You don't even read what they're saying about you in the review. We are ending that practice. You take care, you have interest in what's being said about you in the award because it's important. The enforcement. Colleagues, if the award we make are not being enforced, they are useless. The value of any award is when the content of what it says is executed. If it's not, there's no value in that award. Can we sleep peacefully when you know that there are people who have these awards who die before it's executed? Can we be at peace that there's somebody who's sitting with the award who can't understand the English language in that award, they can't execute it? Can we be proud of that? There are reviews that are brought to the labor court, but they're set there to rot. No execution. The process doesn't go further. As a CCMA, we sit back and watch. No, we must end that. We're not closing the deal. You review us, we will follow it. If you don't prosecute, we apply for dismissal. That's what we must do. If you fail to defend, we execute. Then that's the true value of what we do. There's no other meaning for it. We cannot do an award and walk away. We must see to it that it is executed because that's what social justice content means. We've got to do that. It's our responsibility. So, if you've got 10,000 awards, you come to an interview, we ask you, how many of your awards have been executed? Do you know? That's why we test your care part, the social justice content. And those that are not executed, why? I'm not saying that you must do 7A and go to the courts. No, I'm not saying that. A pure inquiry is more than enough. Has my award been executed and why not? That's why the Department of Labor gave us money, that for those that are below the threshold, we must assist them in terms of Section 115 to execute the awards. Is to make sure that we complete and close the deal. That's the idea. So let's get that done, both for dispute of right and the dispute of interest. We close the deal because that's what we're called to do. That's why we're at the commission. So that battle continues. That's the history, but the history continues. Fast track to now. Congratulations to you, CCMA, for achieving 100% of all your targets. Congratulations for having no material irregular expenditure and fruitless expenditure report from the Aegis report. And congratulations, of course, for achieving the clean audit. And we shall give ourselves a round of applause. This achievement is not a formality. This achievement means that which we've set to do for ourselves, the users we have set to serve, we did. That's what it means. It's not numbers. It's not AG. It's not any of that. The 100% means everything we said we will do to the benefit of those that we service, we've done. Congratulations again for achieving that. Now, the corresponding obligations that come with that is maintaining that standard. The corresponding obligation is maintaining that standard. That's the standard. We cannot set a standard and not achieve it. So we are the victim of our own success. I wish you all the best in achieving that. As we'll be watching, we're monitoring, that we're getting there. It is a historic achievement, and we must continue to achieve that. And in your CVs, it's there, embedded as an achievement. No one will change that. And not only did we do that, we did it in the face not only of COVID, but also of a reducing budget. We did that. We adapted and adjusted. There are key projects I want to confirm. One, you saw that we were busy with amending the CCMA rules, right? 2 days ago, is it 2 days ago, Siobhan, the rules were adopted by the governing body. So we have new rules of the CCMA, right? What we are going to do, we are not only going to publish those rules, but we're going to hold workshops to teach about the changes. Because there's certain things that are important when you're talking about context. When you have a new act of parliament or a new legislation, like when you do the assign and others, when you want to interpret a provision, when you adopt what they call the contextual approach and the influence of the Constitution, you take into account the background and the mischief rule, right? So when we present these rules and the way we wish to present them, I will lead the team in presenting all the changes in the rules. And thank you very much to Peter Fenter and the team that was part of the rules committee when we did that. It's been a very testing process. Thank you very much, and the rest of the team, and Antonio and others, and the leadership of the governing body in the task team there. So what we're going to do with the new rules, we are going to do a workshop. We're going to do a special CLM on the rules, specifically on the changes that were effected. The specific changes. There are very significant changes that we've made in the rules. Of course, the famous Rule 25 remains intact. Kaiser, we have not interfered with Rule 25, so it's in order. We have not changed Rule 25, it's still in order, so all is well there. But there are other important rules of practice. The other judgments that happened, the Mushwana, judgments and others that influence our rules. So we've added that into our rules. So we're going to do that. So prepare yourself for that. It's going to be a full session so that we make sure that, colleagues, rules are important. Remember, for those who do law, you know that there's 3 key things you need to always remember when you do a case. First, you've got to know the rules. You can't come to my house and not know the rules of my house. You've got to obey with the rules of my house. Our rules of the house are the CCMA rules, together with the guidelines. That's the bottom line, right? Second, you've got to know the facts and know them very well. Then what are you resolving if you don't know the facts, right? And then, of course, then you apply the evidence into the facts of the matter that you've got. So rules are critical for purpose of practice. So it is a duty of every commissioner to know every rule. One of the aggressive approaches I want to raise with the governing body is that this thing of us calling specialization, and then Section 198 is a specialization, certain sections of the Act is specialization, I don't think it's correct. A commissioner must know every section of the Act of all the employment law that we deal with, not certain parts of it. When we allocate cases, we want to give a case, no, this one is not trained, he can't do 198, then we're stuck. Because people have not read that part of the Act. We can't do that. Everybody must be trained on it, everybody must do those cases. Specialization is a different issue. If you specialize in employment equity, that's cool. Collective bargaining, that's cool. We will get into proper specialization. But for now, make sure that you know the rules very well, right? That's important. There's a second project that we've just completed. Now we're taking to the board the final stage. the operating model of the CCMA. With that operating model, there are two important things: the organizational design and also the funding model, a very interesting one, which we'll talk about when the board approves it. And of course, the health check. The health check. There is no way we can celebrate any victory of what we do if the staff is not healthy. We have to and must ensure that their health, I almost said their wealth, and then I'll start other problems. The health of the organization is very important, right? So, Mtungwa, I'm at Arabics in the morning. I understand you didn't attend. That's part of the health process. You know, General Secretary of the CSA is not happy because he was very looking forward to that. So we had flu, we couldn't go. So others say it's an excuse. No, it's not. All right. So that's the operating model. We're going to publish that because it changes a few things on how we operate. At the center of that is two things. That we are going to run in a hybrid fashion moving forward. We're not going to give up our online processes and how we do things online. We're going to enhance it. Right, so we're moving forward with that. So that's important. And our, walk-ins, we keep that because we have people who want to come and walk into our hearing rooms. So we've got a hybrid model. Secondly, and the most important part, this is, you can underline, bold, and italize it. The CCMA is about dispute resolution. Therefore, dispute resolution must take the center in everything we do. Everything else is a support service. Everything else is a support service. DR leads. DR leads. Okay. That's about it on the operating model. So we'll deal with that as soon as we have the approval from the governing body. The other one is the CMS and the JEV system. I want to randomly pick a commissioner after, during break and ask, do you use the JEV system or not? The chances are that I'm still getting no. Because commissioners don't use the JEV system. Nompumelelo doesn't use the JEV system, right? I'm kidding. So the important thing, colleagues, we bought this multi-million rand system to make our life better. People have been trained. So why are you not using a JEVs? We have not taken a stern stance on that. If you don't do JEVs, you do something else with discipline. We don't want to go that route. Can we do it voluntarily? Be trained and use JEVs. We are at the stage now we are enhancing, bringing in new advanced systems. Case lines and case files combined, right? Because online hearings to load evidence in the system without using the hard copies and try to be as paperless as much as possible, for us, for also to keep records of our case. You remember that Concord judgment that was held against us, that because of our record keeping. That's why we bought the system, not to be in that situation. Can you do it voluntarily without us making you do it by ngani? I think volution is better than doing it by ngani. Can we do that? I'm asking, colleagues. This is just asking and calling for you to, volition issue. Mandla, I'm still a director. Now, here's an important thing that I must note. There's something called case law monitor that we do every month, right? Now there's a problem with it. What you don't know is that as we do our case law online, I log in and listen to what you do in your session. And one thing that I've seen happen, that those who present, they just read the slides and the session is over. There's no value in it. That's not what we had in mind. The slides were a guide to assist you to debate issues and understand the principles. But if it's about tick box, you read, it's done, it's over. We're not going to do that anymore. But the plan is as follows. We're going to nationalize it now, Comrade Beck. We're nationalizing the CLM now. So we are elevating it to the chamber level, right? We don't just do cases, we're going to pick cases that matter, that we're going to talk about in a quarter, right? And we present those. And the presenters are those that raise their hand. We don't just force people to do it, because others have said, you are doing CLM, they just read the slide because they are forced to do so. We don't want people like that. We need people who are prepared to raise their hand and said, I want to present at the national level and present to all commissioners and for commissioners to understand what I'm saying. I will lead with the commissioners in doing that because CLM is critical. And CLM is not limited to just case law. Any new laws that we do, any new practices that happen is going to be part of the package. And then our case management officers, our senior case management officers, our commissioners and interpreters must be part of that CLM. That's very important, right? So we will be very careful in selection on what we present. It doesn't stop provinces from doing their own cases every month, but the CLM at that level, we're going to do that. We're not going to do it end of the month. I'm told that doing CLM at the end of the month is a very bad idea. I'm not sure why, but it's because so that's why. So, Baba very, Baba restless, because it's a Friday and they have money, and we're busy talking assign and cases. That's the last thing they want to hear. But they carry stomach out and all of those things to do and other things. So, what crop does? That. So we're going to pick the right spot at the right time. Good cases, best presenters. Okay, so that's the plan. We're nationalizing it. And not only that, we're going to add it in the corporate calendar so that everybody knows well in advance when the CLM is. And when we set down cases, we protect the CLM that we're going to do. That is part of the continuous professional development that we must do. Soon we're going to confirm the new award template. We will share so that we see. The part that is causing a problem in the arbitration award, it is the survey of evidence part. Why is it that a commissioner will spend sleepless night repeating the record? And then the analysis is 2 paragraphs. The part that the part that matters the most, the rest is 19 pages of transcript. And then 2 paragraphs of analysis. 1 line is the dismissal is unfair. Guys, come on. You see, now we'll do the refresher course and take you to study again the drafting of awards. Because that is a problem. Because when you're caught on review, they read what you say in your survey. They look at your analysis. They say, this is not rational. Then how can you then be a reasonable decision maker with such material that is before you? So we're going to review that, and we're talking to Judge President, other judge, because they've got you. Judge van Niekerk wrote an article in the journal about this, by the way. He says in that article that our interest as judges is not so much about the survey, because we get that from the record. So that's why 145, when you are being reviewed, they say file the record, not the entire record, a portion of the record that is in dispute. Not these volumes and volumes. We do that as lawyers, right? There's 20 archive files, but you read only 20 pages of all those files. Why? Right? So that's for lawyers. Lastly, yes, it's confirmed, Kaiser, that in the new financial year, there will be commissioners who will be appearing at the Labour Court on behalf of the CCMA as a party and be paid a commissioner fee for that. That's important. We can't outsource things we can do ourselves. These are times when not only about money, but we must develop our commissioners. One of the things we're going to do when we celebrate the 30th is to find in the labor market everyone who was born from the CCMA ranks, who have become somebody out there, right? That's very important. So when we do these things, and labor courts and doing all of things, we are producing that material. Because you see, if you've made a deal with the CCMA, I don't have a problem with it. If you've made a deal with the CCMA that it is until the death do us apart, I'm okay with it, right? But those who want to grow and develop and become something else out there, we must then develop and support them. Part of that is the court appearances, drafting papers, okay? We will draft it legal, and then you be part of that, and you go and appear, because there's matters we must defend. Okay. Now, the important thing, it's this Indaba. This is a challenge, and this is what we're going to discuss now at the governing body. It's a suggestion, and it's not fully, just to give you the idea why. It's a project. There has been serious dissatisfaction of exclusion of our staff to here. All of you that are here, you are the privileged few. But this is not the whole CCMA, you know that, right? Many of our colleagues, CMOs, HR, finance, governance and strategy, interpreters, are not having the privilege of walking the red carpet like we do this evening, celebrating CCMA. They see it online, they see it in pictures. Then an interpreter walks up to me and says, so director, tell me, so what does it take for me to be at the Indaba and walk the red carpet? Because I'm not the commissioner. And while we're still thinking about that, what does it take for me to one day be told that I can walk up the stairs to the stage and be told I'm the best interpreter of the CCMA? I do my job better than others. When will that day come? Somebody in finance comes and says, well, without finance, you have no cases. You talk about being liquid as an organization. You're talking about paying claims and paying salaries on time. We do that with diligence every month, every year. But I never get the chance to walk the stairs and be given the award as the best financial manager. Why is that? HR said, we recruit, we train, together with dispute management and prevention, the commissioners that you're talking about. We do that on time, we do it all the time. You always have commissioners. But when you do excellence in that, when do you get to recognize my excellence? I can see you do that for commissioners. They walk up the stairs, they wear beautiful dresses and suits and wear good perfumes and walk there. But we don't get the opportunity to do so. We feel excluded. Can you review? This is where this is coming from. They want to be part here. Yes, Mangato, you're right, that the Indaba originally is the continuous professional development. That's correct, but that's for commissioners. But the CCMA is not just about commissioners. There's other members of staff that needs to enjoy that. Now, the idea we're going to be taking to the board, Pagani, is let's find a way to provincialize Indaba. That what happens here happens in every province at once. That everybody enjoys the celebration of what we're celebrating here. So we're going to put the concept together and see if we can achieve that. But the ultimate is to achieve that, is to find a way that our staff enjoy the recognition, enjoys the celebration as a family. We can't say we're family when members of the family are unhappy, because through no fault of theirs, they feel excluded. So we will do that, so that everybody enjoys that. We'll come up with a proper concept. We'll argue our case with the board for it to see if we can do that from within budget, of course, and sponsorship, which is what we're going to aggressively do in 2023. It will be nice to spread members of the board and committees in the different provinces when these awards are being presented. When you say the best province is Gauteng, the best province is Northwest, everybody celebrates in their office, in the presence of governing body members, as we provincialize it. I think it's a pretty good thought that we must find a way to do so. We don't have to fly people. We don't have to have accommodations here at center. We do it in our provinces, assisted by our stakeholders. That's the idea that we want to sell for our family. That's the plan. And key with that, while we talk about that, we still preserve a special session for commissioners to talk commissioner practice issue, because they are the key to our existence. We want to find a day, instead of spending money in the labor conference, spending money in the shop stewards conference, let's reinvest that money, do a full session with all present commissioners and pay part-timers for attending that session. Because I understand that if we say full day, come and attend, here's the CLM, we're talking case law and law, you think about, White King, you're giving me 10 days and now you say I must do this for free. I wish to do, but I can't. I've got other pressing issues. But if we mitigate and deal with it, I think we're making progress if we do that. Right? So then we can have full understanding and full participation without worrying about those things. So we try to find a way to reinvest in that. Okay? Part of that formula, we now have an agreement with the South African Local Government Association that we can use municipal offices everywhere. We've already started. In some cases, there are problems. In some places, they charge us 100 rand for using the office, which I still don't understand. But the idea is that the accessibility of CCMA is now going to be everywhere, right? So we've signed the agreement nationally. We're cascading now to different provinces and regions. There are some offices that are resisting. So there's a number of things operationally that we must deal with. So if you're sitting in Koffingwab or in such like places there's a municipality, we're able to hold a case there without a worker having to walk to the center to refer a case or to hear a hearing. So that is the achievement of a constitutional obligation of access to tribunals. That's what we're trying to do. It doesn't end there. We also now signed an agreement with the Department of Employment and Labor that all labor centers must be accessible to the CCMA for us to do hearings without, these kind of fights that we hear from time to time, so that any office of Dell, any municipality that is closer, we must be able to use it. Then we can proudly say we are an accessible institution. That, I think, will be the best achievement. I think that deserves an applause. Am I out of time? Right. Finally, colleagues, let's celebrate that since we opened doors, the CCMA has received 3,755,244 cases. That is dispute resolution. We have issued, which is an interesting stat, 447,000 awards, 447,813 awards. The awards that we've enforced, according to our information, is 113,000. Those numbers should be worrying us. If you look at the total number of cases for the period, you look at the total number of awards, I have no issue that many of them would be settled because we're sitting at above 70% on settlements that we make, right? But we've got to up our numbers on enforcement to try to equalize. That's very important. So having said so, including the collective bargaining, since 2016, we have saved 171,677 jobs through our facilitations that we do. That is, one job saved is one job too many. One job lost, is one job too many. But if we can save that number, then take pride in being a commissioner, because these families have a job. Can I encourage that we continue to do so? Because that's very important. In closing, all our departments are healthy. All of them are healthy. Corporate, HR, governance, all of those are healthy. The hybrid system is family entrenched. And we continue to use our budget healthy. We spent 97% of our budget in 2021, 2022. That's a very good thing. And I believe that will continue to do so. And having said so, program directors, I requested program directors, I hear them here when they introduce themselves and they address each other. They're calling him Ms. Zwan, Mr. Zwan, and they are commissioners. Say, Commissioner Zwan, we must take pride because we're commissioners. This is the commission. Agrabo Minstela, right? Commissioner Zwan. Commissioner Mokoena. And one thing I know about Boitumela, that she has humility. And that's one of the reasons why we requested her to be the judge, also not the judge president, to be the program director, right? And when you introduced yourself, you said, I am like you, I am Commissioner Mokoena. You are not Commissioner Mokoena. You are Senior Commissioner Mokoena. That title matters. It carries weight. To be Senior Commissioner at the CCMA, it's with pride. That's why even when we interview on senior, we're very tough. Because when you carry the title to be Senior Commissioner, you must carry it with pride. Because when you're Senior Commissioner, it means you are a leader. You lead other commissioners. They must look up to you for advice and guidance. And so far, since we appointed it last year, you've done exceptionally well. Take pride in being Senior Commissioner, and welcome to the CCMA.
All right, Sabonga kakhulu Mphathi. Thank you, Professor, Advocate, Commissioner, Comrade Silum Rajan. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to just quickly make the following announcements before we call upon our next speaker. There is a health screening service that is available to ourselves in the Adelaide Tambo room that we were advised of on the foyer. So during our tea break, commissioners and all other guests joining us, you are urged to go there and get yourself tested. The CCMA is passionate about our wellness, particularly I know Director. It's something that burns very deep within himself to see us do a lot with that particular concept. And of course, because it's something new, we're still struggling to find our feet the way that he articulates it. You know, we're not yet even halfway through what he wants to see happening, but we will get there. And also on the same note, to encourage delegates to please join the aerobics tomorrow morning. I'm going to make sure that you are there together with the gentleman directly in front of you, whom I will not name. Right. So let's join these sessions. Let's take care of our wellness, and also, particularly also, we've got the EPA service. CCMA has got a wellness department, and some colleagues, it's been worrying sometimes when one looks at the usage of the service in some instances and some regions. And I just want to just again make a passing note to say, let's use that service. It's very important. Some of us are not well, even though we are just walking. And it's because we also don't just take time to use the services available to assist us to be able to get in better shape, particularly in terms of our mental health. More so as commissioners, under strain with the work that we do. It's important that we use that service, and I'm going to encourage us. Masisebenziseni, colleagues. Now, we are also on YouTube. I've checked the feed. It's streaming very well. There are no glitches. And I'm also announcing this because it's the reason why you see from the 2-year gap we've held for the Indaba. Colleagues will remember in the last one, sometime between the items we would have a musical item, maybe as a speaker walks off or on the stage. But we can't do that today because being on YouTube comes with its own issues in terms of rights to play certain music and all of that. So can you please bear with us in terms of the silence? And because I did not get the consent of the governing body or the director to sing struggle songs, I'm also not going to venture into that, particular corridor. So colleagues, after the next speaker that we're going to call, we will be heading to our lunch break. And in terms of our program, we were supposed to, tea break, my apologies for that. Now it tells you a lot about the state of my my stomach, but we're going to have our tea break. It's allocated 30 minutes, and I'm going to request delegates that we stick to that time, albeit we are a bit off in terms of the target that we had. I will announce later how much the director is going to increase the bonus by, because he went a bit over time. Now, the next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, for the program is Professor Elmarie Fourie, and she is an associate professor at the Faculty of Law and is also the head of the Department of Public Law in the University of Johannesburg. Now, interestingly enough, passionate about domestic workers, when I looked at the body where she is a director, if you look at the acronym, it says CITLAS. So I don't know whether she's sending a message to domestic workers to say, that's where I'm taking you, that you'll be driving these not long from now when their goals are achieved. But she's also a director in the Center for International and Cooperative Labor and Social Security Law, and also she is a decorated academic in her field, has published, on law, on social protection issues, legal education, both on the national and international stage. Now, with that brief, introduction of our next speaker, I would like to ask for us to put our hands together and call Professor Elmarie Fourie to the fore.
And I just want to check, is all my slides on?
Let us just check. They are on.
And I'll just press, okay,
There we go.
excellent. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to follow Prof. Morayane as I know him's example and acknowledge all honorable dignitaries. I also want to acknowledge the audience and your expertise. It's extremely nerve-wracking for me to stand here today in front of you, and it's very daunting. Something that made me relaxed a little bit is that you refer to yourselves as part of the CCMA family, and I thought, okay, then it can't be so bad today to speak here. I should be okay. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm humbled to be here in front of you today, and I'm honored. Thank you so much for the invitation, Professor Morayane. Perhaps I need to explain to you the impact that your awards have on us as a university. I teach labor law undergrad, postgraduate diploma in labor law, and a master's, and we prescribe your awards. We analyze your awards. Your awards are asked in the exams and the tests, and the students look up to you and they engage with your awards. And I think that is an amazing achievement and contribution that you also have to tertiary education. So thank you for that. We really enjoy some of your awards. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to tell you where my journey started. I've always been passionate about vulnerable workers in the informal economy, and specifically domestic workers. But many years ago, and I don't want to give away my age or Prof. Kalula's age, Prof. Kalula invited me to UCT to come and speak around domestic workers. And this was at the early stages of my research. I arrived there and I met the most amazing woman, Myrtle Witbooi. And I looked at her and I was in awe. And she walked up to the stage to present. And now maybe I'm going to quote a struggle song. I'm not, Cameron, can I do so? But the whole audience stood up like one person, and they sang, "My mother was a kitchen girl, my father was a garden boy, therefore I'm a unionist." And in that moment, and I want to cry actually, solidarity overwhelmed me. And I recognize that the plight of domestic workers are of the utmost importance. Myrtle also related a story that in the beginning she was a domestic worker. She looked after 2 children. And she would sit by the pool and they would swim. And she was not even allowed to put her foot in the water. And I just thought that we need to do something around these workers. Therefore, the concept of the plight of domestic workers. In my presentation, I'm going to provide a brief overview. I will introduce the concepts. I will look at the national legal framework. I will discuss the extension of labor and social protection, and I'm using the wider concept of social protection, and then conclude and make some recommendations, ladies and gentlemen. So, this is just a poem. Now, the plight of domestic workers is not a new thing. This poem dates back to 1937, stating all week she's cleaned someone else's house, strand down her own face in the shine of copper-bottom pots, polished wood, toilet she'd pull to the lid, that look saying, "Let's make a change, girl." So when we look at vulnerable work, specifically in international frameworks, we see that women is more representative in vulnerable work. When we look at domestic workers across the world, domestic workers represent a previously disadvantaged group. Most of them in South Africa are black women. Also, COVID-19 highlighted their vulnerabilities, but also the vital role that these workers play in supporting the core needs of households. And Cameron referred to that. Never before has independence of domestic workers and households they care for been so clear. Neither has the vulnerability of millions of domestic workers earning a living behind closed doors of private households been so visible. When we look at statistics, we see that in South Africa, 96.9% of domestic workers are women. The ILO internationally refers to 76.7% of the workers being domestic workers. They contribute 2.3% of total employment worldwide. And around the world, there are 75.6 million domestic workers aged 15 years and over. Such a large group of workers are deserving of labor and social protection. How do we categorize, or maybe I must say, how do I categorize domestic workers? We know that they're covered in theory in South Africa. However, in practice, it might be a complete different thing. And if we look at the recommendation 204, with reference to the transition from the formal economy to the informal economy, they have a very comprehensive definition of informal economy. And they talk about economic activities by workers that are in law or in practice not covered, or insufficiently covered. I am arguing that domestic workers in South Africa, specifically after the Mshlangu case, are covered in theory, but in practice, they do not enjoy labor and social protection. Therefore, I categorize them as a vulnerable group within the informal economy. And until we can achieve enforcement, they will remain vulnerable. Their specific vulnerabilities relate to low wages, unequal bargaining power, isolation in the place of work, the private home, and particularly vulnerable in that group are migrant domestic workers. There's the ILO Convention with reference to the conceptual framework. It's very difficult to find a definition for domestic work because the nature of the work is so diverse. Therefore, you will see the ILO Convention on Domestic Work uses domestic work to try and categorize these people. The ILO Convention's conceptual framework is more narrow than our own sectorial determination because it excludes independent contractors. The LRA includes them under employee and the Employment Equity Act as well, but the BCA did have a definition referring to domestic work, relating it to the home. It's work that occurs in the home. It talks about the gardener, the driver, and the care work, and this definition is reflected in some of the social insurance laws as well. And then the sectorial determination is a little bit wider. It includes independent contractors, and domestic workers should be able to use Section 200A as well, the rebuttable presumption, because most of them will fall under the threshold if there is a dispute around their employment status. So domestic workers, we think, and that is a societal thing, and that's something we need to change, we think domestic work is innate. Because you are a woman, you are supposed to clean. Because you are a woman, you are supposed to care for children and the elderly. And that results in domestic work being undervalued and under-recognized all over. The value and the contribution of the work, as Prof. Moriani clearly set out, it's chaos in your house if they don't arrive. But it's more than that. And I want us to recognize that. That domestic worker comes from a home, leaving her own children behind, to come to the home of the employer to look after the female employer's children. Through doing that, she enables that female employer to enter the labor market, caring for the female employer's children, and we must applaud that. That's an amazing contribution to our economy and to our society. Sorry, I've got a sore throat. I was at a conference a few years ago, and there was someone who used the following image to describe the value of domestic work. She said the domestic worker is standing, and the female employer is standing on her shoulders to enter the labor market. She's literally enabling that woman. And that means we can never undervalue the work of domestic workers. They work in the private home, and this is an intimate employment relationship. This intimate employment relationship, this private home, of course contributes to the precarious nature of the employment. Often, the place of employment is also the home of the domestic worker. That makes it even more precarious. And decent accommodation is also linked to decent work. Providing decent accommodation to your domestic worker is also, of course, linked to human dignity. And we often see in the sectorial determination, they talk about very basic accommodation. A room with a window, a door that can lock, and access to a bathroom facilities. That is it. And that is problematic when we look at the concepts of human dignity and decent work. So how can we protect these workers? What can we do to protect these workers? And I'm thinking extending labor and social protection to the workers. What did we do in South Africa? We used legislative intervention. We extended our labor laws to cover these workers. Instead, perhaps, of finding innovative and tailor-made laws, because domestic work is different from other formal employments that are covered by our legislation in our country. So now that and I'll highlight the problems with this by merely extending labor protection, you have certain problems because it doesn't provide for the diverse nature of domestic work. Domestic work is different than any other work because of my place of employment and my intimate relationship with the family. So the workplace is different from those in formal employment. And if we look at extending protection to these workers, merely covering them by laws is not sufficient. We are talking about women. We are talking about previously disadvantaged women. The extension of protection or the provision of protection must be accompanied by a sustainable and integrated approach. Together with that, we need to consider legal and economic empowerment. If we don't do that, we will never achieve that society of transformative, what our Constitution sees as a transformative society. We will never be able to promote substantive equality. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I think for these women workers, voice and representation is of the utmost importance. Voice and representation and social dialogue with role players, being involved in policies and programs that involve them. And then lastly, I will definitely look at how the courts have extended protection to these workers. And how did the courts do that, looking at previously disadvantaged workers? International framework. I think the international framework has played a very important role with reference to domestic workers. Why is international law important? Because our Constitution obliges us. We must consider international law. May consider foreign law, but we must. And we see that in Section 39, 233, and 232. And the most important impact of international law is when you incorporate that in national legislation. If you just ratify and you forget about that, you will never be able to enforce that convention. Once you've ratified that convention, you need to incorporate that in national law. I think the UN Sustainable Developmental Goals are going to play a huge role with reference to protection of vulnerable women workers. And the difference between, and Prof. Kulula, I'm not criticizing the ILO at all, they do wonderful work, but the difference with the UN and specifically UN Women is they embark on advocacy campaigns around the plights of these women. They get large groups of women together, they talk about their rights, and this seems to have a very positive impact around this. The Domestic Workers Convention that, if I'm right, South Africa ratified in 2014, I think aims to improve the living conditions of domestic workers and to advance decent work for these workers. They also battled with a definition. So they decided to use common characteristics, but they exclude any person that works in an institutional care system. But they include migrant workers, and they recognize them as specifically vulnerable with reference to their work. The Violence and Harassment Convention is a landmark convention. The way it came about is beyond the tripartite structure of the ILO. Women advocacy groups came together and motivate for this convention. And I think South Africa's legislative drafters can learn from this convention in a number of ways. Look at the wide conceptual framework. Look at the wide definition of workers. Informal economy workers are included. Volunteers are included. All people, irrespective of their contractual status. Very wide conceptual framework. And we also see this with reference to the concept of what is harassment. It is a wide conceptual framework, and I think this is a new trend, having wide conceptual frameworks. What is interesting is, and that's perhaps the impact of the Philippines were the first to ratify the Domestic Workers Convention, and this actually resulted in them enacting legislation specifically covering and protecting domestic workers. And I think that is extremely important because we see these conventions and we don't often realize what are the impact or what is the impact of these conventions. And then of course decent work is very important, and two of the important pillars of decent work relates to social protection and representation of these workers. Okay, the national legal framework, I need to talk about that. This is what happens when you extend protection. You don't create tailor-made solutions, you extend legislative provision. So of course the Constitution is extremely important to all vulnerable workers, and the courts have really shown the interrelatedness of human rights such as human dignity, equality, and access to courts when they looked at extending protection to workers outside the scope of our labor laws. But important rights for domestic workers, of course, the values of human dignity, the right of human dignity, equality, access to courts of the utmost importance, and everyone has a right to fair labor practices. It's a very wide concept, however, Royal Bafokeng seemed to find that it's more narrow than I would like it to be. But in any case, so a very important role for the Constitution when we look at vulnerable workers and previously disadvantaged workers. The Labour Relations Act, these workers are included under the LRA, under the definition of employee, and although the widened scope of application is welcomed, the unique and intimate nature of domestic work requires tailor-made solutions, because the focus point of labour legislation in South Africa remains those in formal employment. And because of this extension, there are several challenges around protecting domestic workers. And this specifically relates to the intimate nature of domestic work. I work in your house. I have a relationship with you and your children. And when you look at the loss of severance pay, when alternative employment is unreasonably refused, it is recommended that the courts must consider the intimate nature of domestic work when determining the unreasonableness of such a refusal. It's very difficult if I'm retrenched and you say to me, you can now go and work for my neighbor. She's got a nice house, she's got a room, she's only got 2 children, I have 5. I think that is a very reasonable offer. That is very, very problematic when we look at the diverse and intimate relationship. So it requires, I think, specifically designed remedies. The viability of what we know as the primary remedies, reinstatement and re-employment of domestic work, might not be ideal and must be considered. I might not want to go back. This is a very personal relationship. I went to the CCMA and made certain allegations against you. Now I'm reinstated back in the house. You don't like me, I don't like you. And of course there are exceptions when compensation can be provided for. But I wonder, because we want the person to stay employed, so I'm wondering if we look at remedies like reinstatement and re-employment, shouldn't they be accompanied by some form of mediation? Shouldn't we consider that if we want to do that? And then very importantly, I think we must consider that the impact of a dismissal may result in the worker losing her accommodation. That is something very important. When that worker is dismissed, she also loses her accommodation. Her children might be going to schools close by, so it has an impact on a family. If we look at automatic unfair dismissals, and this is very important because one of the biggest challenges that these workers face is discrimination and harassment. That is very clear. When we look at automatic unfair dismissals, referral to the Labour Court is problematic because we know that these workers do not have financial resources associated with this litigation. So perhaps we can consider something like, and I want to applaud the CCMA for Section 10, allowing workers to go to the CCMA, vulnerable woman who suffers from harassment, promoting access to justice. Isn't that something that we need to consider when we look at domestic workers under the LRA? Then we have the unfair labor practice regime. That was mostly designed for workers in the formal employment and may in many instances not be suitable to domestic workers. Organizational rights, and it's understandable. We extended legislation with reference to organizational rights, and this was designed for workers in the formal economy. Now, Section 17 has to state the right to access you cannot have, and the right to disclosure of info you cannot have. I understand that. But that is the result when you just merely extend legislation. It's a private home. It's going to be very difficult when the trade union comes and say, good morning, I want to do some recruitment here at your home. Or can you please give me your bank statements? Let me see what happened last month. That is very intrusive. But then we need to find other ways, and I'll get to voice and representation to overcome this. Employment Equity Act also covers domestic workers, and this is a very important piece of law for reference to domestic workers. 6.1 prohibits direct and indirect discrimination, and very importantly, 6.3 includes harassment as a form of discrimination. And I think this is extremely important because many of the workers are harassed. And then Section 10 allows access to the CCMA. And I really am so proud, I say to the students, I'm so proud I get goosebumps when I see that section. Because I think I spoke to Prof. Marajani and he said to me, we've seen an increase in referrals with reference to that. Now, I have a bit of a problem with harassment because now I'm harassed by my employer in the house. I go to the CCMA. My employer is notified I'm not going to be very welcome at home. So it's very problematic. Here I am, I'm accusing you of harassment, I'm staying on your premises, you are very upset with me now. Where is my protection? So in practice, and that's for all small enterprises, when you refer a harassment dispute, your employer is not going to be happy. I'm not going to be happy that you bring me my coffee in the morning. I'm not going to be happy to see you at all. In fact, I'm going to be very upset. So we need to consider how to deal with that. When we look at harassment claims, we need to consider the intimate nature of the employment. So we argue that perhaps we can include domestic work under the Domestic Violence Act, because then the South African Police Service must provide assistance, and this assistance includes shelter and medical treatment. In many other countries, when there is a harassment claim, they do remove the domestic worker and provide alternative shelter. Mediation, training will also play a very, very important role here. Unemployment Insurance Act, they covered. I think COVID-19 proved to us what a disaster that was. At the beginning, only 17% of domestic workers found out that they were covered by unemployment insurance, and that is shocking. Where are our inspectors? And I'll speak about that. So enforcement, very low. And I'll get back to unemployment insurance, because what do? Employers are not contributing. That is very clear. So inspectors do not come to the private house. Should we then not consider perhaps have an incentive? Say that when you submit your tax, you must prove that you are providing unemployment insurance for your domestic worker, and if you did so diligently, perhaps you can get a 0.111% tax rebate. So instead of having a stick approach, we need to find an incentive to encourage workers. A stick approach will not work. COIDA, I'm going to come back to that. Domestic workers were excluded. The Mashlangu judgment, and what a brilliant judgment, found that exclusion was unconstitutional, and I'm going to look at that a bit more. I can just tell you that the award was retrospective. That's also very seldom that it happens in our law, up until 1994, and recently we found that only 10 claims have been filed. Very problematic. How are we going to get employers to contribute? How are we going to do that? Once again, I suggest incentives. The Minimum Wage Act, yes, that contributes to social justice. And when the Minimum Wage Act was introduced, I'm embarrassed to say that many of my colleagues said, I'm not going to pay that, I'm going to retrench. I said, okay, retrench. None of them retrenched. None of them. What did they do? They just didn't pay the minimum wage. So the enforcement is extremely problematic. They just don't adhere to that. So we need to find a way to enforce this. There must be a way that you can file something to show that you pay the minimum wage. I'm concerned about the minimum wage. I told you domestic work is undervalued and not recognized. When the Minimum Wage Act was enacted, domestic workers were paid less for 2 years. What does that tell you? Your work is not good enough. You're not the same as other workers. You don't deserve the same. They receive the same now. But that was the initial stance of the Minimum Wage Act. Immediately, you influence society by saying, domestic workers and farm workers, no, you're not that good. Then farm workers came on board, and lastly, domestic workers. And then the Skills Development Act has some important programs on upskilling domestic workers, but it doesn't help you upskill domestic workers if that won't result in some pay increase. If I've got new skills, at least that should link to some pay increase. So I think harassment must be made a key issue in policies and programs, and governments must ensure that labor inspectors play a vital role in the prevention of harassment in the workplace. And how would they do that? I think training and awareness campaigns. Challenges, I've highlighted the challenges when we merely extend instead of providing tailor-made legislation. And Ghana is an example of where they have specific legislation that covers domestic workers. So they do not fall under the scope of their normal laws. They've got a labour domestic workers regulation, and it governs the employment relationship between domestic work and the employer and provides legislative protection. So there must be a written contract, very similar to what we have, except we do it under the sectoral determination, recommendation about rest periods, hours of work. Skill development is highlighted, and it's a high priority. The empowerment of domestic workers. And then very, very interesting, they have a provision that you have to register the written employment contract at an office. So there's some record of who is employed as domestic workers. Also, you have to contribute to a healthcare insurance for your domestic worker. So performing social security. But ladies and gentlemen, they also prohibit sexual harassment, and they aim to formalize. Very interesting, with reference to dispute resolution, they part. If it's a dispute around your employment contract, then you use the Alternative Dispute Resolution Act. This is a very difficult and technical act, and it is criticized because most of the domestic workers are illiterate in Ghana. And then if it deals with your termination, you can go to the National Labour Commission. And it has now been requested that the National Labour Commission has a separate desk to help domestic workers, specifically when there are issues with writing and reading. Now, I have spoken to many domestic workers, and I have received very positive feedback from the call centers at the CCMA and assistance provided to them. But perhaps we can consider, Prof. Marianne spoke about access to justice and having offices available in municipality office premises. Maybe we can have a counter and say on Wednesdays there will be someone to help domestic workers, help those who cannot read. All right, so I think that is of the utmost importance. Voice and representation. If we want to get this right, we need to promote voice and representation. And it's difficult. Trade unions are not eager, except now the domestic workers trade union, to organize them. Because their workplace is private, it's difficult to access. The work is diverse. But we need innovative solutions to help these workers organize and give them a voice. Maybe we need to look outside trade unions. Worker organizations in other countries have done that, member-based organizations. Civil society has helped. Where do you meet if you are a domestic worker? If I'm a trade union or a shop steward and I want to get my members together, where do I meet? Maybe a school, maybe a church, Maybe a municipality office can say, domestic workers, the trade union representative will be here on this day. Move outside the private household and overcome this by innovative solutions. I really wonder, and I don't know if anyone knows, how many private employers pay over the trade union membership fee. I don't think there's a lot of them that do that. The only provision in the LRA that speaks to informal economy workers is section 28(1)L, and that talks about the duties of bargaining councils. And there we find a provision that say bargaining councils must extend their services to workers in the informal economy and home workers. If only we can get trade unions to come together and say, this is a particular group of vulnerable workers. Let's see how we can organize them. Of course, there are issues around sectors and so forth. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the Mashlangu judgment from the Constitutional Court. And I'm not going to go through the facts. I'm sure you all know the facts. But I want to highlight some important, really important things that the court mentioned. You will see the Constitutional Court, when it deals with vulnerable workers, always have a paragraph where they sort of say to us as a society, you are not doing what you're supposed to do. You are not fulfilling the constitutional obligation. And we see that with vulnerable workers and harassment claims. It dealt with the exclusion of domestic workers from COIDA. And the challenge was that this is unconstitutional. And the court specifically focused on human dignity and equality, and the constitutional right of everyone to have access to social security. It also considered the concept of indirect discrimination. But very importantly, what I want to speak about is the concept. It's not a new concept, but we see it more and more in our courts, and that is the concept of intersectional discrimination. And this is very valuable as a tool to provide remedies. And we see the court says we need to aim to heal the division of the past. We need to highlight the transformative nature of our Constitution. Our Constitution embraces substantive equality. And it, in the end, found the act to be unconstitutional and said it must include domestic workers. And the interesting fact is the retrospective effect of that. That domestic workers and dependents could bring their claim. But what is important of this judgment is it recognized that domestic work are undervalued and unrecognized. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Domestic workers are the unsung heroines in this country and globally. That's amazing for the court to say that. They're a powerful group of women whose profession enables all economical active members of our society to go out and pursue their career. They're leaving their own children and their family members behind so that I can go and pursue my career. And I think that is really amazing that the court recognized that. They recognized that domestic workers have not enjoyed the fulfillment of the constitutional promise. They actually said, we promised a transformative society. We promised substantive equality. If we look at what's happened here, where the domestic worker was cleaning windows, she had poor eyesight, fell in the pool and drowned, we did not meet our constitutional promise with reference to her. And it's undisputed that these exclusions impair their human dignity. And the cornerstone of our democracy is to protect the most vulnerable. Socioeconomic rights must be bestowed on everyone. And of course, there's a limitation to that. So it's very important. The only way we can get social change, it will involve change in the social identity of the women, to ensure that they are recognized for their value contributions of all levels. And we need to change the way society sees these workers. The court then went and said, and had a whole analysis of what is intersectional discrimination. And they said, because we have black women here, black race, gender, woman, and there's intersectional discrimination coming from poor socioeconomic circumstances. And the court said intersectional discrimination requires the courts to examine the nature and the context of the individual or the group, the history of the group, and this includes the social and the legal history, and how did society treat this specific group of workers. What is the history of social security in South Africa, mostly exclusionary for many years. Historically, disadvantages suffered by black women as a group. And we need to empower them to bring them closer to the substantive fairness dream of the constitutional, or of the Constitution. I'm arguing that this intersectional approach can be a very useful tool in determining the presence and the extent of discrimination. It recognizes that different categories can intersect, coexist in the same individual, thus overlapping burdens can lead to excessive hardships, as we've seen with this group of workers. And just to show you, 2 years after this victory judgment, less than 10 claims have been filed. What is the challenges? Lack of public awareness. I ask my colleagues, do you contribute? No. Why should I? Weak enforcement. How are we going to enforce the contributions? Non-compliant employers and the disparaging attitudes about domestic workers amongst the public. They're not worthy of protection. That is their work. It is a woman's work to do that. I'm not going to discuss the judgment, but the Makwekane judgment dealt with vulnerable street traders, where the municipality would remove and confiscate their goods without any reason and with unfettered discretion. And in this specific case, Mr. Makwekane was an older person. He was a pensioner. He was looking after 9 grandchildren. He arrived at his stall. The municipality, the public officials came and they removed, he was selling shoes, tackies. They removed his tackies, and when he inquired if he can get them back, they said, we've already sold them. And he challenged the bylaws on this. And it's different from domestic workers, but they're also vulnerable. And I want to show you the trends that the courts are now using. Look at this. The bylaw it seems neutral. It's indirect discrimination. It seems neutral. But when you investigate, you see most of the street traders are black. And there's your impact of indirect discrimination. And look at this, what they say, the degree of coincidence or intersectionality of race with socio-economic status result in the greatest impact being on Africans. Recognizing that these black workers, most of them are black, are particularly poor. Recognizing race acknowledges that for black people, and Africans in particular, discrimination is doubly compounded. What do we do? Because if we look at our laws, it seems that these workers are covered. Do we need tailor-made solutions? What about enforcement, which is actually the biggest problem with reference to extending labor and social protection? The labor inspection framework and enforcement and compliance is currently inadequate. Additional training to ensure the understanding of this unique employment relationship is necessary. Social dialogue with all role players are of the utmost importance. Instead of perhaps using a punitive approach, perhaps we must use a reward system. Inspectors should adopt a supportive role. Rather than come in and slash a fine and scream and shout, perhaps a supportive role with reference to the compliance can go a long way. Perhaps training in conciliation and mediation in the home can help. So despite a progressive legal framework for this sector, for the domestic workers, still these workers are facing unfair work conditions and ill treatment. It seems that there's a long road ahead to decent work for domestic workers. And I end by saying, the struggle of one woman is the struggle of all women. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Fourie. Director, with your permission, can we take up to 3 questions for Professor Fourie? Colleagues, those who have questions, but due to time constraints, can we humbly request that we take up to 3 at most?
I'll also be available at tea quickly if someone wants to speak to me.
Okay.
It mustn't be difficult, Prof.
No, thank you very much, Prof. Just one question. Do you think that it is possible, as in Ghana, I read the book by Professor Mpedi, is it possible for us to have special legislation on domestic workers? It's an interesting concept you're raising on having a special desk to deal with that specific sector. One will think about gardeners as well and all of that. But do you think it's viable in SI?
I think it is viable. Can I answer that question? I think it is viable. I think if you look at Philippines, they use the Domestic Workers Convention as a benchmark. And I think if we use that international standard as a benchmark, it is possible. I'm not saying we will still use the CCMA. So many of the fora can still stay the same, but perhaps have a separate inspectorate according to that. Perhaps regulate the conditions, taking acknowledgement of the intimate nature. The other thing is to do as we did in the LRA, to exclude certain things like 17 organizational rights. Perhaps under harassment, introduce into the Employment Equity Act provisions that are only applicable to domestic workers. However, we have found that where you use innovative and tailor-made legislation, the enforcement appears to be easy. So taking in account the diversity, if we stick with current laws, we will have to make amendments. So I do think it's possible. I don't think it will be easy, but I do think it is possible.
I think we can recognize that question in the front. Yes. I note a hand there.
Thank you very much and good morning. I just want to raise two issues with Professor, if permissible. One of them is that when you come to inspectors, you emphasize either in passing that households are regarded as a private property.
Yes.
And your emphasis is on the inspector, when the inspector has no ability to force to come to the house and to do the inspection. And I think maybe we need to be elaborating what is the best way to deal with this private ownership, which is regarded on one hand to be a workplace, but is not regarded in the man as workplace, is regarded in our laws as a private property, which even police can't come easily to search your house without a warrant. Secondly, no, wait.
Can I answer that, or you want to ask the second question first?
I think let's allow him to pose both, so that when you take over, then.
Okay.
Secondly, is in relation that when we introduce the national minimum wage, it is not true that other employers did not dismiss them. They did. Now, it's a question of affordability. We had a long debate when we were introducing the national minimum wage, that there will be families who will not afford to pay the national minimum wage themselves, but who need the domestic workers. And there was even a view of saying, when the employer can demonstrate that he cannot afford to pay, I'm not talking about big employers, I'm just talking about a family in the township who want somebody to look after their children coming back to school and etc. That there was an idea of getting the social protection, compensating that employee, because as you are saying, we need this domestic worker. They do more than just looking after they are looking after the household, they are the security, they are for peace and everything. What will be your comment in that regard? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those questions. Firstly, with reference to access, in our postgraduate diploma class, we have a number of labor inspectors, and they raised this issue. They said there are big fences, there are dogs, we can't access the property, and you're right, that is the problem when you extend existing provisions. But then we must look at alternatives. Maybe there can be a labor inspector at a public office somewhere in an area where the domestic workers can go go to talk and perhaps show whether there's compliance or not. Or as I've mentioned, maybe a reward system. Maybe when you file your tax system, maybe you can then prove that you are paying a wage or you're paying unemployment insurance. In India, for example, the labor inspectors have regular meetings at churches and schools in areas where the domestic workers are then encouraged to go to. But yes, a very, very difficult position. And one of the labor inspectors actually said to me, he's petrified to go into some of the private households. So very problematic. Yes, with retrenchments, yes. I think what I meant by saying that is people thought that there will be very large-scale retrenchments. In the end, that did not exactly happen. I'm not saying there were no retrenchments, but yes. But you see, this is my point. So if we then have a family that say, I cannot pay the minimum wage, then we need a very strong social protection system to compensate. And I think that's a brilliant idea, and it's something that I've not considered before. But then we need strong social security systems in South Africa to provide additional means to that workers. But thank you very much, very valuable comments.
Okay, thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Can we take...
We've got a hand in the middle row there. And now we seem to have two more hands rising.
Thank
and
you.
We wanted to limit it to 3. Can we allow those 2 as well? All right.
We had noted you first, sir.
Thanks. Thanks, Professor. Your presentation forced us to think a bit deeper about the subject matter that we've often overlooked. Now, I have only 2 questions. The first is that in the examples that you mentioned, one of Ghana and the one of the Philippines, how do they go about enforcement as far as protecting those vulnerable workers? Now, the second question is along the lines of what the director asked in terms of the feasibility. I wanted to check with yourselves to say, in terms of the national minimum wage, we know that being the employers of these domestic workers ourselves, we sometimes don't comply in terms of registering them for UIF and all that. Now came the burden of the national minimum wage, to which most of us as employers, we still do not pay the national minimum wage, neither do we make attempts to at least be exempted from such provisions. Do you think it would be of benefit if, for example, we would come up with a strategy that says we need to have a national database of domestic workers, whereby any domestic worker who is working for a certain individual can raise up their hand and say, I am a domestic worker employed in this home? Then it actually becomes the duty of our enforcement officers to ensure that as and when they do the inspection, they get to have that database. They go and monitor whether I'm complying with the bare minimum in order to protect these vulnerable workers. Thank you.
Yeah, I think your second part of your question is very valuable. Yes, I definitely think we need to create a platform where these workers can raise these issues. Once again, in theory, it sounds wonderful, but if you have a domestic worker in your home and you know that she's contacted the Department of Labor and all of a sudden you receive a call, that of course impacts on the intimate nature of the relationship, and that is problematic. But yes, I'm thinking of, instead of punishing, a reward system. Isn't it possible that we can say that if you can prove that you pay the minimum wage, you can get a rebate somewhere else? Because I'm not sure the punitive approach will work. With reference to Ghana, Ghana's tailor-made solutions are not without problems. They have the same problems with inspectors. They are not trained. They don't have enough. Maybe what is good with them is they have the contracts filed at a central office. So they have a record in which area where domestic workers work. So it's easier to track. Philippines is extremely problematic. Excellent laws, but in practice, very, very problematic for all vulnerable workers. But at least they tried. They ratified the convention, and they have measures in place. And what is important is the ILO regional offices try to assist them to meet the requirements of the convention. But there's a long road ahead of us with reference to this. But I think very valuable input. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Professor.
Before we
Commissioner
recognize-
Zwane, sorry, by virtue of the fact that this is one of those issues that are close to our hearts, and the fact that we would also need a female voice, may I request that we allow one last question so that we have a female voice that is heard in terms of the topic that we're dealing with.
There would be no objection. Just a few things to note, please. One is that there's a request from ITC and our camera crew that when people on the floor are asking questions, kindly stand up because they need to take a video or even pictures of yourselves as you're asking the questions. That's the first. And number two, I need you here, Commissioner Mokoena. So can you please come to me as the question is now being posed by the female delegate. Thank you so much. You've got the floor, ma'am. You are recognized. I think after yourself, it would be the PSC Gauteng. Oh, he submarined. He has submarined. So this would be the last question. The prof is also asking to say, can I please just have this be the last one? But any other person who has got any other question, she says I'm available during tea to engage further.
Okay, I'm Commissioner Samuel from the Western Cape. One of the questions or points that you raised was about the violence against women, and women are particularly in the domestic environment. The cases that come before the Commission are often and can occasionally be of a sexual nature, harassment of a sexual nature in a country where we have an awareness of gender-based violence and the protection of that workers, because those workers who have been on a wide range of sexual assault to sexual harassment are unprotected in that workplace. How do they lodge and remain in employ? Because it's a lot like a relationship. So
Exactly.
if there's unfaithfulness on a party, I'm not going to say males or females, but generally the male, there is a relationship. There's a relationship issue in the household. There's a relationship issue with the domestic worker. There are many issues, and it's not necessarily sexual harassment only of females, but there were also male garden people who had those harassment issues. How does that fit? Because it comes in our world before it comes into any other world. There's no police case, there's no charge. We are the first people that generally hear of these kind of offenses.
It's so sad to hear that, but that's the reality. And I think the difficulties are that once you've lodged this claim, how do you go back to the house? You know, how do you say, I'm here, I'm staying here, this is my accommodation? Although you can get a protection order from the magistrate's court, that is also not viable because that's your place where you stay. So we are advocating at the moment, I'm not sure if it will happen, to include domestic work under the Domestic Violence Act. Then once they are included under that and they've lodged that claim, the police can actually come and step in. And there's a duty on the police then to provide shelter and medical care. And I think that is the way, I think we need to speak louder about that, because at the moment it is a very problematic situation. And you're absolutely right, because it's a domestic relationship very similar to partners, why can it not be included in the Domestic Violence Act? But we have been silent on that, and we've recently started advocacy campaigns to then at least we can say the police must come in. You have to provide healthcare, you have to provide shelter for these women. A very, very difficult situation. It's with harassment. I mean, I always say to our students, we have wonderful protection against harassment, but if I work in a small company and I have lodged a claim of harassment, a dispute at the CCMA, and Monday morning I'm back and I'm saying hi, my employer's not going to say come back. And that is the practical effect of the intimate relationship of domestic work. So I think what we're going to do through the Centre at UJ is to campaign again for the inclusion under the Domestic Violence Act, exactly because of what you now said, the intimate relationship. And not just for women, for domestic workers. Yes. Thank you for that question.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Fourie. Thank you. I went a bit rogue there for a few seconds, and then I was promptly summoned to the stage. Thank you, Professor Fourie, for the insightful and informative presentation that reminded us that in as much as we have made significant strides to address the issues that affect this vulnerable sector in terms of the passing of the National Minimum Wage Act as an example. However, we still have quite a lot of challenges that need to be addressed, particularly in relation to the enforcement issues, as well as perhaps in our processes as the CCMA, how we may look at effectively navigating around the sensitivities that are involved in these disputes by virtue of the nature of the relationship that is involved in this type of employment relationships. And as well as noting that from a collective bargaining perspective, there are huge challenges for unions in terms of, are they ever going to be able to penetrate the vulnerable sector and seek to improve the conditions of the workers that work in the space. Having said that, colleagues, I hope you're ready for the gala event tonight. Yes, yes. And I hope you're going to bring it. Ladies, are you going to bring it? Colleagues, as we had indicated earlier on, we are due for a tea break now. It's for 30 minutes. Can we please request you to keep strictly to the time limit so that we don't delay our program unnecessarily?
So by way of a direction, we reconvene at 11:45 sharp. And thank you, delegates. We can go for tea and see you at 11:45. No, it's fine. Yeah. No, but it's okay.
Colleagues, can we please take our seats? We're about to start.
There was an issue in one of the Indabas where it took a bit longer than expected to go on lunch, and the food got contaminated because they kept the warmers going on and off and on. So we want to try and make sure that even with the kitchen, our time sort of time. Okay. We should be targeting it at 1:30. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have the delegates seated? Delegates that are still in the foyer, please, let's make our way into plenary. We are about to start with our second plenary session. Delegates in the foyer, let's come back into plenary, please. The union in Kabiribina, no.
So long.
Yeah. By 12
it's
o'clock.
fine. Lunch break.
They might meet it. I think James is going to take longer. He said he's gonna take-
Q&A this one after lunch.
But he said his presentation is about 45 minutes. Because apparently we have a affiliate breakdown at 30 to 45 minutes long. So they've prepared something along those lines. But the ladies are saying, no, theirs could also be a bit shorter.
Okay.
Yeah, Kari said,
So, you're going to deal substantively with the context.
Yes.
Naketla announce for lunch break would be immediately after this.
yes, please. Academy.
And then the Q&A session after lunch.
Yes. Okay. The final call to sit down. Final call to sit down for all the delegates. Plenary 2 is about to start. Can we have everybody take their seats, please? Okay, siyabonga. Now the ultimate final call to take your seats. Let's come into the room, delegates. Let's come in. Okay. Thank you very much for responding to the call, delegates. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from our tea break. We gave a bit of an extension in terms of the time we had announced, and we hope that everybody has at least refueled a bit for us now to get into the plenary that we are going to engage. It's a session that would take us anything between an hour and 30 minutes or slightly more. Now, it's as per the program, it's the employment law review, including a focus on specific cases and it's presentations that will be done by 3 of our esteemed guests in the persons of part-time senior commissioners of the CCMA, and my colleague will introduce them and their topics shortly. Now, what is important for us to note then, delegates, is the following. One, we are not going to take questions of the speakers immediately after their presentations. This plenary will purely be the presentations themselves. So this is where, again, that notebook and that pen that you were given comes into play. And by the way, Director, in the context of us pursuing to be a 4IR institution, the pen and paper thing needs to have an expiry date shortly, because we can't go to the new whilst we're holding on to the old. So what we will request is that you just write down besides the notes of the content of the presentations themselves, your questions that you want to put to the speakers, please note them down on your booklet, because we are only going to take questions to the panelists when we come back from the lunch break. So what we will then have is that Hakamatorokisi type of situation in terms of presentations. Once the first speaker has spoken, the second one will immediately follow, and then the last one will then take over. Thereafter, we will then be going for our lunch break, coming back then to deal with the Q&A. So what is important, I think, to also note is that the CCMA, I think sometimes we forget this, that there is this pursuit to want to see us reach a level of consistency in terms of how we make decisions or run processes as commissioners. And sessions like this one, which is a kind of CLM, are intended to assist us with that the content of what we are about to hear also informs us to fill in for those of us who might identify some of the gaps, some of the things we might have forgotten about how to deal with, how to approach certain matters that we are responsible for as commissioners. So that being the idea, it is going to be important that the engagements in the Q&A must be as robust as possible, because the idea must be that in relation to the issues dealt with and the topics covered, when we leave as commissioners after this Indaba, going back to apply ourselves in our respective regions on the cases we deal with, we are sort of seen to be similar in terms of how we approach our work as commissioners. There's nothing, I don't know how many of you have dealt with that comment when you are trying to do something either as per the rules or following a particular judgment. Then you have a party say, you are the first commissioner who has ever asked me to do this. And you would wonder to say, but I'm not creating my own process here. I'm referring you to a rule, or I'm citing a judgment that said, this is how we must do this. So the idea is to try and eliminate that comment when it is made. It should not be true. It must rather be a party taking chances. But as much as possible, we do the work of the CCMA to a standard that is somewhat, consistent throughout our provinces and regions. Now, with that being said, I am going to give over to my colleague now to just, lay for us present the topics and the speakers that will be dealing with them in their order.
Having noted that, esteemed delegates, the topics that our next presenters are going to deal with in this session are as follows. I will confirm and highlight what the topics are, as well as who your presenter is. And once we're done with that, then I would then hand over to my colleagues to then go ahead with their presentations. First up, we're going to deal with the presentation on revisiting key historical awards. How has the CCMA applied the established principles? Are there implementation challenges, and are there any new developments since the awards have been issued? And the colleague who's going to take us through that presentation is Commissioner James Ngwako Matsecha, who is a part-time senior commissioner of the CCMA. Then the presentation that is going to follow after his presentation is the one dealing with the interpretation and application of the law relating to sections 198, capital letter A, up to capital letter D of the Labor Relations Act. And the presenter there is our colleague, part-time senior commissioner Surya van Wyk. Then thereafter, the presentation that is going to be delivered to us is the presentation on the interpretation and application of the arbitrary grounds provision of the Employment Equity Act, and that would be handled by our colleague, part-time Senior Commissioner Ronel Divet. As I indicated, it's a session. Then thereafter, we will take lunch, and then when we come back, that's where the conversation will happen. Thank you.
Now you use this mic on the platform. Sebo, let's just check your presentation of Kibona.
Is it there?
Just pilot it and see, take the clicker and satisfied.
Oh, okay, it's fine. I can't go back. Where do I go back? Oh, here. But why is it not? Oh, good. Colleagues, distinguished guests, good morning. It gives me very great pleasure to be invited to the Indaba. Those who know the history of the CCMA will know that the session that I am going to present was previously presented by the director before he became the director. And for some strange reason, he always asked me to come and do the presentation. So I'm extremely honored to be standing in front of you to do the presentation as highlighted. I must indicate that you do have in your programs a very short profile of what I have done. And one thing that you'll notice there is that I have been labeled an academic and a scholar. So I'm going to try as much as possible to desist from being academic and try to be as simplistic as possible so that we can all grasp the gist of what we are required to do as commissioners. So I know that we have distinguished guests. The history of the event has been set out. The scene has been set out. That historically, the Indaba was a platform for commissioners to engage. So 99.9% of the time, I will be speaking to my colleagues who are commissioners so that we don't repeat the mistakes that we've been making and we learn from those mistakes so that we can grow. Because we are all products of correction. So I am going to, my two colleagues have asked me to take one for the team. We have an hour and a half. I might go slightly over the time allocated to me, courtesy of the two ladies, because they said their presentations is slightly short. So I'm just going to try and dedicate as much time as possible. Okay? All right. Sorry, I understand that sometimes you may be battling to hear me. So what I'm going to do, as you will see there on the presentation outline, I'm going to give some bit of historical background and the context of our work. Because I think we need to have a proper grounding and understanding of that first, before we can even talk about awards. And I'm going to do that very briefly. Then I'm going to zoom into two specific decisions given the time constraints. There are many awards, as you would know, the CCMA have been in existence for 26 years. It's almost impossible in an hour or less to discuss all the decisions that are pertinent. So I have selected two decisions that I'm going to speak to you about. I had initially had the idea of speaking to you about three decisions. The director in his introduction said, I am going to touch on assign. And you will know from the presentation that my colleague, Surya, is going to speak with you in relation to section 198A to D. And you know that assign deals with section 198A. So I am not going to touch on assign. to allow her to deal with her presentation. But if there are any specific issues that you want us to address in respect of her side, we will deal with those in the discussions. So, without any further ado, just as a very brief historical background, you would know that with effect from the 27th of April 1994, we had a constitution that was adopted, which came into force on that date. It was known as the Interim Constitution. It was Act 200 of 1993. Now, the coming into effect of that constitution marked a formal break from South Africa's past, which was characterized by a deeply divided society, wherein there was strife, conflict, untold suffering, and great injustice. And in some instances, that injustice generated into gross violations of human rights and transgressions of humanitarian principles in violent conflict and a legacy of hatred, fear, guilt, and revenge. Now, I don't have to preach to you about that history, so you all know that history. Suffice to say that that constitution, in chapter 3 thereof, for the first time in the history of the Republic, the constitution listed what we called fundamental rights. And amongst the rights that were entrenched in that constitution was the right contained in section 27 of that constitution, which is the right to labor relations. And it provided that every person shall have the right to fair labor practices. It further provides that workers shall have the right to form and join trade unions, and employers shall have the right to form and join employers' organizations. And the workers and employers shall have the right to organize and bargain collectively, and that workers shall have the right to strike for the purpose of collective bargaining, and that employers will have recourse to lockout. Now, on the strength of that section in the Constitution, 29th of November 1995, the current Labor Relations Act was assented to, and its provision commenced on various dates, the last of which was the 11th of November 1996. The LRA itself was passed with a purpose to advance economic development, social justice, which is at the core of the work of the CCMA, labor peace, and the democratization of the workplace, by fulfilling the primary objects of the Act, which include to give effect to and regulate the fundamental rights conferred by Section 27 of the Constitution. Pursuant to that commencement of the Labor Relations Act, as you would know, a new constitution was certified on the 4th of December 1996. That constitution came into force on the 10th of December 1996. Sorry, it was signed into law on the 10th of December 1996, and it came into force on the 4th of February 1997. That right, the labor relations right, as it was contained in Section 27 of the Interim Constitution, was then taken over by Section 23 of the current Constitution. And that section retains most of the text that was used in Section 27 of the Interim Constitution, and it provides everyone with the right to fair labor practices. Now, in one of its earlier decisions, which dealt with the constitutional right entrenched in Section 23 of the Constitution, the Constitutional Court in Nehau versus University of Cape Town had the following to say. It said, at paragraph 14, the LRA was enacted to give effect to and regulate the fundamental rights conferred by Section 27 of the Constitution. In doing so, the LRA gives content to Section 23 of the Constitution and must therefore be construed and applied consistently with that purpose. Section 3B of the LRA underscores this by requiring that the provisions of the LRA must be interpreted in compliance with the Constitution. Therefore, the proper interpretation and application of the LRA will raise a constitutional issue. This is because the legislature is under an obligation to respect, promote, and protect and fulfill the rights in the Bill of Rights, In many cases, constitutional rights can only be effectively honored if legislation is enacted. Such legislation will, of course, always be subject to constitutional scrutiny to ensure that it is not inconsistent with the Constitution. Where the legislature enacts legislation in an effort to meet its constitutional obligations and does so within constitutional limits, courts must give full effect to this legislative purpose. Moreover, the proper interpretation of such legislation will ensure the protection, promotion, and fulfillment of constitutional rights, and as such, will be a constitutional matter. In this way, the courts and the legislature act in partnership to give life to constitutional rights. The court went further and said, our constitution is unique in constitutionalizing the right to fair labor practices, but the concept itself is not defined in the constitution. The concept of fair labor practice is incapable of precise definition. This problem is compounded by the tension between the interests of the workers and the interests of the employers that is inherent in labor relations. Indeed, what is fair depends upon the circumstances of a particular case and essentially involves a value judgment. It is therefore neither necessary nor desirable to define this concept. More importantly, the court said the concept of fair labor practices must be given content by the legislature and thereafter be left to gather meaning. In the first instance, from the decisions of the specialist tribunals, including the Labor Appeal Court and the Labor Court. These courts and tribunals, and by tribunals the court refers to us as the CCMA, are responsible for overseeing the interpretation and application of the LRA, a statute which was enacted to give effect to Section 23 of the Constitution. In giving content to this concept, the courts and the tribunals will have to seek guidance from domestic and international experience. Domestic experience is reflected both in the equity-based jurisprudence generated by the unfair labor practice provisions of the 1956 LRA, as well as the codification of unfair labor practice in the LRA. International experience is reflected in the conventions and recommendations of the International Labour Organization. Of course, other comparable foreign instruments such as the European Social Charter, as revised, may also provide guidance. So, it is in this context and in this scene, as I've said, that we must understand our function and how we execute those functions as commissioners. So, how far have we come? As I said, I'm going to look at how far we've come in the context of two decisions. The first one being Sidumo and another versus Rustenburg Platinum. I'm not going to waste your time with the facts of Sidumo. In soccer, we say it's currently the World Cup season. In soccer, we say if you can't trap, you can't play. In labor matters, if you don't know Sidumo, you can't be a commissioner. Let's just be frank with each other. It's as simple as that. So if you don't know Sidumo, you can't be a commissioner. Particularly in relation to matters relating to unfair dismissal. So I'm going to, very briefly, without going too much into the detail. You know, 2000, Mr. Sidumo dismissed various allegations of misconduct, failure to comply with such procedures as said by Rustenburg Platinum. Refers an unfair dismissal dispute to the CCMA, an arbitration takes place, Commissioner, on the basis of the evidence laid before him, finds that Mr. Sidumo had breached the rule, but that dismissal was too harsh a sanction, and ordered that he must be reinstated, subject to a written warning, and back pay equal to 3 months. Now, decision made 2000. At that time, it's legal debate. Various decisions of the Labour Appeal Court before that time, which spoke to the commissioner having to defer to the sanction of the employer and only having to interfere with the sanction if it makes you to whistle. There's a lot of judgments that you can read on that, and I don't want to go into that debate. Now, unhappy with the fact that the commissioner ruled in favor of Mr. Sidumo. Rustenburg Platinum took the matter to the Labour Court, unsuccessful. Labour Appeal Court, unsuccessful. Both the Labour Court, Labour Appeal Court criticized the commissioner on some aspects, but still said the decision is the one that a reasonable commissioner would have made. Rustenburg Platinum succeeded in the Supreme Court of Appeal. As you know, at that time, the provisions of Section 168(3) of the Constitution applied. At that time, the Supreme Court of Appeal, in terms of the Constitution, was the highest court in all matters except constitutional matters. So because of that constitutional provision, there was a debate about whether the decisions of the Labour Court are appealable at the Supreme Court of Appeal, and that was an academic discussion. Like I said when I started, I don't want to get involved in academic discussions. So I'm involved in practicalities. The Supreme Court of Appeal set aside the award that was made, decision of the Labour Court, overturned the decision of the Labour Appeal Court, and found that the dismissal was substantively fair, on the basis that it did not make one to whistle, which was the concept. The matter then ended up in the Constitutional Court. In the Constitutional Court, there were two issues that the Constitutional Court had to deal with. The first was whether, in deciding dismissal disputes, in terms of the compulsory arbitration provisions of the Labour Relations Act, whether we should approach dismissal with a measure of deference to the employer, because it is the primary function of the employer to decide on a proper sanction. The second issues related to whether statutory arbitration in terms of the LRA constitute administrative action, as defined in Section 1 of the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act, and whether it is subject to review under PAJA or in terms of the LRA. You don't review your own decisions, or we don't review our own decisions. So I am not going to touch on the second question because that is an academic discussion. It's for Advocate Myberg, SC, and the rest to deal with that aspect of the judgment. I'm only going to deal with the first part, which deals with our function as commissioners. Now, in answering the first question on how we should approach the issue of fairness, the court went back to Section 3 of the LRA, which provides that any person applying the provisions of the LRA must interpret its provisions to give effect to the primary objects in compliance with the Constitution and in compliance with the public international obligations of the Republic, and that we are obliged and we are bound by those provisions. Secondly, the court said an arbitration under the auspices of the CCMA is an hearing de novo, and we will give content of what that hearing de novo entails. What the scheme of the LRA requires in an arbitration de novo, in the light of the powers that are given to us in terms of Section 138, is that we have to resolve disputes fairly and quickly. We must first determine whether or not the misconduct was committed on which the employer's decision to dismiss was based. And that involves an inquiry into whether there was a workplace rule in existence and whether the employee breached that rule. And the court says that that is a conventional process of factual adjudication, which you make as a commissioner when you are determining whether misconduct has been committed. And that determination and the assessment of fairness is not limited to what occurred at the internal disciplinary hearing. And when we say it's not limited to what occurred at the internal disciplinary hearing, this must be understood. Remember, when you are, and we'll come to this point at a later stage, but if I can just clarify it at this stage, As commissioners, we derive jurisdiction from the existence of dismissal in alleged unfair dismissal disputes. We derive jurisdiction from the existence of dismissal. If dismissal does not exist, we don't have jurisdiction. Now, it is the employer who dismisses. When the employer takes the decision to dismiss, it will rely on specific reasons for dismissal. So, the fairness of a dismissal must be determined on the reason that the employer gave at the time of the dismissal. I hope I'm clear. So, in an arbitration, when we say it is a hearing de novo, it is a hearing de novo to make an assessment of the fairness of the reason of the dismissal that the employer gave at the time of the dismissal. It does not mean the introduction of a new reason at the arbitration. I hope I'm clear. So we need to understand it in that context. So, what the Constitutional Court also said is that if you look at item 7B4 of Schedule 8, that item requires that once the rule has been breached, once the employee was aware, once there is consistency, we must determine whether or not dismissal was an appropriate sanction. It doesn't say whether dismissal was the appropriate sanction. It uses the injunctive an appropriate sanction. So the Supreme Court of Appeal's interpretation of that usage of an was that that disjunctive means that there is a range of sanctions that an employer can impose. And the fact that the employer chose a sanction that the commissioner doesn't like doesn't mean that the sanction is unfair. I mean, that's the interpretation of what that meant. And what the Constitutional Court then said was that the Supreme Court of Appeal placed undue weight on that indefinite N. And that indefinite N is not decisive and can hardly take precedence over the Constitution and the clear provisions of the LRA. And that there is nothing in the constitutional and statutory scheme that suggests that in determining fairness of a dismissal, a commissioner must approach the matter from the perspective of the employer. And that, in fact, a plain reading of all the provisions compels the conclusion that the commissioner is to determine the dispute as an impartial adjudicator. So, when we are determining a dispute as impartial adjudicators, we will assess the reasonableness or the validity of the rules that were allegedly breached by the employee. And the court said an approach to the inquiry into fairness is not a novel approach. That all what we are required to do is a balancing exercise. We are required to hold the scale. On the one hand, we've got competing interests of the employees. We've got the competing interests of the employer. We must balance the scale. What is manifest in fairness is that we must hold the balance evenly between the employer and the employee. And fairness to both worker and the employer means the absence of bias in favor of either. Okay? So, the fairness of a dismissal must be considered against the facts and the circumstances of each case, and that consideration is a consideration that requires you to look at the facts and the circumstances objectively. And the Constitutional Court further said that when we approach the issue of fairness we must bear in mind that security of employment is a core value of the Constitution, which has been given effect by the Labor Relations Act, and that it is that protection which is afforded to employees who are vulnerable. As I've already indicated, the Constitutional Court then said, it is the employer who hires and fires, and that the act of dismissal forms the jurisdictional basis of a commissioner in the event of an unresolved unfair dismissal dispute. It is the commissioner who determines whether the dismissal is fair. It is the employer who dismisses, who hires. So there are no competing interests between the employer and the commissioner. The decision to dismiss belongs to the employer. It is the commissioner who determines the fairness. So ultimately, it is the commissioner's sense of fairness that must prevail and not the employer's view. Okay? So, as I've indicated, when we are assessing the fairness of a dismissal, the employer would have dismissed. And the Constitutional Court re-emphasized that when we are making a determination into fairness, we are not given the power to consider afresh what we would have done. We are simply given the power to decide whether what the employer did was fair. And in arriving at that decision, we are not required to defer to the decision of the employer. We are required to have regard to all the circumstances of a particular case. Okay? Now, just in conclusion on Sidumo, there are two particular remarks that the Constitutional Court made in relation to the quality of the award, despite the fact that that award stood the test of time. The Constitutional Court ultimately found that the dismissal was unfair. As I said, if you read through the Labour Court judgment, you will see that the Labour Court criticized the commissioner on his reasoning, but concluded that the award, ultimately, if you take into account the fact that the commissioner made reference to item 4 of Schedule 8, which makes reference to progressive discipline, there is some form of rational connection between the conclusion that he reaches and the findings that he makes. And therefore, they said the review was dismissed. When the matter went to the Labour Appeal Court had the same concerns. Not only that, the commissioner had said the mine had lost nothing. There was no intention not to comply with the rules and things like that. So the Labour Appeal Court rejected all those arguments and says that the commissioner was guilty of secular reasoning. And the only basis why that award survived at the Labour Appeal Court was that the commissioner had relied on item 4, and the mine did not rely on his reliance on item 4, which speaks about progressive discipline, as a ground for review. So on that ground, they said the award should stand, only on that one leg. The Constitutional Court itself was also scathing. And in fact, the Constitutional Court said that award was not a model of clarity. You can read the Constitutional Court itself. Now, and this is what the Constitutional Court said, and this is why I'm saying it's a caveat, and it's a lesson for us. First thing that the Constitutional Court said is that in evaluating the reasoning of the commissioner, before I get to evaluating the reasoning, Remember section 138(7) provides that we must issue an arbitration award with brief reasons. We've had a debate about what brief reasons entails. There are some judgments that criticizes us about what our understanding of brief reasons is. So, the director has spoken about awards that are 30 pages long, 28 pages includes introduction and some survey of evidence. The analysis is one paragraph. So, this is what the Constitutional Court said. It said, it must be borne in mind that we are not expected to give detailed and impeccable reasoning for our awards. We are required to deal with the substantial merits of the dispute with a minimum of legal formalities. And this is the important part. That has unfortunately and regrettably resulted in unsubstantiated statements being made in awards. And without substantiation, it is often difficult to determine whether the statements have any basis in the evidence or whether they demonstrate that the material factors were ignored. So, while cognizance should be properly taken of the circumstances under which commissioners work, it is no excuse to make unsubstantiated statements or reasons for a conclusion. At the bare minimum, an award should set out facts which you have found and the reasons for the findings, the conclusions based on those facts and the reasons for those conclusions. And that it should not be necessary for the reviewing court to ask, what did the commissioner have in mind? So, a reviewing court should not be left to speculate on what the commissioner had in mind. Statements made may be fully justified, but if left unexplained, a statement may be easily misunderstood. Such statement may easily fall prey to an attack based on gross irregularity in the conduct of the proceedings. I hope that is clear. So that is what the Constitutional Court said. So I'm just repeating that and preaching to the converted. Now, very briefly, I've set out the test, I've explained the historical context, I've explained what Sidumo expects of us. Are we complying? Very briefly, I am going to demonstrate that with Anglo-American Platinum versus Bears, decision of the Labour Appeal Court delivered on the 2nd of July 2021. Very interesting legal concept. The director in his introduction spoke about commissioners saying that I have taken into account the CCMA guidelines on misconduct arbitration. But when you read the award, there's no demonstration that those guidelines were taken into account. The same with case law. And I'm going to say this very bluntly. Let's not be lazy to read. Myself, Laurie, and other of my colleagues, we are responsible for the case law monitor. We summarize cases for you. But our expectation is that you read the cases. Don't read summaries, because we may also be wrong. Now, Anglo-American Platinum. Topical issue, the replacement of a sanction by an employer subsequent to the chairperson having imposed a sanction short of dismissal. The employer's policy does not make provision for the employer to substitute the sanction. This case, very briefly, employee committed misconduct, brought before a disciplinary hearing, pleads guilty, issued with a final written warning, serves the sanction, NUM complaints to the employer pursuant to the employee having been issued with a sanction, our members are dismissed because this one is management. He's given a sanction. The employer calls in, suspends the employee, subject him to a second disciplinary hearing, dismisses the employee. The commissioner finds that the dismissal is fair, relies on BMW without having understood and read BMW. So, what did the Labour Appeal Court say? The concept of fairness applies to both the employer and the employee. It involves the balancing of competing and sometimes conflicting interests. And the weight to be attached to those respective interests depends largely on the overall circumstances of the case. So, the threshold of fairness, as the Labour Appeal Court said, at all relevant times must be informed by the established circumstances of the relevant case relied upon by the employer to interfere with the disciplinary hearing sanction. In particular, fairness is informed by the established exceptional circumstances. In that matter, the employer had accepted the sanction, employee reported back at duty. It's only when NUM complained that the employer decided that on the basis of NUM's complaint, they are going to subject the employee to a second disciplinary hearing. And the court said, in applying the BMW test, the commissioner failed to determine whether fairness between Anglo-American and the employee, informed by exceptional circumstances to do so, justified the interference with the sanction imposed by the disciplinary inquiry chairperson. And that had the arbitrator given due and reasonable weight to all the relevant evidence, the arbitrator, acting as a reasonable decision maker, could not have reached the conclusion that the dismissal was fair. And that award was set aside. Now, I left my phone over there. There is another very interesting judgment that I want you to have a look at. I'm not going to discuss it now. Mulwanto versus CCMA. It's a judgment that was delivered by the Labour Court on the 31st of May, 2021. And I see that the Judge President is here, and I don't know whether that matter will end up in the Labour Appeal Court. But Judge Mushwana makes very interesting remarks in that judgment. Very, very interesting remarks. Where, okay, let me not only say interesting, but very conflicting remarks in some other instance. I'm going to say that, controversial. Because in his judgment, that judgment deals with pretty much the same principle. In that matter, they're different from BMW, which is what is important in respect of reading cases. The employer did not subject the employee to a second disciplinary hearing. It simply wrote a letter and said, you have issued with a sanction, you are invited to make representation. On why we should not dismiss you. The employee then said, no, but I've already been disciplined and you can't invite me to make representation, so objected to the process. And then the employer dismissed the employee. The commissioner relied on BMW in those circumstances. And Mushwana, correctly so in my view, said BMW does not apply. Because BMW applies to a situation where there was a second hearing. And if there was none, and the employer simply just replaced the sanction, you can't rely on BMW. Correctly so. Where the controversy arises is where he now made a finding that the dismissal was substantively fair if the employer was permitted by BMW. But because of the Labour Appeal Court decision in SARS versus Kruger, which ended up in the Constitutional Court, because the employer did not have the power to replace the sanction, the employer exceeded its powers, and therefore the dismissal was invalid. And because it is invalid, therefore, on the basis of Kruger, the dismissal was unfair. So, on the one hand, he says there is no such a concept called an invalid dismissal, as per the Constitutional Court decision in Steenkamp. But he concludes that on the basis of Kruger, which ended in the Constitutional Court, by the way, and he said the Constitutional Court said nothing about the employer replacing the sanction. And because they said nothing, that Labour Appeal Court decision is still good law. And therefore, the employer's decision to dismiss in those circumstances was invalid. And in fact, he made it blunt that where the employer does not have the power to review the sanction, the question of fairness does not arise. So, I'm inviting you to read that judgment because it makes very, very interesting reading because of the inherent contradictions in some of the views that are expressed there. And I'm saying this with respect. All right. The second judgment is the Apollo Tires. Benefits. Dealt with the question whether the employee who alleges that his or employer committed unfair labor practice in relation to the provision of benefits will only have a remedy if such an employee can prove that he or she has a right or entitlement to the benefit ex contractu or ex lege. There's a definition of benefits in section 186(2)(a). I'm not going to preach to the converted. Safe to say that there's also a definition of remuneration in section 213. But what we don't have is a definition of benefits. In Apollo Tires, the Labour Appeal Court provided us with some working definition, in the absence of statutory guidance, of what the term benefits means and the circumstances under which we will have jurisdiction. And I'm referring to the second part about the circumstances in which we'll have jurisdiction because, as I will demonstrate later, and I'm not picking on Judge Moshoana just in case I'm accused of picking up on him. I'm going to refer on another judgment of his quite recently, just to demonstrate the point about benefits, where he's of the view that Apollo Tires is not authority for circumstances under which the CCMA will have jurisdiction. Okay, so I'll deal with it just now. So, what were the brief facts in Apollo Tires? The employer initiated an early retirement scheme. The employee applied, refused entry into the scheme, refers an unfair labor practice. CCMA finds that the refusal to allow the employee into the scheme is, or rather, early retirement is a benefit. The refusal to allow was unfair, and therefore, the employee was subjected to unfair labor practice. Employer unsuccessfully challenged the award in the Labour Court. Leave to appeal was refused by the Labour Court, eventually granted by the Labour Appeal Court. And this is what the Labour Appeal Court said. Firstly, it departed from the view that the word benefit in the context of section 186(2)(a) is a word that is imprecise and defines definition because there's no definition in the statutory in the Act. The definition we have is that of remuneration. And the court then said the distinction that is sought to be drawn between salaries or remuneration and benefits on the other is artificial and unsustainable. And that the definition of the remuneration in the Act is wide enough to include wages, salaries, and if not most, all of the extra benefits. I mean, as you know, some employees, they have concept, or employers introduce concepts of total cost to company and so on, and things like that. So what the Labour Appeal Court said that this continued distinction between remuneration on the one hand and benefits on the other is problematic for practical purposes. Now, there was an argument that if we adopt a wider definition of benefits, the right to strike will be curtailed. And the Labour Court, in rejecting that argument, said that when we are dealing with whether this is a benefit, we must look at the nature of the benefit in dispute in order to decide whether it's a dispute that must be settled by way of industrial action or by adjudication. And the Labour Appeal Court said disputes over provision of benefits may fall into two categories. Firstly, where the dispute concerns a demand by employees that a benefit be granted or reinstated, irrespective of whether the employer's conduct in not agreeing to grant or removing the benefit is considered to be unfair. That kind of dispute can be settled by way of industrial action. Secondly, the dispute may concern the fairness of the employer's conduct. So if it concerns the fairness of the employer's conduct, that type of dispute may be settled by way of adjudication. And more importantly, the Labour Appeal Court said the Labour Relations Act does not preclude employees from pursuing either the dispute in either of the two ways. That in essence, it gives them an election. So they may elect to pursue it as a mutual interest issue, or they may elect to pursue it as an issue that is referred for adjudication. So that the unfair labor practice dispensation creates rights, and that an employee has an ex-lege right created by Section 186 not to be treated unfairly in relation to promotion, demotion, training, and the provision of benefits. Now, and this is the most important part. The Labour Appeal Court then said there are at least two instances of employer conduct relating to the provision of benefits that may be subject to the scrutiny by the CCMA under its unfair labor practice jurisdiction. Bear in mind, I said, Muswana said the Labour Appeal Court gave no direction. But this is what the Labour Appeal Court said. It says, the first is where the employer fails to comply with the contractual obligation that it has towards an employee. The second is where the employer exercises a discretion that it enjoys under the contractual term of the scheme conferring the benefit. The phrase contractual terms is used loosely and does not mean that the source of the discretion must be found in contract. I hope we're clear. Okay? Now, the court then gave us a definition of what benefits are, or its definition of what benefits is. And it said that the better approach will be to interpret the term benefit to include a right or an entitlement to which the employee is entitled, ex contractu or ex lege, including rights judicially created, as well as an advantage or privilege which has been offered or granted to an employee in terms of a policy or practice subject to the employer's discretion. And that benefits means existing advantages or privileges to which an employee is entitled as a right or granted in terms of a policy or practice subject to the employer's discretion. And the Labour Appeal Court then departed from the decisions in Rospesa, GS4, Securico, and Skiepars, and said that to the extent that they postulate a different legal position, then those decisions are wrong. Okay? So that is where we are, and that's what the legal position should be as of February 2013. And the Labour Appeal Court then concluded that the conduct of the employer in that matter was unfair and the appeal was dismissed. Now, have we made progress? Are we regressing? As I said, I'm going to analyze that very briefly with the case of National Union of Mine Workers on behalf of Mabiligwe versus CCMA and others. It's a decision that was made by Moshwana J, as I indicated, on the 15th of February 2021. That matter concerned the review of a jurisdictional ruling. The at issue in that matter was a voluntary severance package. And the commissioner had ruled that a voluntary severance package is not a benefit. Correctly so, and I agree completely with that finding. Moshwana himself in his conclusion, Judge Moshwana himself in his conclusion, concludes that the VSP is not a benefit. Correctly so. But it is his reasoning, with all respect, which is problematic. And I'll explain why. The first issue that he indicates at paragraph 8 is that he takes a view that Apollo Tyres did not squarely address the issue of jurisdiction of the CCMA. As I've demonstrated, the Labour Appeal Court indeed explained in what circumstances we have jurisdiction. He says, having regard to the facts of Apollo Tyres, the issue of jurisdiction never arose. And then he said, what arose was whether the employee what the employee consent claimed was a benefit or not. And then he says that in his view, that is a matter of substance than jurisdictional power. And then he goes on and says, technically, the issue is whether one is dealing with a benefit or not may also be a jurisdictional fact. So that's what he says. And I'm saying, let's not be confused. And I'll give an example with an unfair dismissal dispute. If there is a dispute about whether or not an employee has been dismissed within the meaning of section 186, 1E, which is the provision dealing with constructive dismissal, you arbitrate that matter for all intents and purposes. If you conclude at the end of the arbitration that the employee failed to establish the existence of dismissal, the award that you issue for all intents and purposes is a jurisdictional ruling. It's not an award. But we can term it an award because you have arbitrated the matter, but the substance of that outcome is a jurisdictional ruling because there's no dismissal. So, the same principle applies here. If there is a dispute about whether or not what the employee is claiming is a benefit, that is a jurisdictional issue. Because if it is not a benefit, then there's no jurisdiction. But we would have arbitrated that matter. So, I don't understand that part about Apollo not having addressed that issue. So, at paragraph 9, he made it very clear that in his view, Apollo is not authority on the vast question of jurisdiction. And that all what that the Labour Court did in that matter was just to clarify what the term benefit means. And I disagree. That's not all what the Labour Court did. So he did more. Okay? It's a pity that this matter might not end up in the Labour Appeal Court because in the ultimate end, he upheld the ruling on jurisdiction and found that the CCMA was correct in finding that it didn't have jurisdiction. But the views that are expressed in this judgment are, in my respective view, are not the views that we should follow in respect of how we should practically deal with unfair labor practice disputes relating to benefits. To the extent that the judgment suggests that Apollo Tyres doesn't tell us when we have jurisdiction and when we don't. It does. Judge Moshwana then indicated that we must distinguish the jurisdiction of courts from the jurisdiction of the CCMA. Explained that in courts there are pleadings. So jurisdiction in court is determined on the basis of pleadings. That's what he says. At the CCMA, there are no pleadings. And he says that at a general level, Section 191 empowers the commissioner to arbitrate the dispute that concerns unfair labor practice. And then he says, at a superficial level, once an employee alleges an unfair labor practice, the CCMA or the bargaining council is empowered to arbitrate that matter. And he says the question whether a dismissal exists as a fact implicates the jurisdiction of the CCMA. And likewise, the question whether an unfair labor practice exists implicates the jurisdiction. And now my question then becomes, I can see at a general level, I can see at a superficial level. And then, what about at a practical level? So, at a practical level, you allow the parties to lead evidence, to make submissions, and then you determine whether or not you have jurisdiction and or whether the matter is arbitrated, whatever the case may be. So, progressively so, he indicated that the commissioner is empowered to determine whether an unfair labor practice is defined, as defined does exist or not. And somehow, this question is tied to the merits of the dispute. And I agree with him when it comes to that aspect. The problematic area is that he is saying that the issue of benefits only requires a definition as opposed to evidence. That's what he says. But we have the definition. The Labour Appeal Court has provided us with a definition. And not only that, he says the legislature has not come to our aid. And because they have not come to our aid, we have attempted for the past years to get a definition. We know. The Labour Appeal Court gave us a definition. And strangely enough, he relies on that definition himself. He says the court has been struggling with that arduous task since 1997, and finally, OS matters now stand, Apollo provided a definition. We agree. And therefore, if the benefit does not fit the definition in Apollo, then there's no jurisdiction. We agree. And he said, just to recap, a benefit is an existing advantage, and so on, which we agree with. And then concludes that a VSP is a mutual termination of employment. It's not a benefit. And I agree with his conclusion. The last problem or problematic area is with the Labour Appeal Court in Apollo having given us the definition. And I don't know whether this is unconscious or subliminal. At paragraph 21 of the judgment, he then indicated that the term benefit has as its ordinary dictionary meaning something that promotes or enhances well-being or an advantage. In line with the Apollo judgment, the advantage must be something an employee is entitled to as a right. Okay? So, and more controversial, he says, where an advantage is to be offered through an exercise of a discretion, such is not one contemplated in the section. I'm sure you'll agree with me that what he says here is completely opposite to what the Labour Appeal Court said in Apollo. He is taking us back to the pre-Apollo dispensation. Because he says, where an advantage is to be offered through an exercise of a discretion, such is not contemplated in the section. But Apollo has said, where there is an exercise of a discretion in terms of a policy or practice, that falls within the section. So that is why I've asked the question, are we progressing or are we regressing? And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that's where I'm going to end my presentation. Thank you.
before you come in, Senior Com. Just a few, two announcements. Firstly, ladies and gentlemen, there's a request from IT. Some colleagues, in attempts to charge their phones or laptops, they just pull plugs from what they find on the power supply on the floor. And some of these are speakers and other devices we are using. So the request is, can you please check with them before you decide to plug your device somewhere, especially if you are going to first unplug something before you do so. Now, with that being said, we would like to just acknowledge at this present moment the arrival, again, with much appreciation, of the Honorable Judge President of the Labour Court and the Labour Appeal Court, Judge Bashir Wegley. Thank you so much for honoring us once again with your presence. In some instances, when people say, I'm going to be late, it's a very kind way of saying I'm not coming. And we appreciate that so much. Can we just give him a round of applause for showing up? The member of the governing body representing the government is also now with us in the person of Mr. Thembinkosi Kalipi. And we appreciate you. Can you also give him a round of applause? And with that being said, we'll continue with the plenary. Thank you, Commissioner.
Right, good morning, everybody. Please allow me to recognize the management team that is present here today, and may I extend my gratitude to them for entrusting me with the responsibility and the privilege then to address you on some of the latest developments in relation to the section that we know or is called non-standard employment. I would also not be a team player if I do not specifically recognize the team from the Free State that is here with us today, and also the team, the team that couldn't be here. All right, in brief, I'm not going to deal with a sign, so sorry to disappoint anybody that was hoping to hear the whole story of Section 198, capital A, sole and dual employment again, but you're more than welcome to ask any questions in the plenary if you do have any. Instead, I hope to entertain you with some of the latest developments and new learnings that we are getting from the Labour Court and the Labour Appeal Court. Now, since the amendments to the LRA took effect on the 1st of January 2015, as commissioners, we've been on a magical, mystical ride, charging into the unknown, having to make decisions on a part of the law that not even the courts have spoken on and given us guidance on. Now, as indicated, the first issue that was tackled was, of course, the issue of our temporary employment services or labour brokers. And I do not have to say much about the landmark assigned services judgment and the subsequent marathon through the courts, giving us a constitutional court judgment in a record time of 3 years. So although the constitutional court judgment in assign then calmed the waters to some extent and resolved most of the debate on sole versus dual employment, the non-standard employment remains a section of the law that is alive and challenging. And recently, the focus has shifted from Section 198 capital A, our labour brokers, to Section 198 capital B, dealing with the fixed-term contracts. Now, the last couple of years, the Labour Court and the Labour Appeal Court has been very busy, and we've seen brilliant judgments coming from the courts, giving us guidance on our venture when we deal with these fixed-term contracts and the non-standard employment. Today I'm going to focus briefly on 3 topics. First being the issue of exactly what is a declaratory order in terms of Section 198 capital D. Then we're going to have a look at how do we calculate the 6-month referral period that we get in Section 198 capital D. And then a very interesting one on the difference and the interplay between Section 41 of the BCEA versus Section 198 capital B10 of the LRA. Now, although these judgments refer to very other relevant aspects, I'm just going to refer to these judgments in as far as they relate to the topics at hand. right, as a point of departure, if we go to our LRA and we look at section 138, subsection 9 of the LRA, which deals with the general provisions for arbitration proceedings, it states that the Commissioner may make any appropriate arbitration award in terms of this Act, including but not limited to an award that gives effect to any collective agreement, that gives effect to the provisions of the primary object of this Act, which is the LRA, and includes or is in the form of a declaratory order. So this has always been part of the powers that we have as commissioners. It was only once we had the amendments to section 198 capital A to D that we started asking the question of, but what is a declaratory order and what am I supposed to do when I do one of these cases? Now, the first judgment that gave us some guidance on this issue was the issue of the Namakwa Municipality versus South African Local Government Bargaining Council judgment. And what the court explained to us is that the only relief flowing from a declaratory order as we get a referral in terms of section 198 capital B would be to only make a declarator. The court explained to us that there's a specific dispute resolution procedure or process in place when we get to section 198 capital A to C. And the purpose thereof is to clarify a legal position between the parties during the course of the employment. So therefore, 198 capital D was not intended to be used after the employment relationship has terminated. Now, when we have a new concept, or I find when I have to deal with a new concept, I always find it helpful to go to reputable dictionaries and look at what the definitions therein is. In this instance, I used the Merriam-Webster dictionary. A declaration as a noun is described as the act of declaring. Declare as a verb is described as to make known formally, officially, or explicitly to make known as a determination. And declaratory as an adjective is described as serving to declare or explain, declaring what is the existing law and declaring a legal right or interpretation. It must be understood that a declarator is not a mechanism to grant or vest rights to a party. As we found protections and certain rights for our vulnerable employees now promulgated in terms of section 198 capital C, these promulgations or these rights and protections that has been promulgated is obtained by operation of law. If we had to do that in a declaratory, it would mean if each and every employee working for a labor broker or for a fixed-term contract employee would first have to come through our doors before they get these protections. So it's only once there's a dispute between the parties about whether or not certain protections apply or what is the legal position between the two that they come through our doors and we assist them and we issue these declaratory orders. Now, after the hearing of the evidence then, when we have a section 198 capital D dispute before us, the Commissioner will interpret and apply the provisions of the LRA to the factual matrix that is before them. They will issue an award in the form of a declaratory order as stipulated in section 138 subsection 9C. The Commissioner will make an official determination through the award of what the existing law is and declare the respective rights and obligations of the parties in as far as it relates to the factual matrix before him or her. Now, further to this, the Labour Court has been consistent in making the determination that when we issue a declaratory order, it does not include the awarding of substantial relief. In this regard, I'm briefly going to refer to 4 cases only. The first one is the Namakwa judgment, which I've already referred to. In brief, to remind you, this was about a communal officer who was employed on a number of fixed-term contracts. While his last contract was ending, his union referred a section 198 capital D dispute to have him deemed indefinitely employed by the municipality. However, at the time of the arbitration, the contract had already expired. The award of the Commissioner was to indeed find that he should be deemed to be an indefinite employee, and the Commissioner awarded reinstatement. The key learnings that we got from this judgment, apart from the fact that we now know that the employment relationship must be intact and otherwise the dispute would be moot, is that we cannot utilize Section 193 remedies when we deal with Section 198 capital D. This is also clear from the fact that there's no cross-referencing in the Act between these sections. What was before the court in the Namakwa judgment was the issuing of a declarator, not an unfair dismissal dispute. And therefore, the court also stated that a declarator in favor of an employee does not automatically enable or entitle that employee to further compensatory relief. The next one would be the PRASA judgment that we use. I just call it the PRASA judgment. And I will not elaborate too much on the aspect of the settlement agreement which played a role in this matter, but I want to focus on the powers that we have as a commissioner. We must remember that Section 198 capital B applies to fixed-term contract employees earning below the threshold. Equally, subsection A and subsection C applies to employees earning below the threshold, not above the threshold. So in this matter, once the employee's status in terms of 198 capital B was determined, we cannot go beyond that declaratory relief. In the specific award, the employees were deemed and they were also granted certain, let's call it, benefits or substantive relief. And the court made it very clear that as commissioners we would be exceeding our powers if we go beyond the limits of simply making a declarator. The next one is the Unilever judgment, which we will have a more in-depth discussion on a little bit later on. But in brief, what happened here, these employees were on a number of fixed-term contracts. With their last contract, they decided to refer a 198 capital D dispute to seek a declarator that they were indefinitely employed. Ultimately, they got the award in their favor, and the Commissioner also issued an order that the employer must now assist them to be part of the medical aid, pension fund, education, and homeland schemes. And also that they must be paid on rates and remuneration not less favorable than other permanent employees. Again, the Labour Court confirmed that the only relief would be declaratory relief, and the next step, once you have received or gotten your declarator, would then to be referring an unfair labour practice dispute or an equal pay for work of equal value dispute to deal with the substantive issues. In coming to this conclusion, in the Unilever judgment, the court then also with approval quoted the findings in the Namakwa judgment. It is therefore important for us as commissioners to limit ourselves to the dispute before us, to identify what is the dispute before us and what we are asked to do. The last one is the AdCorp Workforce Solutions judgment that came out. Now, interestingly enough, this dispute was referred to the CCMA, and after the referral, the parties came to an agreement and concluded a settlement agreement that, yes, these employees are indeed indefinitely employed in terms of the provisions of Section 198 capital B. There was, however, some other outstanding issues, and the one they could not come to a conclusion on was whether or not they still had to wear the overalls of the temporary employment service. The parties then decided it's for the Commissioner to decide at the arbitration whether or not they should be wearing these specific overalls. The Commissioner obliged, did the arbitration, and said they don't have to wear them. Right. Ultimately, on review, the Labour Court found that the arbitrator had no jurisdiction to deal with the issues on what clothing they would wear. The reliance on Section 198 capital D for any ancillary issues was therefore misplaced. And neither in a settlement agreement nor by virtue of a decision of the parties could such jurisdiction have vested in that specific commissioner to deal with the arbitration. All right. Thank you. That's just then on the issue of the declarator. Moving on to the calculation of the 6-month referral period. It's very important for us to understand that when we deal with a Section 198 capital D, it is not the same referral period that we find in unfair labour practice disputes. The wording in Section 198 capital D3 is referring only to 6 months after the act or the omission. But when we go and look at what is the referral period for an unfair labour practice, it has a little tail added to say, or when the employee became aware, and that is not going to be applicable when we're dealing with our Section 198 capital D cases. Now, the Unilever judgment that I just discussed with you, in this specific judgment, the court was faced with an argument from the union side that because the employer continuously refused to acknowledge the rights vested in the employees by operation of law, and they continuously suffered the consequences, the conduct was continuous, and they did not have to apply for condonation in that specific instance. The argument of the employees that they did not have to apply for condonation was that their situation was akin to that of an unfair labour practice. And they referred to the well-known SABC judgment in support of the argument. As a brief reminder to you, in the SABC judgment, the court dealt with the issue that while an unfair labour practice or unfair discrimination may consist of a single act, it may also be continuous or repetitive. Now, in response to that, the employer based their argument on the ESCOM judgment, in which they clarified that not all unfair labour practices which reoccur on a monthly basis constitute a continuing wrong. The court then found, and it stated that it be accepted that the conduct was continuous, and simply because it was continuous, we cannot accept that, the consequences were reoccurring, and therefore we cannot accept then that the act of the omission was then that it was continuous. The court explained with reference then to the ESCOM judgment as well as that if that was the case, the whole concept of the prescribed time period for referral would then actually be valueless, because otherwise the employee can decide on their own once they are now had enough of these consequences, and that would become the act or the omission, referring the case, and what happens to expedite resolution of our labour disputes. Now, to fully understand the judgments of the Labour Court and the Labour Appeal Court, because ultimately the Unilever judgment went on appeal, it's important to understand the facts, and therefore you'll allow me just to briefly go into some of the facts that were before the Labour Court. Now, the facts was that at the end of March 2017, the union's members as well as the packers were all retrenched by Unilever, and they received their severance packages. And then on the 1st of April, they were offered new fixed-term contracts. These fixed-term contracts were not entitled to the benefits. They would be working on flexible hours. They would be packers for the Santa Claus project, and it was envisaged that this project would then end in June 2019. The employees did not sign these contracts, but they continued to work at Unilever on the basis of these contracts. It was only a year later that the union then referred a Section 198 capital D dispute, referring to 198 capital B, seeking that they are indefinitely employed because they were working without permanent contracts. Before the CCMA and the Labour Court, it was common cause that the dispute occurred on the 1st of April 2017. And that is why the Labour Court took this as the time or the date in which they started calculating the 6 months time period. The court held that it is common cause that the dispute arose in April 2017. However, the lifespan of the wrong is disputed, and therefore I must determine whether the conduct or the wrong was continuous. Now, the Labour Court held that there can be no doubt that the initiation of the wrong occurred on a definitive date, which is in April 2017, when the employees were on fixed-term contracts of employment in terms of Section 198 capital D, which is not in compliance with the law, and as such to be deemed to be employed on an indefinite basis, and there can also be no doubt that the employees suffered the effects of this less favourable treatment on a continuous basis. So on a plain reading of this, it would seem that the judge would have agreed with the commissioner that indeed this employee should have been deemed. They sought a declarator for indefinite employment, and that is what they got from the arbitrator with effect from April 2017. They, however, did not refer an unfair labour practice in terms of Section 186, subsection 2. And as such, the dispute arose from a single event that occurred in April 2017, and this does not constitute a continuing wrong. 198D specifically prescribes time periods for referral, and the court is making mention that it's quite generous. And the purpose of this, again, is to make sure that we sort out the legal position and the rights and obligations of the parties while the employment relationship is intact. The very nature of these disputes are that they would reoccur, or you would suffer the consequences or feel the consequences on a monthly basis. But this doesn't mean that the conduct or the act is of a continuous nature. The employees were aware in April 2017 of this wrong. Let me see, I think of. Yes, they were aware in April 2017, and then they took the decision not to take any action for a year. The matter before the court was not an unfair discrimination or an unfair labour practice, and therefore the additional protections as it is referred to in the ESCOM judgment did not apply here. The court actually quoted the ESCOM judgment and says, the delay flies directly in the face of the primary consideration of the expeditious resolution of employment disputes. The court also then dealt with the issue because the commissioner continued to also order substantive relief, and just to confirm, as I've indicated already, that we cannot order substantive relief when it comes to a declarator. The matter was then taken on appeal, and in an interesting turn of events, the applicants kind of changed their version before the court. Although the arguments in terms of continuous employment were the same, they now denied that they ever admitted that the dispute arose in April 2017. They contended that the wrong occurred on the date of the commencement of employment of each individual employee and continued daily until the dispute arose in April 2018. And this was still an unfair labour practice, according to them, or akin thereto. And therefore, the referral to the CCMA was definitely not late. So the act or the omission that they complained of was that the employer failed to make them permanent on their interpretation of the law as it is required by Unilever. Now, the main argument that they contended essentially was that they were now permanent employees from April 2017, having worked for Unilever from that date without written contracts. And if they were not employed by then, and they were employed at a later stage, then from that inception, without any agreement to Unilever, those employees would also be permanent. And this is by a dint of law or their understanding of the law. I think the crux of the changing of their version was that they then denied that they were ever offered fixed-term contracts of employment and that they had refused to sign them. Now, you would know as much as you could possibly put some new evidence before the Labour Appeal Court. You cannot change the categorization of the dispute that has been referred and has to be determined. Sorry, I missed the slide there. All right, so the Labour Appeal Court then first dealt with the issue of whether or not the act was continuous. The wording of Section 19 at the capital D was dissected, and the court then confirmed that we are talking about an act or omission that gives rise to this particular dispute. And as long as it's the same dispute, whether it erupts at a later stage again or there is reoccurring consequences, doesn't make it a new dispute. The court said that the reliance of the employees on the SABC and other judgments they referred to were misplaced, because at the time when the courts were dealing with these judgments, they were not dealing with an issue of Section 198 capital D or anything related thereto. The court also referred to the ESCOM judgment and said that in any event, not even all unfair labour practices which occur on a monthly basis constitute a continuing wrong. The court then further drew a distinction between the act and the omission and the consequences, and the court indicated that it's very important to draw this distinction, because if you don't draw this distinction, you're going to sit again with a situation where an employee could decide at his own peril, how long am I going to wait until I refer my case? Again, this would render the time limits set in the LRA valueless. So it's important that when we are dealing with this, we need to identify the act or the omission, because it's the act or the omission that gives rise to the dispute. And it's once we have identified the act or the omission and we can put a date to that, that the clock starts ticking and we start calculating our 6-month referral period. Sorry, I'm a bit behind on my slides. The coordination is not working here. All right, let's just then move on to what the court did with this change in the fact that the employees then ultimately relied on. In the Labour Court, we didn't have much of an analysis on what was the employment status. We can see that basically the judge would have agreed with the Commissioner's finding that the deeming provision would take effect. But the Labour Appeal Court now had to deal and analyse with the employment status of the employees based on these new facts now presented before them. The court found that it was apparent that there were many fixed-term contracts prior to 2017, and then subsequently in 2017 the contract was ended, and thereafter the employees worked without contracts. The employees were now no longer seeking a declarator that they were deemed to be indefinite in terms of Section 198B. The claim was now that we became permanent because we worked beyond a fixed-term contract without contracts. Now, the court held that it's an established principle that unless a contrary intention can be inferred from the facts, it will generally be assumed if an employee is allowed to work beyond the end of a fixed-term contract, that the contract is tacitly converted into one of indefinite duration, terminable by reasonable notice given by either party. You would be well aware with the Department of Agriculture versus Teto judgment, and also Gauteng Provincial Legislature that came out this year. I unfortunately did not have the time to go into how we deal with this inference that needs to be drawn and whether or not this tacit agreement then comes into existence. The court, in analysing this relationship, then came to the conclusion that once they look at this relationship, the only inference that can be drawn is that indeed they became permanent employees after April 2017, when they did not have any contracts signed. This inference would even be stronger if it was accepted that Unilever presented their applicants with a fixed-term contracts and they refused to accept them, but this is the part of the dispute that they have now changed. So if they have never been given fixed-term contracts or offered fixed-term contracts after April 2017, how is it possible that Unilever could have been in breach of Section 198B from April 2017 to April 2018? If there was no fixed-term contract, there cannot be any breach. So in essence, what happened in the Labour Appeal Court is that, considering the new argument, the employees, indeed, if they wanted a declarator in terms of Section 198 capital B, the only time that the employer could have been in breach was before 2017, when it was acknowledged that there was indeed fixed-term contracts. And this would mean that the dispute was now not only a year late, but even more than a year late, because the fixed-term contracts only existed prior to that time. All right, the last aspect that I quickly want to refer you to is then the issue of the remuneration. We put it in inverted commas versus severance pay. Now, a plain reading of Section 198B10 of the LRA and Section 41 of the BCA. Could a person with no knowledge of interpretation of law or how the labour law works let them come to the conclusion that they are actually entitled to severance pay? And I believe that it's this misconception or misreading of the law that leads to a lot of fixed-term contracts employees believing that irrespective of the type of fixed-term contract they have, that after 2 years they would be entitled to, in their words, severance pay. Now, if we have a look at Section 41 of the BCEA, it refers to that an employer must pay an employee who is dismissed for reasons based on the employer's operational requirements severance pay equal to at least 1 week's remuneration for each completed year of continuous service with that employer, calculated in accordance with Section 35 of the BCEA. If we compare that to Section 198B10 of the LRA, it talks about an employer who employs an employee in terms of a fixed-term contract for a reason contemplated in subsection 4D of, and a period exceeding 24 months, must, subject to the terms of any collective agreement, pay the employee on the expiry of the contract 1 week's remuneration for each completed year of the contract calculated in accordance with Section 35 of the BCA. I'm not going to read this to you. This is just where they say if you unreasonably refuse in terms of the BCA to accept alternative employment, you may not be entitled to severance pay. 198B, however, say if prior to the expiry of the fixed-term contract, the employer offers the employee employment or procures employment for the employee with a different employer, which commences at the expiry of the contract and on same and similar terms, then they would not be entitled thereto. Now, without preaching to the converted, there's a number of things that need to stand out once you start reading these different sections. And the first one, which would seem quite obvious, but is very important, is the fact that the one comes from the BCA and the other one from the LRA. When you read the BCA, you read and interpret the BCA in terms of the objective of that act, which is different than that of the LRA. So you need to put yourself in the context where you're at. Section 41 talks about dismissal for operational requirements, whereas 198 capital B starts with how an employee is employed on a fixed-term contract. And this is not all fixed-term contracts. In fact, this protection is limited to a very, very few of these employees, apart from the fact that they must be earning below the threshold. It must be on a specific project in terms of Section 198 capital 198B 4D. And then it must be longer than 24 months. Only then will you be entitled to this little protection that is given in terms of the Act. The other obvious difference is then that Section 41 talks about severance pay, but there's no mention of severance pay in 198B. It's by word of mouth simply because it looks the same, that we are now accepting it is the same, or once we refer to it, at least we know what we are referring to and how the calculation should be done. The case I want to refer you to is the Bidvest judgment. Briefly, what happened in this case, the employees were employed as cleaning staff by Bidvest. There was an automatic termination clause in their contracts, and when the client then gave notice, they informed the employees that the contract is going to end and that the termination then took effect in April 2016. They referred a dispute. They say they were entitled to severance pay. The commissioner agreed with them that they were retrenched or dismissed for operational requirement and that they were entitled to severance packages. The commissioner then also went further and dealt with Section 198B10, and that then allowed the court to give us clarity on this distinction between the two. Maybe just as a mental note for anybody working with automatic termination clauses, this is a very good judgment combining all the latest authority on automatic termination clauses due to the time that it was actually the judgment came out. The court also drew a distinction between contracts before 2015 and contracts after 2015. You can only get this entitlement if your contract was, if it was before 2015, 2 years after or 24 months after. But that's not the purpose of this presentation. So the key learnings that we got from this judgment is that Section 41 deals with dismissal it deals with operational requirements, and you have to, when you talk about operational requirements, we go to section 213 of the LRA to have a look at exactly what is operational requirements. Section 198B10 is self-standing and completely separate. The one has got nothing to do with the other. The payment of the remuneration is then also for a very specific category of fixed-term contract employees. Inasmuch as you are a fixed-term contract employee and you might be entitled to severance package as in the Bidvest case, unless you are on a specific project of longer than 24 months and you tick all the boxes of the requirement, you'll not be entitled to 198B10. It would also not have made any sense to make these two combined or relevant to each other, because once you have a dismissal, once you have a expiry of a fixed-term contract, we know that that does not constitute a dismissal. If it does not constitute a dismissal, how can I then for a dismissal claim severance pay? So the two are actually conflicting, but it takes time to read this and to understand this to really make it your own. The court went further to say that the remuneration is part of a grand scheme and purpose to protect our vulnerable employees. It is a remuneration to recognize the service. It's a form of a gratuity, and I'm so glad James actually dealt with benefits so that I don't have to explain Apollo and all those judgments to you right now. So you would understand and you would start seeing how this all comes together. And this payment is due by operation of law. The court was very clear that this is not up for negotiation, and the only way in which an employee could not be entitled to this if there was a collective agreement that actually excludes this. And I'd like to close off by talking to you about the conundrum we had in terms of section 198B10. When we had our briefing sessions in 2021, we had to leave a question hanging when we were asked, so what happens to an employee who wants to enforce this section 198B10? It's not written in his contract of employment. His employment has now expired, and he comes to us. How do we help him to get his hands on this protection if he then meets all the requirements? Now, we were a bit stuck in the sense that if it's not in the contract of employment, section 73 capital A of the BCA is not going to assist us, because 73 capital A deals with the issues in the BCA. The LRA is not covered there. Section 41 of the BCA is also not going to assist us. This is clear from the Bidvest judgment. So we'll have to enforce this in some way through the LRA. If we run to section 198 capital D, we also come to a closed door, because there I can only award declaratory relief and nothing substantive. Also, at that stage, the employment relationship would have terminated and the matter would be declared moot. But subsequent to the Bidvest judgment, where the court said that the remuneration is effectively due and payable by operation of law, and that the conditions are not to be negotiated. This means that this entitlement is ex lege. It is something that I'm entitled to by law. The court further indicated that this is supposed to be, or it's intended to be, as a gratuity, a thank you for your service, even though from the onset we knew that this was not an indefinite employment. At some stage, this relationship would end. Now, having that, even if it's not a contractual right per se, this remains a benefit that the employee is entitled to. We know the case law on employment or on unfair labor practice, where if the act or the omission or the unfair labor practice actually occurred during the tenure of the employment relationship, then even if the employment relationship has expired, we can still bring that case and we can still deal with it. So if I analyze this to say that if I read section 198B10, it specifically says at expiry of the contract, there's an obligation on the employer to pay this. So even if it's the very last obligation that needs to be complied with, that is something that happens inside the employment relationship. If I can come to that conclusion, and if I look at the UHASA judgment that recently came out dealing with the issue of an unfair dismissal of an existence, or the 186, where the court said you can argue I had an expectation of permanent employment, but also rely on 198B, why can I not bring an unfair labor practice dispute, refer it, and argue 198B10 to say, but by operation of law, I was actually entitled to this benefit. This would mean the employee would have to refer his case within 90 days as an unfair labor practice dispute, and we would then have to determine whether or not he met the requirements and whether or not he was entitled to that relief. Following this route then brings this claim within a category of dispute before a commissioner where we have the power to award substantive relief and to put our hands in 193 remedies of the LRA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleague. Okay, colleagues, esteemed guests and delegates, as we welcome Commissioner Divet to the podium, just a quick announcement relating to the time. By virtue of the importance that is covered in the presentations that we're dealing with, we've allowed for an extra 30 minutes. Therefore, please note that our lunch has been moved to 2 o'clock. Thanks, you can proceed.
How do I go down a little bit? Just down, just put it. Okay, good. Thank you. It's fine. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. That sounds much better. Good. Good afternoon. We've listened this morning to the director, and I must say I was really impressed, Director. I was energated, so I don't see the energy anymore. I don't know if everybody's just tired. Can I hear that you have energy still? That sounds much better. Good. So this afternoon I'm going to speak to you about the interpretation and application of the arbitrary ground. You know that with the amendments to the LRA, to the Employment Equity Act in 2014, we saw an amendment specifically to Section 6.1 of the Employment Equity Act. Now, pursuant to that amendment, we have seen quite a lot of disagreements and arguments, particularly in terms of the appropriate interpretation of that particular section in Section 6.1. So that is what we're going to be focusing on today. I'm going to take you through in terms of the ground rules for interpretation. I'm also then going to spend time on the judicial development since 2014. And then we're going to look a little bit at the reflection of the future. What can we expect in the future, and how should we approach, particularly Section 6.1 of the Employment Equity Act, considering the amendments in 2014. Now, before we start, I think it's quite important that we first and foremost understand the context in which we as commissioners will deal with employment equity disputes, particularly discrimination disputes. So Statistics South Africa published their 3-quarterly report just before this Indaba on the 29th of November 2022. According to the report, there's approximately 49.2%, and that is not a mistake, 49.2% of the adult population are living below the upper bound poverty line in South Africa. So this is serious. If we consider that almost 50% of our population in South Africa are struggling from socio-economic conditions. This should set the scene for us if we look at employment equity. Actually, in terms of our duties that we have as Commissioner in general, we should consider these figures because it's quite important for us to understand the context in which we are functioning. Some good news that we found from the report is that in the 3rd quarter, the unemployment rate went down. So currently, the unemployment rate is now at 32.9%. Some 269,000 employees have managed to secure a job from the 2nd to the 3rd quarter. So that's very good news. But if we look at the first and the second statistics together, we see that even if employees are in employment, it means they're still living way below the upper poverty mark. And that is what we are faced with. That is what we have to consider in our proceedings. That is what makes it quite important for us to deal with. Then the Statistics South Africa also looked at a breakdown of the unemployment population. This was quite interesting for me. They said 51.5% of the unemployment population are people who have no qualifications, even below matric is the educational level. Then 38.2% holds a matric, and you would also see that these are rounded up figures, so they won't necessarily come to 100%, but 38.2% holds a matric, and then the remaining 9.6% are people with educational level above the matric level. So we see that it's all over, that we have people who are struggling in South Africa, people who are really desperate to make sure that they can earn a living. The report also specifically referred to the gender issue in terms of unemployment. And the report highlighted that 47% of the unemployed are women and 35.6% men. So we see, if we have to consider employment equity in its context, we have to see that gender still plays a huge role, amongst others. There's a lot of factors that we can still consider, but for purposes of these proceedings, I think it's important for us to consider that. Now, bringing it closer to home, looking at the CCMA per se, what is the context in which we as the CCMA functions? So we've looked at the statistics from 2019 to current, to 2022, in terms of referrals made, in terms of Section 6.4 of the Employment Equity Act. So only equal pay for work of equal value disputes. We have received a total number of 1,631 disputes in terms of Section 6.4, rate with Section 6.1 for the period 2019 to 2022. Of that number, 90% of those disputes in terms of Section 6.4 related to any arbitrary ground. So we can see the magnitude of the presentation that we have currently, particularly in terms of employment, equal pay for work of equal value. Our portion of any arbitrary ground disputes it consists the majority of the disputes that's referred to us. Now, in terms of the debate, I'm sure many of you have followed the debate. I think, luckily for all of us, the debate has now been, I would say, almost solved, or hopefully solved. But let's take a step back and let's look at the debate up to where we are today. So there were two schools of thought. The first school of thought interpreted the new amendment to Section 6.1 to have a narrow encompass. The second school of thought interpreted to have a broad encompass. And we'll come back to the two different ones, in particular, so that we understand the different schools of thoughts. But what is important for us is seeing that a large number of our disputes under the Employment Equity Act consist of any arbitrary ground. We as commissioners must understand these developments. We must understand the intention behind the inclusion of Section 6.1, and we must be able to assign appropriate interpretation to those sections that we specifically deal with. Now, in short, if we look at Section 6.1, in short, especially the narrow encompass, and indicated that any amendment to Section 6.1 must be read in line with the listed grounds. In other words, it must be analogous to the listed grounds. It must be something that is akin to what you see in the listed grounds. However, we will still go through the broad encompass as well, and there the school of thought was totally different in terms of the broad encompass. So let's look at the narrow encompass. The school of thought that assigns themselves or aligns themselves with this encompass says that if you look at the inclusion of any other arbitrary ground, then what you have to do is you have to follow the Harkson test. Now, Harkson did not originate in the employment sphere. However, Harkson is a judgment from the Constitutional Court, for those of you who might not have followed that. But Harkson has set out the test for us in terms of discrimination. Now, the narrow encompass believes that if you follow Harkson, then on any other arbitrary ground should be interpreted to mean that it must impair your dignity. It must be a dignity issue. There must be differentiation, and it must be analogous to your listed grounds. It must also affect a person in terms of their indignity or any other similar serious consequence. So that is what we've seen from Harkson. And subsequent to Harkson, we've also seen that Prinsloo has also followed the Harkson judgment. So Prinsloo was also a constitutional court judgment. Now, the other side of the coin, the broad encompass. People who assign themselves to the broad encompass says, no, we must assign a broader interpretation to the clause of any other arbitrary ground. And what they say is, it should be something that's capricious. It should not be it should proceed merely at a whim. And it must be by no reason at all. So as long as there's no reason to it, does not have a reason to it, then it should follow within the broad encompass, it should follow to be unfair discrimination. They went further to say, even if there is a reason, the discrimination may be arbitrary if the reason is not a commercial reason of sufficient magnitude, that it outweighs the rights of the job seeker and is not morally offensive. So the broad encompass states that if you refer a matter, particularly under Section 6.1, on any other arbitrary ground, as long as it's unfair, arbitrary, or affects you seriously, even if there's a reason, then you have to balance the rights of the reason from the employer and the rights of the employee, and then in that regard, most likely that will amount to unfair discrimination. The broad encompass also relied heavily on the Kadiaka judgment, and in the Kadiaka judgment we see that they also aligned themselves with the interpretation that any other arbitrary ground should be capricious, and it could be a self-standing, standalone ground on which people can rely. Now, against this backdrop, it is important for us to first look at the ground rules for interpretation so that we understand where this section is coming from and how to properly approach this section. We will be looking at the judicial developments in this regard, and then we will look at a reflection of the future, of what can we expect in terms of the future. Now, the ground rules for interpretation, I think I've gone too far. Good, sorry. In terms of the ground rules of interpretation, we must understand that as a ratifying state, we have adopted international treaties into our law. Specifically in this regard, we speak about the equality clause that we have in our Constitution. We see also from the Employment Equity Act that the Act was affected to ensure that effect is given to the constitutional right of equality. But we also know that the Employment Equity Act does not exist in a vacuum. In terms of the Employment Equity Act, if we interpret any clause in any section in the Employment Equity Act, we must have regard to the Constitution, and we must also have regard to international treaties, such as, for instance, the convention, the ILO Convention 111. Now, it is necessary for us to have a holistic approach specifically to the Convention 111. In this regard, if we look at Article 1 of the Convention, then we see that the Convention indicates that it is not the mere existence of a distinction, exclusion, or preference based on the grounds listed in that constitutes discrimination. It must also have the effect of nullifying or impairing equality of opportunity of treatment. So in this regard, we see that the intention with the international treaty was that if we write into our law any protective measure in this regard, then we must also make provision for the fact that it's not the mere inclusion of a distinction. In other words, differentiation, as we've now started to refer to it. It's not just a mere differentiation that refers to unfair discrimination, but it must affect your dignity, or at least affect you in a comparably serious manner. If we look at Article 2 of the Convention, it places an obligation on ratifying states to declare and pursue a national policy designed to promote equality of opportunity. So that is what we also see in terms of the Employment Act specifically, to ensure that there is equality in the workplace. Now, a distinction must be drawn as we read the Convention 111 with the Constitution. We see that a distinction must be drawn between differentiation that is fair and differentiation that is unfair. So if you have differentiation, we will see now, if we go to the Hodgson test, we will see that a systematic, pragmatic approach must be followed to these disputes. The first point of departure would be, was there differentiation? But the mere fact that there was differentiation should not be the end of the inquiry. Evident from both the Constitution and the Employment Equity Act is that unfair discrimination is prohibited. So in this regard, our law does make provision for fair discrimination and unfair discrimination. If we can make one example, those of you who have followed the Damons matter. Now, Mr. Damons was a firefighter. During the course of his employment, he was injured, and that resulted in his disability. Mr. Damons had a long history of litigation between himself and the employer, as he was still in employment throughout the process. The latest being a matter that sat before the Constitutional Court. And in that regard, the argument was made in terms of inherent requirements, that there's certain requirements of the job, and if you don't pose those requirements, then simply you will not be able to meet or to be appointed in that position. Ultimately, it was found that the inherent requirements is something that is justifiable under the circumstances, and therefore it was held that the employer did not act discriminatory towards Mr. Damons. Now, in terms of Article 1.2, also very important is that the Convention leaves room for us as ratifying states to not only have the specific distinctions that we see in the Convention itself, but also to identify other distinctions that we will write into our law. So in terms of Article 1.2, we see that the distinctions that is made there is race, color, sex, religion, political opinion, national extraction, or social origin. Now, in terms of Section 161, we have 19 listed grounds in our Employment Equity Act, and then we also have on any other arbitrary ground. So clearly, South Africa, as a ratifying state, have adopted additional distinctions into our law. Now, let's go to Hodgson. In terms of Hodgson, you will see it's already a 1997 matter, but Hodgson has been the topic of discussion, or at least the point of reference in our, not only in our arbitrations, but also before the court in many a times. So in terms of Hodgson, we see that Hodgson still remains determinative. The Concord in Hodgson specifically laid down a test for us in terms of discrimination. So if we deal with any unlisted grounds, such as any other arbitrary grounds, then we have to follow this test. So the test in Hodgson laid down is that if there is differentiation based on any attribute or characteristic, and an attribute and a characteristic is something that is immutable, it does not change easily, it's something that makes you unique. If there's any distinction, differentiation or distinction based on your characteristics or attributes, and that does not even have to be just an individual, it can also be a group, and particularly if that impairs your dignity of a person or affects them in a comparably serious manner, then that can constitute an arbitrary ground in terms of our discrimination law. Now, Hodgson went further as well, and Hodgson said that if you are faced with a dispute in terms of the Employment Equity Act, you have to approach such a dispute pragmatic and systematically. So the first step would be to look at whether the impugnant provision differentiates between people or categories of people, and then secondly, if it does, determine if the differentiation was justified. So we've seen in our law, particularly if you look at equal pay for work of equal value disputes as well, we have regulations that we also determine in terms of disputes that has been referred to us in terms of the Employment Equity Act. And in that regard, if you find that there was differentiation, you still have to continue. We will see now that you have to consider whether there's a causal nexus, a link between the impugnant provision and the conduct that flows from that, whether that have impaired your dignity, and then also whether there was any differentiation for the different treatment. maybe just at the bottom, very important, we see then from the Hodgson judgment that unfair discrimination, therefore, resolves about more than just differentiation. Now, we've seen in our arbitration specifically that commissioners are faced with this question, how to deal with differentiation. And in this regard, if we follow Hodgson, which I would strongly advise we do, then it is that mere differentiation does not amount to unfair discrimination. You still have to continue with the test to find out whether it constitutes attributes, characteristics, or whether it impairs your dignity. Now, the Concord clearly distinguished between differentiation, discrimination, and unfair discrimination. In this regard, the Concord held that there must be that causal nexus between the impugnant condition and the subsequent behavior or the conduct that the employee faces. If there's no causal nexus, then it means it cannot be discrimination. And as we're going to go through the cases that I've prepared for you, you will see how the court dealt with this causal nexus. But you have to apply the but-for test. So but for this particular characteristic or attribute, would there still have been discrimination? If the but-for test is not satisfied, then most likely it might be unfair, but not necessarily unfair discrimination. Further, the court also highlighted the impact. So it's very important for us to look at the impact, and this is specifically in terms of vulnerable people, purpose of the measure that is introduced that could be seen as discriminatory, and any other relevant factor. So it is very important that we read Hodgson and that we understand Hodgson in context, because Hodgson sets the tone for us in terms of interpretation of Section 6.1. Now, following Hodgson, we had the Pioneer judgment. Most of you should be aware of Pioneer. In terms of Pioneer, the applicants referred the matter to the CCMA specifically. They did not rely on any ground specifically. They failed to identify what the ground is. Subsequently, in the arbitration award, it was held that what the evidence points to was that length of service was the ground. And it was held that the employer unfairly discriminated against the employees. That matter was subsequently referred to the Labour Court. In terms of the Labour Court held that treating people differently in the workplace in accordance with their length of service with the employer does not impair their fundamental human dignity or affect them adversely in a comparably serious manner. So you see there's reference back to Hodgson again. The court further said there's nothing arbitrary or irrational about the uniform application of a rule which sets different pay levels for employees with different lengths of service as employees of the employer concerned. This will be applicable even if the newly employed employees has the same level of experience or expertise as the existing long-serving employees. And in this regard, I've also noted for you that Mogopodi versus Department of Agriculture deals with the same principle. Now, what I want us to take from this particular judgment is, firstly, that the court adopted the narrow interpretation, the narrow compass, so they followed the Hodgson test. But secondly, very important for commissioners is, the majority, if not most of our users, are people who are lay people in terms of the law. So if we are saying that if the applicant fails to rely on a particular ground, then that shows us that we as commissioners must lend the helping hand. If you have lay people before you, then you have to tell them what the test is, because it's quite important. If there's no ground clarified, then that could cause a problem, as we will see from the rest of the cases. But we should not necessarily draw a negative inference if a party cannot categorize or put a specific terminology to a ground. We as commissioners must make sure that we explain and that we then also assist both parties to understand, even before the process starts, both parties to understand what the ground is, in order to ensure that we treat both parties fairly, that there's a fair process to both parties. They know what the case is to meet. Then in Ndudula versus Metro Rail Praza, we can also just refer to it as the Praza judgment. In this particular regard, the employees did not plead or argue reliance on any specific listed or unlisted ground. Once more, we see that the employees, it might be a question of they don't know how, It might be a question that they just don't know how to phrase that, but once more we've seen that employees fail to specifically rely on a ground. The evidence preferred by the employer, based on that evidence, it was then concluded that yes, newly appointed employees were appointed on a higher salary level. However, when the employer realized that mistake, they wrote to these newly hired employees. They indicated to them that it was by error that they were placed on that specific level and that remuneration, and that the error will be rectified. They did, however, indicate that the employees do not have to pay back the overpayments that was made to them. But still, the employees felt that that was unfair, and the employees then referred the matter in terms of any other arbitrary ground. The court, in applying the principles underlying in the interpretation of statute, concluded that it could not have been the intention of Parliament to introduce a third category or a third ground. So you know, in terms of Section 6.1, we have your listed grounds and your unlisted grounds, which we now refer to as any other arbitrary ground. So in this regard, the court was also faced with having to decide what the proper interpretation of Section 6.1 is, particularly the phrase on any other arbitrary ground. Ultimately, the court decided to also follow the narrow encompass, and they indicated that the effect of the amendment simply is that discrimination on any other arbitrary ground must affect human dignity in order to constitute unfair discrimination. So there must be a dignity or any other effect to a similar effect must befall the employee before it becomes unfair discrimination. Then we have Chitsinde. Chitsinde was decided in 2018. Chitsinde was one of the few judgments that decided to follow a broad encompass. So I have only summarized this one for you that followed a broad encompass. There was one other, but also in that regard, the court held that even if they follow a broad encompass, that the employees did not prove discrimination. So I've only introduced this one for you. Now, in terms of Chitsinde, Mr. Chitsinde applied for a position. He was required to take an aptitude test, whilst other applicants were not faced with the same requirement. Needless to say, he did not obtain the position. He then referred an unfair discrimination dispute. In terms of the court, specifically, the court was satisfied that the applicant was treated differently in comparison to any other job applicants. However, the Labour Court found that this was to the benefit of the employee. He was given a second opportunity to convince the interviewing panel that he was appointable whilst others were not. So this clearly shows us the differentiation, but now we have to make that causal nexus between the ground relied on and the subsequent treatment. And then the next ground would be, does it affect or does it impair the dignity of the person? So in this regard, the court clearly concluded that it did not affect the dignity. In fact, it was to his benefit. In conclusion, it was held that although the conduct amounted to differentiation, it did not amount to unfair discrimination. So that is in terms of the aptitude test. The next ground that we're going to be dealing with is union membership. Now, you would recall quite some time back, the court in SAFCOR also was faced with a similar set of facts, even though the SAFCOR matter was decided in terms of Section 5 of the Labour Relations Act. The NUM versus Cullinan mine was decided in terms of the Employment Equity Act. So in this regard, there was a protected strike. In anticipation of the protected strike, the employer made means to see if they can avoid or at least minimize the impact of this protected strike that might follow. They then decided to offer non-striking employees a discretionary exceptional performance bonus. And indeed, this happened. So all employees that went out on strike did not receive the discretionary exceptional performance bonus, but the employees that remained behind received the bonus. Pursuant thereto, the union challenged this decision by the employer. They called it the so-called exceptional performance bonus, whilst in fact they said it was nothing more than an annual performance bonus. So the employees were not happy with the decision and the way that the employer went about, and they specifically linked this decision from the employer to their union membership. A view was also held that in doing so, in other words, to grant that bonus to non-striking employees, that was in contravention of Section 5 of the Labour Relations Act. So let's look at what the court said. The court concluded that union membership is not a listed ground, as we all know. But the court went further to say that in terms of union membership, such is very unlikely to be considered to be analogous to any ground, and particularly because such discrimination does not involve an injury to human dignity, as contemplated and equate to legislation protectors in terms of Section 5 of the Labour Relations Act. So what the court said here is, yes, there was differentiation. It was also in terms of union membership, but now you would recall the test in Harkson. Was it an attribute or a characteristic that had the potential to impair dignity? And in that regard, the court held that no, union membership cannot be something that can offend the human dignity. The party non-striking employees had a discretionary paying non-striking employees, my apologies, a discretionary bonus in a strike does not amount to discrimination. The very reason why employees withdraw labour is to harm the employer financially. So if the employer devises means to stay afloat and reward those employees who assisted to stay afloat, such an employer does not offend the provisions of the Constitution. So that was the decision in the NUM matter. Now, the Labour Appeal Court judgment in Naidu, this is also the first Labour Appeal Court judgment that we've seen in terms of this particular issue. So it would be something that is instructive and that we must follow. So in terms of Naidu, we've seen that the employees referred an unfair discrimination dispute, and they claim specifically that the grounds for the discrimination is nepotism, differences in years of service, and recruitment of members from the SAPS divisions. So in this regard, they relied heavily on nepotism because the manager at Parliament was recruiting members from SAPS. They indicated that that amounts to discrimination because that is the differentiating factor, and therefore they argued that that should be considered to be unfair discrimination. The court had regard to the memorandum, the explanatory memorandum to the Employment Equity Act, and specifically noted that the inclusion of Section 6 particularly was with the intention to bring it in line with Section 187. Now, in terms of Section 187, we've seen that Section 187 echoes almost to the teeth Section 9(3) of the Constitution, with the exception that Section 187 includes, just before you see the list, including but not limited to. So it's a wider interpretation of that particular section. The court went on to indicate that they declined to follow the narrow encompass, and particularly because they said that should you follow the narrow encompass, or the broad encompass, my apologies, cautioning it would render Section 6(1) a font of a remedy for grievances with virtually no limits. So the court decided to follow the narrow interpretation and was disinclined to follow the broad interpretation. The court went further to say the Employment Equity Act, in particular Section 6, is not intended to be a catch-all or a panacea. The values of Section 6(1) of the Employment Equity Act is to give effect to the constitutional guarantee in Section 9 that we find in the Constitution. And it's not an all-encompassing injunction. Rather, its purpose is to give recognition to the value of human dignity and to provide a remedy for aggression against us on the grounds of our intimate attributes. So you can clearly see that the court decided to follow the Harkson test in terms of determining whether indeed that differentiation amounts to discrimination. But the court also went on, and this is very important, the court looked at the particular phrase itself. And in this regard, the court preferred the interpretation or the argument from the narrow interpretation. And they indicated that if you look at any other arbitrary ground, then you should not place undue emphasis only on the arbitrary part of it outside of its context. The word specifically or any other shows you or it's in support of the conclusion that the phrase was not meant to be a self-standing ground, but rather one that referred back to the specified ground to ensure a ground of a similar kind would fall within the scope of Section 6.9. So in this regard, we have clarification now in terms of the particular interpretation or the proper interpretation from the Labour Appeal Court. The court then specifically said, in terms of the ground that was before the court, that if you look at nepotism, then nepotism cannot affront human dignity. To be negligent because of nepotism implies no characteristic to invoke any pejorative perspective of such person. Nepotism differs from example racism, and here the court drew the distinction. And specifically in this regard, what the court said is that if you consider nepotism, it cannot ever affect your dignity, impair your dignity to such an extent. Then we look at pop crew and others. In this regard, once more, the applicants did not rely on a particular ground. It had to do with an allowance for specific occupational categories. So some employees received the allowance, some employees did not. The applicants relied on arbitrary grounds specifically, and they referred the matter in terms of Section 6.1, arguing that it was arbitrary to treat them different, but they did not rely on a specific ground. The court referred with permission to the Harkson test and also to the NIDO judgment that we've just now seen, and adopted the narrow approach. The court also placed reliance on the University of Technology versus Maraba and others. In this regard, the Labour Appeal Court held that considering the provisions of Section 6.4 and Section 6.1 of the Employment Equity Act, which the applicants rely on, that an arbitrary ground can never be a standalone ground. So there must always, if you rely on arbitrary ground, you must state what the arbitrary ground is, such as, for instance, nepotism. Can say geographical area. You can say diabetics or any mental illness. So you must specify specifically what the arbitrary ground is. The court noted that by virtue of this fact, that it was not satisfied that the applicants have presented a case in support of their claim. Is my time over?
The challenge is the kitchen is saying at about 12:30, if we're not there, they are not going to commit to the quality of the food. Okay. So we suggest that maybe after this case, you rush to the learning slides. Okay, perfect. Good, so I've been put on a strict timeline, so I'm going to try and do it quickly for you. The POPCRA judgment specifically, the court firstly held that you must have a ground that you rely on. Arbitrary is not a self-standing ground. And in that regard, the court said that having regard to what the employer indicated, that specifically the allowance was given to ensure that they recruit the necessary skill in the workplace, that nullified the argument of unfair discrimination. I can basically share it in 3 slides. Can I quickly do the 3? Good. So in this judgment, it's a very interesting judgment, and I propose that you read this judgment, albeit that it's got to do with automatically unfair dismissal. But in this particular judgment, the employee suffered from constant migraines and until such a stage that she was put on prescription medication. Pursuant to the Concord judgment, in the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development and others, the employee decided that it was decriminalized to use cannabis in the privacy of your own home. So she decided to leave her prescription medication and to rather use cannabis in order to cure her migraines that she had. Ultimately, the employer followed a process. They had a strict zero-tolerance policy at the workplace. The employee was asked to go home for 7 days, come back, and she would only be allowed entrance into the workplace if she tested negative. However, the employee declined the offer to stop using cannabis. She decided that it is medicinal for her, but also as recreational purposes. She would continue using cannabis. Now, the court in this regard, albeit they had to decide whether the dismissal amounts to an automatic unfair dismissal, but the test is the same, the court had to deal first and foremost with whether there was differentiation. Then the court had to deal with whether there was a causal link
between the cannabis misuse and whether the employer's policy, specifically on alcohol and substance abuse, was unfair and discriminatory. And lastly, whether the applicant was subjected to insulting, degrading, humiliating treatment. Now, coming to the differentiation, the court was satisfied that the employer's policy was consistently applied. There was no differential treatment, be it that it was any other substance or alcohol, the employer applied it consistently. So in that regard, the court held that that should actually be the end of the test. But they continued to look at the rest of the test as well for completeness' sake. Now, in terms of whether there was a causal nexus, the court looked at the common cause facts. The respondent agreed that yes, there was a causal nexus between the cannabis use and the dismissal. However, the court also accepted that no sanction short of dismissal would have sufficed and would have corrected the behavior of the applicant. Now, is the policy discriminatory? In this specific regard, the court concluded that the conduct of the applicant amounted to misconduct rather than discrimination. She argued that she used the cannabis as a medicinal or for medicinal reasons, but the court held the fact that she also admitted that she used it for recreational purposes negated her argument that there was that nexus between medicinal use and the consequences that flowed. So that is in terms of the Evener judgment. Now the Chasibane judgment, also very interesting judgment. It points out how to deal with discrimination. In this regard, the applicant referred a discrimination matter on 3 grounds, all of them any other arbitrary ground. Firstly, the applicant said he was deeply affected, psychologically and financially so, when his partner, who works for the same employer, was subjected to sexual harassment. Ultimately, the person that was guilty of that sexual harassment was just given a warning, and the applicant in this regard argued that that affected him negatively. So that was ground number 1. Ground number 2, he said that disciplinary action was instituted against him, only to be withdrawn at a later stage. And the third ground is he says he was singled out, he was victimized with a plethora of disciplinary action that followed against him. So the grounds that the court identified was maltreatment or victimization. So the court noted in terms of the first ground, the sexual harassment ground of his partner, the court said that he was not subjected to the sexual harassment. So in that regard, even though it might have been an impact on him, it does not constitute the ground in which you must look whether there was differential treatment. So it's not a characteristic or a attribute unique to the applicant. In terms of the second ground, the disciplinary action that followed only to be withdrawn at a later stage, the court noted that immediate difficulty that the applicant faced with this is that he did not rely on any specific ground. He only indicated that there was disciplinary action, which was withdrawn. And we know now from Hawks and Test, read with Naidu, that there must be a particular ground that the employee must rely on. In terms of the last ground, in relation to victimization and that he was singled out, the court held that he was not the only person, so that's where the differentiation comes in. He was not the only person that was subjected to disciplinary action. So in that regard, the court was not satisfied that the employee showed that he was victimized or singled out for disciplinary action. So the court noted here that in order for an employee to be successful, the employee must show that there was some sort of retaliation on the part of the employer, and it must be linked to the fact that his partner was sexually harassed. So as a result of him complaining, the disciplinary action followed. There must be that causal nexus between the two. In the absence of that, it points to differential treatment, but not necessarily to discrimination. Now, 2 judgments that I quickly want to refer you to in terms of where the court held that the ground is analogous to a listed ground. That is your Imatu and the New Way Motor judgments. In Imatu, the applicant was suffering from type 1 diabetics. Following the judgment, and you're welcome to read it, but the court concluded that treating the employee differently because of his type 1 diabetics is analogous to, it could be disability, HIV, or even genetic origin, or perhaps even birth. So in that regard, the court accepted that type 1 diabetics can be an unlisted ground. Then in terms of new way motor, in this regard specifically, the employee was suffering from depression for a very long period of time. The court held, based on the depression, that there was differential treatment, that the employee was treated differently purely because of the depression, and that ground amounts to an analogous ground. So the learnings that we find from this is, first and foremost, the test has been crystallized. We know now that we've got Hodgson, we know that we've got particularly Naidu. So the test is crystallized, we need to follow the test. We also need to understand that if an employee does not specifically list a ground for discrimination, that we've got a duty to lend a helping hand and to ensure that there's fairness in our proceedings. We must also know that discrimination amounts to much more than just differentiation. You must follow the test in Hodgson. And then every absence of evidence that treatment in question points to differentiation on a discriminatory manner, the contentions may not live up to the test involved in demonstrating unfair discrimination. So in that regard, I leave you then with 2 questions for you to ponder on, based on the test that we followed, or the case law that we followed. We've seen that any arbitrary ground consists of a major factor of the matters referred to us. So I want to leave it with you with very relevant topics. Bullying is something that we see these days coming to our tables more often. Also refusal to vaccinate, for instance. So I want you to consider, and maybe we can take up this discussion again at a later stage, but would issues such as refusal to vaccinate, applying the test that we've seen now, would that amount to unfair discrimination? And with that, I leave you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, colleague. Ladies and gentlemen, our apologies once again in terms of our timekeeping, but we felt it was important that we allow the presenters to take us through their presentations. We are heading for lunch. Coming back, it's our Q&A session. Let's prepare our questions, and our request is going to be, because we've noticed even from previous sessions, some of us tend to be very long-winded with the questions we ask. So we want to try and get as many of us involved. Let's try and keep them very succinct as well in terms of how we are going to phrase them. We still have our 1 hour for lunch as of 3:30. We come back at 3:30 for us to then start with our Q&A. The only reason why we did not cut the presenters is that we were not sure whether it will be deemed an arbitrary ground for us to cut her because she's the last speaker. So we thought, let us allow her to finish. Now on that note, ladies and gentlemen and panelists, thank you so much. Join us again at 3:30, same seats, so that you will take questions from the floor. Thank you so much. No, it's fine. 1, 2. This one is fine as well. No? Na I'll sing at yeah, no, time is money. Ladies and gentlemen, let's come back into plenary. If we ever hope to have enough time to powder our noses and straighten our ties. And concealers and foundations. Hey, it's like you are building houses and you're talking about a person's face. Minimal is best. Hey, came to your 3D. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's come back into plenary. Delegates in the foyer, we are about to commence with the last part of our program. Please come through. And thank you for those delegates who are coming in. Siyabonga kakhulu. Where are our two panelists? They are here. They are here. Wait. We just wait. Oh, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we are, again, this is the ultimate final call. Let's come back into plenary. Delegates that are in the foyer, if any, please come through. We'll give you the last 15 seconds to go back to your seats and we start with the session. The later you come into the room, the more unlikely I will recognize you if you want to ask a question. There must be consequences. What comments are we going to make quickly? I think then I'm going to hand over to you then as soon as. So now I'm going to deal with talk about the ground rules. Okay. Then I'll go for when you do the wrap up and we start with the engagements. Right. And our time is up. Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to our honored guests and dignitaries who are with us in the room. And we now are going to the continuation of our second plenary. And so I'm going to request that we just get ourselves ready. I can see a few delegates just about to walk in. We'll give them just another last 10 seconds. And I also notice 1 or 2 comrades or colleagues on calls. Let's also grant them an opportunity to wrap up the calls. Yeah, and because they are, we can hear them. Right. Delegates will have noticed that for today, plenary was more, particularly of our colleagues as senior part-time commissioners, was more focused on what we tend to call individual labor law type of topics. But I know from a couple of months ago, there was in fact a complaint about the fact that CLM, when it's done, seems to exclude topics related to issues of collective bargaining or collective labor law. Now, for those who share that concern, you'll be pleased to note when you look at the program for tomorrow that our panel discussion is going to be based on topics related to collective bargaining. So we are going to at least, satisfy that appetite. And we are looking forward for quite fruitful engagements in that regard. And we wish to appreciate the program compilers to, allowing themselves to be sensitive to that issue and giving it that particular space. So tomorrow, smart casual includes wearing techies, because we can't talk collective bargaining and not have struggle songs. Never. So the other thing, colleagues, is that we are going to put a premium now with the aspect, or let me say the part of the program that we're going to be dealing with. We'll put a premium on trying to be very efficient with time, because we can all appreciate we are behind, but we want to give enough time for delegates to prepare for the gala dinner. It's an important event because it is tied to the 25 years of the CCMA's existence, and in which we will also be recognizing persons who have served the organization, for a long time, faithfully so. So we want to give enough time for us to have people go and powder their noses. I had a discussion between colleagues, I won't mention names. I thought they were talking about a house construction project. One was saying, no, you must start with the foundation. And then started talking about a concealer. I'm like, what are you concealing? Cracks on a wall. Then no, lipstick. I'm like, hey, this is makeup. They're talking about a person's face. There's foundations. So it's quite an involved project, and we need to give it the time that it deserves. So we will want to be quick with time. Now, these are the rules of engagements, then, colleagues, for our question and answers plenary. We are going to take, once again, so that speakers are able to answer questions and not forget who asked what, 3 questions at a time. And the request is that when you are recognized to ask a question, firstly, you stand up. We forgot to ask that it is good to please indicate your name, the capacity that you are here in, and the province or region that you come from. Then pose your question, as I asked earlier, as briefly as you can. Our second request is, can we have 1 question per speaker, so that we give an opportunity for as many as possible to ask. In the event you had more than 1, we will then, if time still permits, open another round where you can ask questions. So we are not going to allow a participant to ask more than 1 question at a time, humbly please, so that we are able to create enough opportunity for others to be able to participate. And so with that being said, again, please, when you are recognized, stand when you speak, because the IT crew with the cameras and the videos that are around, they want to be able to make it easy to pick you up. Now, I've been following our activity on YouTube in particular. There have been a number of participants joining us. At the moment, it's only the question that was posed was to Professor Fourie, and who has indicated that she would have left by 12. So I'm just also indicating it for purposes of that audience, because they might now still be with us, that we will not then, pose that question because the person to talk to is not here. But other than that, it's just been comments of the viewers appreciating the content of what is being shared by our presenters. Specific mention was made to the director's address. Specific mention was made to Commissioner Matsega's address, and also to Commissioner Fourie's, to Ronel's topic as well. But if there are participants who are on YouTube and you want to pose a question, I noticed there's a few seconds delay, sometimes to about a minute. Please do post your question, but be aware that I might actually ask it on your behalf a bit later as we deal with the question and answer plenary. Now, unfortunately for the regions who are joining us online, we are not able to take questions from the colleagues that are joining us from the link that was sent to the regions. But however, we do appreciate and note that they are with us as well as we go through the program, and we appreciate so much your participation. Now, with that being said, I am now going to hand over to Tracy, who's going to give us just, oh, by the way, Tracy Kibuitumelo, who is the commissioner next to me. Not only a commissioner next to me, but a senior commissioner next to me. So I am going to allow her then just to take us through a synopsis of what the speakers dealt with, and thereafter we start recognizing questions. I'm going to request that the team of roving mics should be ready and be on the floor as Commissioner Mokoena makes her submissions and her comments, so that once we take hands, it's not difficult for us to get to where the participants are.
Thank you, colleague. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard the presentations, they were quite extensive. I'm not going to repeat what was said in terms of the summary that I have. All I have to say is that in terms of what I took from the discussion as a practicing commissioner, what comes out consistently from the judgments that we deal with through time is that the courts consistently remind us of what is already in legislation. So therefore, what is fundamental is that as commissioners, we always need to understand that we are creatures of statute, and we always need to be reminded that whenever we are in processes, whatever we do in those processes should be informed by the principles of fairness. That is one of the main reasons why CCMA as an institution was established to begin with. The fact that we deal with our decision making on the basis of what is fair in any labor dispute, as well as the fact that we always need to be alive to the fact that our decisions, we need to take them in such a way that they stand the test of the reasonableness test, as the courts always remind us. So in essence, in terms of what the respective speakers dealt with, was the fact that what are the parameters as a commissioner that you have to navigate when you're dealing with a process? What are the extent of your powers, and to what extent can you offer relief and have the understanding that, for example, when you're dealing with a matter that requires a declaratory order, do you also have the understanding that you cannot go further than that? Otherwise, you would be acting ultra vires. So in a nutshell, that is the gist of what I took from the discussion that we had. And with that being said, we can now open the floor for questions.
I recognize the first hand came from right at the back there, no, behind you. Behind you there was a gentleman, that hand was the first to go up. Then the gentleman directly in front of the roving mic with a white t-shirt was the second. And I saw, I think I'll give over to the lady, our female participant, to be the third person. Kindly, for now, in that order, remember we said 3, then you will be the first person, say, after this round. And so let's take all the questions. Don't forget to also advise us who you are asking the question to. After we've taken all 3, then panelists, you will take your rounds then to come to the fore and answer the questions. Thank you so much. Gentleman at the back there.
Afternoon, colleagues. The name is Sakile Kulegan Kumete, commissioner based in Emalahleni. We have seen a number of judgments, especially when the discrimination is on an arbitrary ground, that it says that if it does not impair the dignity, it is not unfair discrimination. Now, mine is on that the Constitution separates equality and dignity as 2 separate rights. What is the justification of now marrying and to some extent superimposing dignity on equality? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, please, the participant in front of you.
Okay, thank you. My question or comment is directed at this.
Your name kindly, sir, please.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Diramatle from Ikuruleni.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My question is related to the second speaker who made a presentation in terms of Section 198. The question or comment relate to the scope of the application of 198A to D. As to whom does it cover? Because in my view, it covers the non-standard employees, that is the employees who are not permanently employed. Those who are not who are employed permanently, they are removed from that protection. I'm saying this because they are permanently employed, therefore it could not have been a legislative intent or design to deem the permanently employed to be permanently employed. That does not make sense. I'm saying this in the context of the case that has come before CCMA just this Monday or Tuesday, for the case that I was adjudicating, where briefly RSC and Pick and Pay were involved. The employees of RSC, who are permanent employees of the RSC, who saying that they are working at the Pick and Pay, which is common cause, they don't want to be employed by the RSC, and they want to be deemed to be employed, the employees of Pick and Pay. So their claim is that RSC is TES. And then my ruling was, you are permanently employed. And the case law, of course, I cannot go into the one or two case law. One was quoted, Prasa's case. It says that immediately you are permanently employed, you are removed from the protection. And then AMCU is taking us on review. I think in a way I'm also seeking a sympathy to say that CCMA must oppose that must oppose that review. Thank you.
Okay, so that was more of a comment, but if you would want to have a say, Soraya, you may come through on that one as well. All right, and the last hand we are recognizing now. Yes, please.
Okay, I'm Nadia Samuel from the Cape Town office of the CCMA. I'm a commissioner. And my question is for S.C. Mashega. My question is on the unfair labor practice and Apollo. Apollo was determined on the basis of declining retirement and access to retirement, and that was defined as an unfair labor practice. In terms of the Moshana judgment with NUM, it was a VSO also declined. Other than the jurisdictional questions, my question is, how would that not be a benefit if it's exercising your discretion for something additional, like the retirement case of Apollo? So just like some clarity on the two judgments and how they differ.
All right, thank you. And can I ask the panelists to come and answer on the basis of the, thank you so much, the order you choose.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, just to clarify, in Apollo Tires, the benefit in question was an early retirement scheme, which was based on a policy of an employer. So the employer had a discretion to decide who goes on early retirement. So that is different from a voluntary severance package, which is a VSP. A voluntary severance package is a product of a Section 189A consultation process. So where the employee is enticed to leave employment. I don't know if I'm making sense to you. So in essence, what the Labor Appeal Court indicated in Apollo Tires is that you need to look at the nature of the benefit involved. So in Apollo Tires, the benefit is granted in terms of the employer's early retirement policy scheme. So it was pre-existing. In Mulwanto, in the matter of Mushwana, the benefit was not pre-existing. It is something that was negotiated during the consultation in a retrenchment process. I hope that clarifies the confusion. All right, thank you.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you. So in terms of the question of why is it important to superimpose dignity on equality, if you look back at the ground rules to interpretation, if you start first and foremost with the convention guarantees equality. So in that regard, we have the Constitution that also incorporates equality in our Constitution. And from there onwards, we have the Employment Equity Act that was enacted to ensure that these rights in the Constitution is guarded and enforced. Now, if you look at the case law in this regard, particularly if you look at Harkson indicated that a arbitrary ground should be analogous to a listed ground. Now, if I can make the example of, for instance, racism or sex discrimination, if there was differentiation to such an extent that there was a causal nexus and that amounted to unfair discrimination, the impact on the person is to the effect that your dignity has been impaired or it has affected you in a comparably serious manner. Now, that's where the Constitutional Court in Harkson indicated that in order for unlisted grounds to constitute discriminatory grounds, it has to be analogous to listed grounds, and that's where the dignity issue comes in.
Are you coming? Sorry. Okay. I will give you an opportunity to.
Right, thank you. I will answer the statement with just a brief statement. A statement was made that non-standard employment applies to all non-standard employees. Unfortunately, it's not as clear-cut and easy as that. First of all, there are certain requirements that have to be met. Number one being, these sections in the law only applies to employees earning below the threshold. When we talk about 198 capital A, there's certain exclusions listed in that section. 198 capital B has got exclusions listed in that section. Now, the deeming provision is not really about, let me say, it's not per se about permanency. It is also in some sense, depending on the case before you. But deeming, in terms of section 198 capital A, which I take that question or the scenario is about the employer's cap being passed on from the labor broker to the client in certain circumstances. So unfortunately, with very little information, I cannot give a specific answer to the person that's asked the question, but just make sure it's not clear-cut. It's not all applies to all. And remember, 198 capital C does not have a deeming provision in at all.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Colleagues, can we see the hands that were up?
Oh, we almost forgot before that. Commissioner Matshega wanted to have a say on the question of...
Sorry, if I can just add to what Ronel said, just to polish it off in respect of the question that the colleague asked about the imposition, as he put it, of dignity. Remember, in terms of Section 9 of the Constitution, as well as the provisions of Section 6 of the Employment Equity Act, there are listed grounds on which unfair discrimination is prohibited. So, when we speak of any other arbitrary ground, it means that the arbitrary ground is unlisted. Now, for that unlisted ground to constitute discrimination, as Commissioner Divide has correctly said, the Constitutional Court in Hudson versus Lane made it clear that for that unlisted ground to be analogous to the grounds in Section 9 of the Constitution or in Section 6 of the Employment Equity Act, it must be a ground that impairs the inherent dignity of that person for it to qualify as unfair discrimination. So there's no confusion about upliftment of equality, of dignity in Section 10 of the Constitution with the Section 9 right to equality. So you must not conflate the two.
Thank you, colleague. Colleagues, we still have more time for questions. Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you, colleagues. Is Khololo Mokala from the Northwest, the Commissioner. My question will be directed to Commissioner Ngwaku in relation to the case that he outlined to us. Now, my question is based on the issue of judicial precedent, to say how are we to be escorted around the issue of judicial precedent in terms of this NUMSA on behalf of Mabirikwe versus Apollo Tires. I'm looking at CCMA guidelines on misconduct arbitration. Section 7 says, commissioners must follow the interpretation placed upon a provision by the most recent binding decision of the highest court dealing with that provision. Then the second sentence says, if there are inconsistent decisions by the labor court interpreting a provision, and there is no relevant decision by a higher court, an arbitrator should consider the inconsistent decisions, decide which decisions to follow, and give reasons for doing so. Now my question is, in case this judgment is not reviewed, and the provisions which you outlined to us, which do not seem to be obiter, stand, and the guideline says we must favor, I would not be sure whether it's meant to be chronological in that way, that we start with the recent judgment on the matter, and then if there are conflicting versions, we can then choose the one that better suits the approach that we need to decide. Now my question is, if a party then cites this unfortunate judgment which to date is not reviewed, and then the guidelines say we must start with the recent decision on the matter, and Apollo, much as it provided us a leeway out for a long time, it is now in contrast with this. Can you just guide us in terms of how are we to go about the judicial precedents in that matter? Thanks.
Thank you, colleague. We need a mic in the front row. Was there another hand that side in that row?
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Commissioner Joshua Mashego from Emelahleni in Mpumalanga. My question is directed to Senior Commissioner Ronel Divet on discrimination that is on arbitrary ground. I'd like to get a clarity in relation to the extent of the helping hand by the Commissioner. I believe that it is our duty as Commissioners to explain to the unsophisticated parties the test that is required and the importance for the applicant to provide the arbitrary ground. I do not believe that in doing so, the Commissioner must extract the arbitrary ground or identify it on behalf of a party. Your comment, please. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. PSC.
Thank you, SC. PSC Kumalo. Question directed to SC, Ronald Divet. I'm riding on the question raised by the previous speaker. The difficulty that we experience when you have before you unsophisticated parties, we explained that there seem to be a view that arbitrary grounds is a catch-all for all grievances. Now we know that based on the Naidu judgment, we'll have to adopt a narrow as opposed to a broader interpretation. Now, when we want to help the parties, this helping hand, how far it can go so that you're not perceived to helping the party to prove its case? Thank you.
Thank you, PSC. Colleagues, your podium.
Thank you very much for that question. My apologies. When I started my presentation, I had promised that I was not going to be academic. And during the break, I was informed that I was extremely academic in my presentation. My apologies. So I apologize for having caused some form of confusion, perhaps when I did the presentation. if you read the CCMA guidelines, I mean, I just want to be sure that we are on the same wavelength. The guidelines or the practice and procedure manual indicates that commissioners are expected to follow the judgment of the higher court. You can underline the word higher court. And you know, in terms of the hierarchy, the current position is that the highest court in labor matters is the Labor Appeal Court. So the decision of Apollo Tyres remains the decision of the highest court. So you are not expected to follow the decision of the labor court on a matter that the Labor Appeal Court has already decided. So I apologize if I may have caused some confusion. So the issues around the judgment, I was just highlighting them to indicate that we may not have been making the progress that the Labor Appeal Court has set for us, that we are regressing. But I wasn't raising the judgment for purpose that you must follow it when you're dealing with cases about unfair labor practice. I hope that I've clarified that. So my apologies for the confusion.
Good. Thank you, Bongi Musa. And I'm sorry I couldn't get the other name of the person who asked the question, but in essence, the question is the same as I understand it. Now, we as commissioners, we are duty-bound to extend a helping hand. That means just that we must ensure that parties are given a fair hearing. So if you have unrepresented parties or lay parties in your proceedings, especially if they claim discrimination on an unlisted, on an arbitrary ground, then your duty is to make sure that that person has sufficient information, firstly to understand the test. So you must tell that person that they have to identify a ground. That by necessary implication might mean that you're going to have to explain to them what the grounds are. So you must be cautious not to enter the arena, because that's not our duty. We're not there to make a case for any of the parties, but we're there to ensure that a fair hearing is given to both parties present. So your duty will be to make sure that parties understand what is expected of them, and then from there onwards to deal with the matter. So I hope this answers the question.
Thank you very much. Another round of questions we will take. I see the first-hand gentleman with the striped green T-shirt. Can a roving mic go there? If you are at the back and you are raising a hand, can you just raise it a bit higher so I can see you and we get a mic to be closer to where you are? I've got one hand for now, and I'm going to recognize that hand. Therefore, can you? Okay, there's a second one from a commissioner that I know, not far from where you are. You'll be the second one, colleague. Thank you.
Okay. Good day. I'm Commissioner Sizwe Ngubane from Pietermaritzburg in KZN. My question is directed to the Senior Commissioner Van Wyk. It relates to declaration. If a commissioner who's dealing with Section 198, let's say B interpretation, and then the commissioner makes a declaration, what is the employee expected to do? I'm referring to the employee whose contract of employment has already been terminated or has come to an end. What is that employee expected to do? Is the employee expected to file an unfair dismissal dispute or to enforce the ruling that has been issued by the commissioner? If you can clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Commissioner Rabi? Your mic is off, Commissioner. Let's just get the...
Testing? Yeah. Commissioner Martin Rabi from the Western Cape. My question is on discrimination, the absence of an arbitrary ground. Now, we all know we must apply this two-phase approach, or this two-stage approach. The question is, do we proceed to the next stage if there's no arbitrary ground, if the applicant, despite the helping hand, is unable to identify the arbitrary ground? For the purpose of conducting the arbitration, not for the purpose of writing the award, but for conducting the process of the arbitration.
Thank you. Seems like they are. Is there any other hand before I give to the panelists to respond to the questions asked? One more. Commissioner from Ekurhuleni is at the back there. Can we take a roving mic to him as well? Then after which question, then we will take responses from the panel.
This question is directed at Commissioner Mwapo. You indicated, you talk about the hearing de novo. The arbitration is a hearing de novo, which we know that isn't. But while touching on that, you you spoke about the limitation in the disciplinary hearing. So my question in a nutshell is that, to what extent can you take into account or ignore what transpired in the disciplinary hearing when that is relevant? An example will be provided where something might be very important or decisive, which was brought to your attention that in the disciplinary hearing, for example, it was considered. Maybe it was not pushed on. So to what extent can the commissioner take into account or ignore what transpired in the disciplinary hearing, bearing in mind that it's a hearing de novo? Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think Commissioner Ronel, you're the first to go, then Commissioner Matsacha will be last.
Good. So the question is, how do we go about in a discrimination matter where the grounds are unlisted? In terms of the Hodgson test, the two-stage approach, in the absence of such ground, how should we go about? Now, first and foremost, we have to acknowledge what was said by the court in Pioneer. You would recall that in Pioneer, the exact same set of facts appeared before a commissioner and subsequently was determined by the Labour Court. And the Labour Court in that regard held that it is unfair to expect of this hearing to continue without the parties knowing exactly what the ground is. So in essence, this will come back also to a jurisdictional point. If a party cannot raise a ground, then you might have to determine jurisdiction before you proceed.
Right, thank you. I'm going to answer the question on the 198 with relevance or reference rather to the case law that I've discussed. You'll recall that the Namakwa judgment said that, at the time when this employee or this communal officer referred his case, there was still an employment relationship ongoing. However, at the time of the arbitration, that relationship had ended. The court then taught us that because you cannot use a declarator to fix up or reinstate that employment relationship, giving a declarator at that stage would simply be academic or moot. If you have a declarator already and then your fixed term contract or your employment ends, you can use that as authority when you refer your unfair dismissal dispute. If you don't have a declarator at all and you want to challenge the fact that because of the provisions of Section 198 capital B, for example, you had an expectation, you would follow the UASA judgment, which shows us that you refer your expectation of employment or permanent employment, and then you may refer to the principles and the law and the rights and obligations in terms of Section 198B for your argument. In that particular award, the commissioner is not going to give out a declarator. The commissioner will simply apply the law and based on that determine whether or not you had an expectation, which will result ultimately in finding were you dismissed or were you not dismissed. If you did have an expectation, then the commissioner can reinstate you. Is that clear? I try to cover it in all three ways. Good.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. I was also asked more or less a similar question when I was outside, where a colleague asked me that an employer during the arbitration indicates that there is evidence that it wants to lead on a charge that was not before the disciplinary hearing, and because it is a hearing de novo, it must be permitted to do that. I'm preaching to the converted. And as I said, it is important to read and understand judgments. And in this regard, I'm going to refer you to the decision of the Labor Appeal Court in Palucci Home Depot versus Heskovitz. It's a decision that was made by the Labor Appeal Court in 2015. And I'm going to read you paragraph 44, 45, and 46 of the judgment, where the Labor Appeal Court said, the chairperson of the disciplinary hearing refrained from inquiring into and finding the first respondent guilty of the subcharge relating to a purported refusal to carry out instructions. And at paragraph 46, accordingly, the commissioner undertook the inquiry in a misconceived manner by determining the fairness of the first respondent's dismissal on the basis of reasons for the dismissal, which the appellant did not rely on at the time of dismissing the first respondent. I've answered that question, and I've said that to you. When you arbitrate a matter, and what an arbitration de novo means, you need to understand that concept in its correct context. You are not starting from a blank slate. You are starting with the employer's decision to dismiss. And it is that decision to dismiss that you must evaluate its fairness thereof. If the employer charged an employee with 3 charges, and it found the employee not guilty of 2, and dismissed him on 1, you cannot, in an arbitration, permit the evidence on the other 2 charges, because that's not the reason that the employer relied on. So that is what the Labor Appeal Court said in that matter. So, insofar as the record of the disciplinary hearing is concerned, the record of the disciplinary hearing is relevant for purposes of assessing the fairness of an employee's dismissal. So, you have to have regard to the record of the disciplinary hearing, even if it is an arbitration de novo, for 2 reasons: on the substance as well as on the procedure, if there are procedural issues. So, if the employer has relied on misconduct and the reason is given, that is the assessment of fairness from which you depart. I hope I'm making sense. So that is what the Labor Appeal Court said.
All right. Thank you, colleagues. Do we still have hands from the floor for the panelists on the topics that they have covered or the content of their presentation, or maybe even emanating from your own experiences of some of these disputes? From the floor, it seems like I should not have spoken about foundations and concealers, because now people are intimidated to say, it seems like there's a need for more time. Colleague, you are recognized, but let me just check. Okay, let me note you first, see if there's any other hand, because I want to do them both at the same time, if any. You are the only one. Come through, Commissioner.
Program Director, I don't know whether I'm required to introduce myself again. This is a request to the Senior Commissioner. Please bear with me if I don't pronounce your surname correctly. I think it's Commissioner Mashekha. If you can help us with the application of Section 16 of the Labor Relations Act, because it looks like I'm tempted to use the word inconsistent. It looks like we are not consistent when it comes to the application of Section 16, because according to my understanding, we apply Section 16 on collective bargaining matters, Section 189, and also Employment Equity Act related matters. But you find from time to time, especially with the union, they will come to CCMA and and file Section 16 because they want documents or certain information to deal with the case that has been referred as an unfair labor practice dispute to CCMA, or to deal with the issue that is still dealt with internally. Like for instance, the disciplinary hearing is not yet concluded, but the union wants that information to deal with or to challenge the employer at the disciplinary hearing. So we seem to have a problem when it comes to the application of Section 16. And some of us believe, and I also one of them, believe that the union who can apply or who can use Section 16 is the union that has a majority membership. And it's one of the organizational rights. So now it's a bit confusing. How do we use Section 16 when you want information and to deal with the unfair labor practice dispute? It's a bit confusing. If you can assist us on that one. Thank you.
Or in fact, because it seems to be not related to his presentation per se, any of the panelists, I think you are more than welcome to deal with it if you are so inclined.
All right. Section 16. Let's ground it. It's an organizational right of a majority trade union, simply put. Fall into the realm of collective bargaining. Section 16, subsection 2, provides that, subject to subsection 5, an employer must disclose to a trade union representative all relevant information. Trade union representative by law is the shop steward. So the employer must disclose to the shop steward all relevant information that will allow the shop steward to perform the functions referred to in Section 14.4. The functions referred to in Section 14.4 is the functions to assist an employee in a grievance or in a disciplinary hearing. So I'm not entirely certain about the context in this instance. Safe to say that that is what is stated in the section. But there are much more easier ways of getting information other than resorting to Section 16. So at the first level, it is a right of a majority trade union. At the second level, that shop steward of the majority trade union must be provided with certain information for him to perform the functions. So I'm not entirely sure about the context of how that gets referred. But at a superficial level, that's how it's supposed to be dealt with.
I see the director's hand is up. I'm not sure whether it's at the practical level. Director, can I recognize you after Tracy? Tracy just wants to have a comment. Now I'm honoring you, my SC. Come through, and then I'm gonna give over to the director to also follow, because I want you to take your time, Patty, when you come through. Is it a question that or a response? Thank you, Kiko Pautlepe, because it's going to be assisting.
All right. I'd like to add and assist in terms of the clarity that is sought in relation to how Section 16 is supposed to be used, and I'm adding to what Commissioner Matsecha indicated. What we also need to keep in mind when we're dealing with Section 16, we also need to link it to the Section 21 amendments that extended some majority rights to non-majority unions in specific circumstances. So we shouldn't just limit it to your majority trade unions. We need to have, we need to take into account what the context is and whether that particular union might have been given that right by virtue of the Section 21 amendments. And then in addition, you will find that in Section 189 consultations, whether they be Section 189 capital letter A or your normal Section 189, so to speak, there is a provision there in Section 189, I think subsection 4, that indicates that the provisions of Section 16 apply in a consultation with the required context. The required context meaning that by virtue of the nature of the Section 189 consultation process, it's inherent that the parties that are being consulted have a right to relevant information. So therefore, in those instances, there would be that exception where you might find yourself as a commissioner having to consider a matter dealing with Section 16 where the applicant would not necessarily be a trade union, keeping in mind that what Section 189 says is that you apply it within the context of the Section 189 process.
Thank you, Commissioner Mkwena. At this moment, I'm going to just give Director to come through and assist. But we know his nature of assistance normally. That's why I wanted him to be the last one to speak. But maybe on that note, I would also just want to flight a question. Maybe Director, you can also cover it, but it's also more to Commissioner Van Wyk. You are a commissioner seized with an unfair dismissal dispute. An employee referring it saying a fixed term contract was not renewed and they expected it to be renewed, whatever reasonable expectation they would want to cite. But the contract presented before you, it's say valid for a period of a year, but does not state the reason why it is a fixed term contract for more than a year. So it triggers in the mind of a commissioner that, but it ought to have been in terms of 198 capital B. So now again, it talks to the very helping hand issue. As a commissioner sitting there and hears these matters before you, the employee is not linking this in any way to 198B to talk about whether or not it was even a valid fixed term contract, because that's what that section talks to, that a fixed term contract is only valid provided, it's those parameters. Now, what do we then do? Do we ignore that fact because we are only dealing with the question of whether or not a reasonable expectation of renewal can be proven by the applicant for us to find that there was a dismissal? Or do you then to some extent come in to even look at whether or not the very contract that is said to have been a fixed term contract is actually a valid fixed term contract? If you can just comment on that as well. Then after her, Director, you can ascend to the podium. Or you want to speak from there?
Right, I'm just going to give a quick answer on that one. It's also related to case law, but I cannot recall the case law off by hand at the moment. And that is that the court said that you deal with a dispute before you. When you have an expectation of a fixed term contract being renewed, that applicant must prove that specific claim, that I had a fixed term contract. You cannot jump from Roman 1 to Roman 2 just because you feel like it. If an employee brings an expectation of permanent employment, you must determine where that expectation comes from. The person or the applicant having to prove dismissal bears the onus. And the question I want to ask back to you is, can I enter the arena? Can I build a case for an applicant if that is not the case being brought before me? If a person is struggling, and there I go back to what Runel said about a helping hand, and they know about something and they just need a little bit of guidance, I might enter the arena. But if it's not on the table at all, and that is not the reason why that person is saying, I had an expectation of permanent employment, perhaps they are working on a so-called agreement that never came into place, which is a contractual dispute, and a promise creates no obligation. So it depends on the arguments before you. You cannot build a case for somebody, and you cannot create evidence where there's no such evidence laid before you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, before the Director,
Can I just add before the Director speaks? Remember, colleagues, there's a definition of what dismissal means in section 186, 1B. Expectation of renewal expectation to be retained. If that is the first meaning of dismissal in the Act, the only other meaning of dismissal is introduced by Section 198A(4). The termination of employment by a temporary employment service or the client to avoid the deeming provision is a dismissal. There's no other meaning of dismissal other than that. So there is nothing in the Act that says that the failure to put a reason in a fixed term contract constitutes dismissal for purposes of the Labor Relations Act. So let's not stretch the language of the law.
Director, over to you. You've indicated that you prefer to answer from where you're seated. It's active, it seems.
Okay.
Yes,
sir. Mnumzan, I'll try to save time, because if I give a full answer, we're going to need 30 minutes for it. Yeah, because there's an issue of statutory interpretation in the parts of the Act. I think James covered that nicely on the parts and the interpretation. But the quick response, when we amended the rules, we dealt with that quite thoroughly, actually. For now, just go to Rule 29, because people tend to confuse Section 16 with Rule 29, and they're not the same. The other is a section of the Act which is part of the collective labor law, and then the rule is in terms of the Act, but the practicality of it, when you're seeking disclosure, and it says so in the heading, request for disclosure is Rule 29. So if it's an unfair dismissal case or requesting disclosure, go to Section 16, you need a workshop, then so that we can bring it back home and then do that, right? But the bottom line is that disclosure is Rule 29, and the content is fully ventilated there. What we'll do, there's a few interesting legal gymnastics we've done there to deal with disclosure to avoid confusion, the same with the subpoena and all of that. So when we deal with the rules, we're going to effectively deal with that. Because you've raised that, and I see it's a bigger problem, we'll load Section 16 and create distinctions, including what Boitumelo was talking about. Okay, sharp.
No. Thank you for that contribution, Director, on a practical level. Now, we seem to have exhausted the fuels of engagement for the day, and we don't want to stretch it long for the sake of. Now, in the absence of any further questions from the floor, I want to consider that we wrap up. Oh, there's a hand that pops up at the back there. But I think you're the only one. I'm going to close with yourself. Then we are going to deal with the last three, so to say, items in the program for the day. But let's just take this one hand and then we should be done.
Okay, thank you, sir. My name is Mahlangeni Sotondosh. My question is directed to Commissioner van Wyk. And I think my question is at the heart of social justice. In my previous life, there would be instances where employees would be sent between a bargaining council and CCMA. So you would go to CCMA would say, no, you should go to the bargaining council. When you get to the bargaining council will be saying, go to the CCMA. So the question for me now is based on a situation where, in terms of Section 198, let's say there's a collective agreement that regulates the fixed term contract. But that collective agreement is a Section 31 agreement, meaning it has not yet been extended to non-parties. And the bargaining council is like the private sector security bargaining council, whose dispute resolution leg is not still functioning, but its compliance management leg is functioning. So I'm thinking that what will then happen is that if the employee is working for a non-party to that particular collective agreement, that employee is not bound by that collective agreement. And since the Center for Dispute Resolution for that particular bargaining council is not functioning, that person must go to the CCMA. I don't know if I'll be correct, but I'm also foreseeing a situation where Maybe when he gets to the CCMA, because the question for me is, how far as a commissioner are you going to look at a case as to whether there's a bargaining council that has got jurisdiction so that it must go to the CCMA, it must go to the bargaining council, or it must stay with the CCMA? Do we look at whether the collective agreement of a particular bargaining council, it's still a Section 31, which is it's still not extended, or is it extended? How far do we go? That's my question. Thank you.
All right, I think we should start from the beginning. And that is when you start with an arbitration, the first point of departure is whether or not you have jurisdiction. Now, whether or not you have jurisdiction is not necessarily related to whether or not the collective agreement is extended to non-parties, but it's about whether or not the bargaining council is accredited to deal with non-party disputes. So there's a difference between the two. If you find that you do have jurisdiction and the issue raised before you, and that would probably be the defense of the employer, is to say, but the 198 capital B is not applicable because this person is covered by a bargaining council collective agreement, then it is your duty to investigate, to look at the agreement, to ask the questions, and to make a determination as to whether or not that particular employee is indeed covered by that collective agreement. When your finding is that is not covered, then of course the collective agreement will not have force and effect on that particular employee, and the law will apply. Again, I'm going to refer you to the Uhasa judgment, where the Labour Court dealt with specifically on how a commissioner should have dealt with the issue raised about the collective agreement, and you'll find your answers, I think, succinctly in that judgment.
Thank you. All right. Once again, thank you very much to the panelists for the wealth of information, knowledge that you've shared with ourselves. We appreciate the effort that was demonstrated by the involvement of your presentations, and also for sticking around for the questions that were posed by ourselves. So as the program directors on behalf of the CCMA, we wish to appreciate you for availing yourselves and saying yes to this assignment. And can we just give them a round of applause as we relieve them from the podium? Thank you so much, Senior Commissioner Matsecha. Thank you so much, Senior Commissioner Van Veek and Senior Commissioner Tivet. Now we are going towards the last items of our program, colleagues. And at this stage, I am going to be asking my colleague to assist me to introduce the next part we'll be dealing with. There were no questions on YouTube, I've checked, but there are still participants who are joining us from that platform. So at this point in time, I'm going to hand over to Tracy. But I was made aware, and I just need delegates to just be on the lookout for pledge forms on your tables. They were not there in the morning. They should be there by now. In the event that you don't have a pledge form before you, as we enter these closing items of the program, kindly please indicate so that we are able to provide one for you. But we will explain shortly what it is that is going to happen or is the issue with those forms. So at this moment, I'll give over to SC Mokoena to take us through the item of honoring the fallen heroes of the CCMA. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Zwane. Colleagues, our next item, I think, is a consistent, painful reminder that death affects us all, and it's unpredictable, and none of us are ever ready for it. The only thing that we would be left to do is to try and pick up the pieces in terms of what we are left behind with. In so doing, colleagues, as is tradition in our organization, since the inception of the Indaba event, we have a session where we remember our colleagues who were once with us, and who are now no longer sadly with us. Therefore, we will take a moment of silence to remember those of our fallen colleagues, our fallen sisters, our fallen brothers, our fallen soldiers. Just take a minute to remember them in a moment of silence. And then thereafter, we are going to have a video flighted in further remembrance of the specific colleagues that we lost throughout 2021 to date. Let's take a moment of silence, colleagues.
And can we request that we stand, please, as we do so, respectfully, delegates? Thank you very much. We may be seated. And the audio-visual team, we can flight the video of our memorabilia to fallen heroes. Thank you very much. So as a caring organization, then we are requesting that the delegates find it within their hearts and themselves to make pledges towards us making an impact at Ghana Lady Center for the disabled. And so the pledge form that is before you there is for you to complete so that you authorize the CCMA to be able to have a certain amount that you, again, are free to choose. And that contribution, whatever it is that you find to be willing to give, sometimes on your own, it seems like nothing. But combined with those of others, it goes quite a long way. You know, it's similar to clapping hands. If you use only one finger, we won't not even hear you. But the moment you add, you know, from 3 to 4, it begins to make a louder sound. And that's exactly what these contributions do. You go to the center with 100 rands on your own, it might not go that far. But combined with the contributions of the colleagues, going as a lump sum, it enables them to be able to afford more of what they need to be able to cater for these disabled children that they are taking care of. So colleagues, you are urged to then consider making a contribution. The time tends to be extended quite long. So as much as you are sitting here today, but the monies get to be collected for a greater part of a financial year. So we are going to go into 2023, the first to almost the second quarter, still gathering these contributions. But internal communications will also keep us, you know, updated about that progress. But we just request that you find it within yourselves to give consent that, you know, an amount should then be extended towards this worthy cause. And I do believe that we are. It cannot be that after 2 years of not having the Indaba in this fashion, when we resume and we must start, you know, activities like this, we fail to meet such a lenient target as 80,000 rands. With us here, just this row alone, I know they can manage 80,000 now. If only the director had allowed me, I would have had somebody there leading a song and they come in line. So, but I won't for today. So I'm very confident that we are going to make it, colleagues, and I trust that when we come to the next Indaba, the report will say successful, we actually even exceeded that particular target. Now, with that being wrapped up, that particular announcement, we are now at the end of our hey kuzwakele. And we hope that we have done justice to yourselves as delegates. Sometimes one feels tempted to speak as if you're in a funeral, especially at the townships. You know, there's this tendency where program directors will say, in case I offended anyone, but they say, if I stepped on anybody's toes, our humble apologies, it was not intentional. But we hope that you have gladly received our direction of yourselves for today. So we are at the close of our engagements for today, Commissioner Senior Mokoena. And so it is for us now to just, you know, do what we need to do to wrap up and relieve the delegates to go and do the foundations and put windows and all of those things and conceal the cracks. And then we meet at the gala dinner. It's the gala dinner and the Service Excellence Awards that will be attending later today. Commissioner Mokwena's theme has always been, to the ladies in particular, I hope you are going to show up and you are going to rock. Now, I don't know from the team, there used to be a DJ called DJ Cost Containment. I don't know if it's still there. I'm interested in that part because I would hope that there's also going to be a bit of a relaxed moment where commissioners can just forget their jackets and take off those black ties afterwards and just, you know, break a leg, but not literally so. CIO, not literally. Must break a leg. No. So we would love to then see yourselves in that prestigious event later this afternoon, and also for tomorrow's plenaries. Let's make sure that we are on time so that we are able to wrap up. No, all of that is coming. All of that is coming. I'm just, you know, I'm setting the scene. So colleagues, I'm going to hand over to Senior Commissioner Mokoena to have her remarks, and we are going to cover some announcements as well in that respect.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can all agree that we've had quite a productive session. I can see with the level of exhaustion that I can see now as I'm looking at you, but I think the director has pledged Red Bulls for...
Yes.
Because we still need your energy levels at the gala dinner. I hope maybe you'll find a minute or two just to take a breather and then start preparing for the gala dinner. And please note that we would be expected to be seated by 6:30 because the intention is that we would start at 7 o'clock. I think we're still on track in terms of the time, but overall, in terms of the value of the discussions that we've had, and we are thankful for the words of encouragement from Professor Nguchani in his opening address, and we had the director assure us that as an organization, we are still on track. The trouble with that is that we are measured based on our last performance. Let it sink in, colleagues. And then we also had the wealth of knowledge that was shared with us by our colleagues, the panel of commissioners who addressed us on the respective presentations on the issues that affect the individual labor law. Thank you, colleagues, for your contribution to our program as well. So therefore, colleagues, having noted that, we also need to make an announcement in relation to the fact that can we request that the NSC and all the commissioners who are going to be taking the oath at the gala, please remain behind for a couple of minutes, and then you should be released after that. Having said that, colleagues,
we are reminded that there is a theme. Yes.
The gala, the venue.
The venue is the OR Tambo, so same room, from what I've got before me. So seemingly it might be that during there might be just a moving around of the tables. They know how they're going to manage it. We were not given any other specific place that the gala will be held at. But my announcement for now, as the colleague just confirms the venue, is that there is a theme to the gala dinner and Service Excellence Awards, which was given to us as a black tie elegance, colleagues. So, and thank you, it has come through. Notice has come through. We are going to be meeting at the Serengeti, you see, as opposed to what we've got on the programs there. It's going to be the Serengeti, and that is where we are meeting for the gala dinner. For those who will need to use golf carts and shuttles, please let's make sure that you prepare in time so that they are able to collect you, because we know there will always be a delay. You won't phone at 6:25 and they collect you 2 minutes later. So let's make sure that we are early in our preparations, in digging our foundations and putting our concealers. Let's not then also deprive or rob ourselves. So black tie elegance, see you at 6:30 for 7 o'clock as we commence the gala dinner. And for Konale. Okay. Another announcement, colleagues, is that there's going to be apparently a photo session as you enter the gala dinner event. So kindly be prepared for that.
Tradition.
And from the team here, Tumelo, we seem to have delegates who are ready with their forms. Can you advise me as to how I can direct them? Should they leave them? Okay. The table at the front there with the laptops, we are directed to leave them there. If you've got your pledge form already completed and you want to leave it now, the table at the front there with the two gentlemen with the laptop, just leave your pledge forms there, and the team will then take care to take them to the relevant persons dealing with it. Thank you for that willingness and for the contributions.
Thank you, colleagues. See you later.
Siyabonga, colleagues. You have cramps. Let's not forget the aerobics tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Mnumzane, ngumusa ngiyaphila wena.